side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on.
Hellcat. Coming like a Hellcat. Like a Hellcat. Coming like a hell. Like a Hellcat.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love.
Illegal, bro.
Normal bullet сюди. Я горю.
Show me the replay! Show me the damn replay!
PUBG, back. Trash. I have all the utility.
All of it?
All of it.
Maybe we go more north now. There's two guys in that compound.
Okay, circle guys, be ready.
Он чекал ангар, в него никто не стрелял с ангара. Либо там никого, либо его
Я
тиммейты.
смотрю ангар.
Okay, shoot at fucking everything now.
On the hand nade's gonna force Cage out the window and oh my god, that is huge play! That's not gonna help. The self nade's no good. The volley is excellent!
There's no way that Navi can complain about being shot by people.
I'm stuck, I have no car.
So good. This circle is so manic.
Don't drive to me, they don't know about me.
Красава.
So much time.
If they hit these nades, the Hail Mary could be real. This is a push and a crush. All right.
Короче, туда заехало одно пати, сейчас еще по-любому отсюда заедет другое.
How the hell are you alive, my friend?
I'm out, just above you. He's pushing you. Oh, just above you. Now, close now.
Beautiful play, aggression.
Satan.
Let's go!
Go beyond.
Nice.
Solid day again. Good job, boys.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome. It is the final day here of the PCS Charity Showdown, as we have our 16 teams ready and raring to go to try and compete for that grand prize at the end of the tunnel. My name is Kyle Laris, and joining me for the last time for now, it's Martin and it's Toby. Gentlemen, it's been a long road. We've got here finally. It's the final day, and so far, so good for a lot of our very, very strong teams up towards the top. Martin, starting with yourself. You excited for the final day? You signed?
Yeah, obviously I'm excited to see who's going to win it. It's going to come down to the very last games, as it usually is. You see here Northern Lights, Navi within 11 points of each other, Omakan just 17 points behind that. So it's going to be extremely close. But I'm really curious to see who's going to be able to take it home, because there's a lot of people vying for the very top, obviously.
Yeah, definitely so, Toby. When we look at how things have shaped up so far, CAS has come out truly in force. Omakan Sports there, still up towards the top. TSM had a pretty decent day as well. So still a lot to play for here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you can say all the CAS teams, but all the teams, to be fair, on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, maybe with the exception of Redline, has had moments where you go, okay, these guys really won it with, like, I want to say around 15 or 20-point games. And as Martin was saying, I mean, it's whoever can go out and deliver that performance today that will be bringing home the tournament. Because right now, yes, we're seeing TSM 18 points behind Northern Lights, but then again, we could also see TSM take 3 wins today. So I don't see what's stopping them from winning the tournament other than themselves.
Yeah, definitely so. So still a lot to be played for here between all of the teams. That's how the standings do sit so far here. A few of the teams down towards the bottom. What is important, actually, is the fact that across the entire prize pool, everybody is rewarded. Even the teams that were already eliminated through 17th and 24th, they're getting money as well. And there are jumps up in prize pool that we're going to be looking at today. So 9th through 16th gets $2,425. And then 5th through 8th gets $3,200. So there's these small incremental steps that you can take, Avenger. Even if you're not going to get number 1, you still have stuff to play for here.
And that's just, it's super cool to acknowledge that it's so different. If you're from 9th to 16th up to 5th to 8th, that like all these small steps is going to continue to make these guys want to play better. Because even the guys that are sitting in 16th right now, even the guys that are sitting in the lower half of the bottom of the table, they can definitely jump up today. They can go into that top 8 and they can take more money home if they want to. It's just a matter of stepping up today.
Yeah, definitely so. So exciting times. We have our schedule ready to go as well for today. We have 6 games coming at you as a whole. We will start off with 3 Miramar and then go to 3 Erangel Remastered later on in the day. Again, just to bear in mind, this is an accelerated schedule. So as once one game is done, we'll be trying to get into that next game as fast as possible. But actually, looking at this schedule, we've been keeping to it pretty well recently. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So that's nice as well. I've got my battle shirt on. We're going to battle the big bosses in all of this as well. That's exciting. There's me. There's Avenger healing. Where is he? And there's Froz in the background running away and crashing a car. So it's a great time. It's a great time. So, gentlemen, we're talking about these teams and how they're going to be playing things out. Obviously, yesterday, Northern Lights was looking stellar. I say yesterday. It wasn't just yesterday, Toby. It was the day before as well. When it comes to Northern Lights, really putting up the numbers and currently in first place.
Yeah, they've been doing extremely well. They're sitting a solid 13 points ahead of anyone else, but in terms of placement points alone, I mean, the games where they haven't gone out and won, they have managed to find all the placement points they needed to kind of make up for, and everything else has just been, I mean, absurdly good performances. They're barely behind. You can see here, they're just 6 kills behind Na'Vi, but they're really making up for it in terms of fighting late game pretty much every single game.
And of course, as we take a look at the average kill leaders at the moment, Fexx is someone that has really stood out throughout, especially this grand final phase here, Martin. But big names up there likewise. Very, very impressive stuff by these guys.
It's kind of the usual suspects, right? It's these guys they continue to put up these numbers. Nice to see a bit of a spread as well. Nice to see Alia as well. Vasquez there up as well. But just to finish off the point with Northern Lights, half of their games has been top 4, guys, and half of those games have been a win. It's crazy how consistent these guys have been, and also how many points they've been able to accrue throughout this. It just feels like they are having such a low amount of bad games, you know, kind of those 0 to 2 point games. They always manage to get a bit more out of them on an average.
I think what's important to note about Northern Lights as well is when you look at them in minors and any potential majors that have come along as well, they're always finishing very consistently, but they've never had that that true first place to be like, okay, we're truly on the map now. It's always been 5th, 6th, 3rd, 2nds. So it's not just this tournament, Toby, that they have shone at. It's all the other tournaments. It's just that unfortunately they've been overshined by the eventual winner of the tournament.
And that's, I mean, you look at the names of, just say, the top 7 teams we have right now. Any one of them, when you say, oh yeah, these guys could be the winner of a tournament, these guys have probably won a tournament. I mean, they've all been there, right? And that goes to show, when you get up into the top, it gets so damn difficult, and it really comes down to, especially for Northern Lights. I kind of want to see them win this tournament. They're a cool young bunch, and I think they have a whole lot of PUBG ahead of them in terms of the way that their team play. And you can see Battlein, he said as well the other day, he really loves playing with them. I mean, they're having such a great time together, and I think them getting a win here could be the start of a good 2020 for them.
It sort of does feel like their time. We'll see if that occurs, and if it does, we'll put the bathrobes back on just for Batulins. That'll be exciting. Na'Vi is creeping up on their heels as well, though, Martin, here when it comes to 111 points for them so far. And yesterday, 3 wins was monumental.
Yeah, they obviously they stepped up yesterday. It was 79 points total yesterday, really close to beating the crazy day that Omakan had. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to step it up. Like they managed to improve from day 1 to day 2 by, as Bestoloch said it, looking demos, looking VODs, like preparing. So if they are able to look at the kind of continue to look at the VODs from yesterday and continue to prepare for today, they're going to be extremely well prepared today. And I think they're definitely one of the tops that are one of the teams that are to be expected to end in the very, very top, and maybe even take it home.
And at the same time, there's a lot of teams that are really going to be running and gunning for that top spot here throughout the day. Again, it's these last 6 games, Toby, to be able to get themselves to the top. I'm looking at Omakan, TSM, FaZe, Liquid, even Tornado Energy there, who isn't one of the bigger names in that band of teams, obviously, but they've had a stellar performance throughout this. So all of these teams, Toby, are going to be gunning for that top spot, and they could all easily attain that spot if they desire.
For sure. I'm just now that we're about to get the game started, I'm just hoping for one thing, just for the sake of competitive integrity and whatnot, just have some, at least to some extent, fair circles today, because the other days in these finals has been wild, and it's made it so damn difficult for these guys to keep their composure and like really keep themselves together. So let's just get some good fair PUBG, shall we? So the best teams win.
Toby, you want fair. I want chaos.
I know. We're different people. We are different. Yeah.
I want circles everywhere.
Oasis ending, let's go. Campo Militar.
Exactly. Just the most ridiculous things. That is what I love in this game. That is my favorite thing about PUBG. Anything can happen at any given time, but the skill that these guys show is exemplary. Let's go over to some of the skillful individuals as we go over to Sims and Pansy for all of the commentary.
Thank you very much. That's quite a kind welcome from Jeemzz. I feel high praise coming in on the final day. But Rich, we have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to look at. Toby wanted fair. We've got from south to north. It couldn't get more fair. But I've enjoyed the wild and wacky circles. What do you think coming into this? What's your first thought? It's the finals day, a couple more games, and then we know who's walking away in that number 1 spot.
It feels to me like consistency is the name of the game here. Like, we talk about frags, we talk about kills and everything else that goes alongside it. A lot of these teams at the top are actually combining the two together and making it work. I mean, that's the overall story of this. When we look towards Northern Lights, a second, a third, a first, multiple kills to go alongside them. Navi's run yesterday, 3 wins in a day, is pretty sterling, to be honest with you, especially when they're racking all those wins up with 15, 8, and 13 kills. Combine them all together, like, there's no wonder they've shot up into second place. It's still pretty tough at the top when you look towards, you know, 5th place, Tornado, TSM, Omicron, Navi, Northern Lights. They're only separated by, what, 21 points, all of them? So there's a hell of a lot still to play for. And I think for most of those, has to be said, it's, yes, you've got the prize at the end of this one. You have the 25 grand and you have the $100,000 to give to a charity of your choice. Who wouldn't want to do that? It's a fantastic thing. But it's also, more importantly, for some of these guys that want to participate in PCS1, securing a spot. We have 6 teams that are already pre-invited. Even if they come into the top 6, that spot discontinues and falls down. So for the likes of Omicron, for the likes of Tornado Energy, for the likes of Northern Lights, getting a spot in PCS1 is big, and it gives all the other teams still something to play for.
You're spot on. And I do just want to highlight how good that intro video was. Did you see that, Rich? That was sick. That was super good. So, you know what? Starladder, good shit, dude. Good shit. I love that. No, it's really cool. I feel like, I don't know, these games have been such a celebration of why we like PUBG. We've had crazy circles. We've had, you know, high fragging, high placement games. We've had it all, really. I mean, it's rare you get all of that in a tournament, and I hope the finals day kind of keeps up to the caliber that we've seen so far. I feel like I'm now looking at teams like, I guess Liquid's one of them for sure, that they've been fine, but they haven't been exemplary. They haven't been the team that I was expecting, you know, to top this out, if I'm honest. And in comparison to the teams that are, they certainly don't deserve it in the same regard. They have been outplayed. You know, they're sitting down there in 7th, which is a little uncharacteristic in my eyes. FaZe as well, 6th position. I feel like those two, you know, if you want to look at household names, they're the big ones, right? You can't ignore them. And they've just not quite been there. You know, Northern Lights certainly deserves to be towards top. Na'Vi, impeccable performance. Omicron, such a surprise. TSM, you know, highs and lows throughout. But as said, there's a couple of names in this lobby that have definitely been underperforming in their camp. That's the thing. You know, if you were anyone else and you're sitting in 7th, 6th, not bad. But if you're FaZe and Liquid, I expect a little more because I know how, you know, how high they can push, how far they can push. So I'd like to see a big day out of them. We haven't seen that, you know, supreme sort of performance yet. So today could be the day. It's Sunday. Obviously sits well with one team. But beyond that, looking at Northern Lights, the current leader of this lobby, their positioning is going to be great on this circle.
Something like this, yeah. Sitting in the middle of it already. Omicron, Liquid, usual suspects to move, and this terrain that you're watching on your screen currently is the ones that both of those like to play. It is Central Circle, and it is good for many a reason. There's compounds, there's hillsides, there's divots, there's a little bit of hard cover provided by the rocks. More importantly, there's vision. Being up on there, you have full 360 vision. You can see where you've been shot from, who your enemies are, and where you can rotate to and fro. So it's very vital that one of these teams claims a good chunk of that. It's not great for close combat scenarios. If you're pulling up to it, you're going to get shot out of the vehicle on arrival. If you're trying to, you know, just make something of it, you're not there already. That's when it's the negative side. That's when it's the bad thing. Rotating away from it can be good and can be fine because of that vision and being able to pre-scout where certain areas are going to be clear for you. But yeah, you don't want to take a fight up there. We've seen a couple of times Liquid will go towards the buildings, they'll lose one, and then they opt to go away from it. I'm kind of okay with that. Don't go pushing into them and just hardballing this one. Play it steady, play it safe. FaZe, hoping it kind of goes their way. A long loot game for them at the moment, just below Pozo, staying rather stationary. Tornado Energy yesterday, some very, actually signs of energy, to be honest, out of them. It's a different roster that we saw coming in through the qualifying portion of this event, and they really played up to it well. Again, a team that hasn't been invited to PCS1, but could more than qualify through their performance in this comp, even if they don't win it, which is the main goal at the end of the day, but still qualifying for PCS1 for this roster. And we kind of spoke about this at DreamHack a little bit, Lauren. Like, Tornado Energy feels like it's been one of those staple names, an organization that has stuck through PUBG, the thick and thin of it, and they're still here. You've never seen them at the very, very top of the board, but they're almost at every single event, whether it's through qualifiers, main events, and so on and so forth. All right, some of the ones that we haven't seen them at, but still, they've they've been here from day one, and it's good to see them supporting and fielding players.
For sure. I mean, they're a consistent team so far. Not towards the highest end, but they're certainly pushing. You see, 1 game out of 5, you're like, oh wow, okay, this is the team that Jeemzz loves to talk about any occasion he can. We get to see it, and I don't blame him. They're fun to watch. Now, my mind thinks of TSM here, purely due to the fact when we talked to them, when we heard from them, and their manager and coach San Martin, they're back in their traditional drop. Now, it did give them a rough time a couple of goes. Their rotations have been hindered due to the fact it's so busy. And I'm looking at the side they're approaching from. It's still going to be very busy. They've got Red Zone and Na'Vi behind them, Elgiganten, ENCE. But in front of them, there's still, this solid cluster of teams. I don't know how they slot into this. That's why they're better players than I am. But they're going to have to find a way.
The reason that this circle, if you are wondering, is so important for teams to hit the middle is... Oh, I'm on a hold just while these get through. It's a bit sketchy, is that one, Gaxi, but whatever works, right? Essentially, on 4 different pillars, there are certain areas where the circle's inaccessible, so it kind of get floods into a middle area. They all lead into a crossroads direction. You have a hillside below Monte Nuevo that runs essentially along the road, parallel to it. Over by Kumasera, just above the actual wording of Kumasera, really, you have a hillside there. Then you go across the road. You see where Power Grid is. You come across. You have a circular hill that goes all the way around, kind of like a crater. So the circle acts as water, and it flows downhill. And generally, they all lead to kind of the sinkhole, which is where all these teams at the moment are condensing towards. Gaxi, oh, the second I say your name, do you get dinked? And I don't think anyone's even close to being in a position to get a revive on him. ELG, I think after yesterday's performance, Elgig, it kind of looked like it was undoable. There is a small shining chance. There is still a chance that they could qualify for PCS 1, but 18 points over 12 games is really, really rough.
Yes, it is. It's and
excuse me, 25 points.
God damn, 22 energy, just rubbing it in. TSM, not far from Tornado Energy. They're just slightly further west, going to be heading themselves further south. And Na'Vi, let's see where they are. Taking their time in the north. They're kind of the opposing side of Monte Nuevo, north of it, looking down towards Red Zone. If they looked a little to their right, they'd see Tornado Energy. I don't worry about Na'Vi on edge game. It's their home turf. They're comfy with that. That's where they like to be. And as said, don't worry about them. They're a team that I don't have to worry about, which is quite nice.
After seeing yesterday's res to stick that through, I'm never doubting them ever again. It was phenomenal.
Yep. Now, looking at this, if we have a hard shift, this could be really tricky for some of these teams. Now, it's a little bit more eastern than I think some of them predicted. Tempest suddenly get put in a very, very big spot. It's kind of clipped towards Los Leones there, which obviously keep in mind, high ground from Los Leones rolls down the hill, so vision becomes a little bit more adjusted, and positions become a little bit stronger depending on that. Now, the teams who have a bit of a head start on rotations, Tempest, certainly there if they want to, Raise Your Edge, Redline, and EIQ. They're the teams to look out for. The ones who are at the far back will be playing for scraps here.
Tempest are in the center. They're in the best spot possible, but they are playing a 2-2. For good reason. Pretty much where they are, along that entire ridgeline, the circle can end anywhere. It's going to go somewhere around their area. They just don't know perfectly where. The issue is that everyone else will know this, so you'll have a lot crashing towards them, a lot vying for these vital positions and dropping. Met with Liquid at the doorstep. Unfortunately, one player is not going to be able to hold it. Reggie I didn't see in the distance, but he wasn't there to provide support in time. Hawkey dead, done. Liquid, they can take this compound. It's a decent one to hold as well.
I mean, any 2-2 at this point. Yeah, that wasn't even a real 2-2. That was a 2-1-1 kind of. Well scouted by Liquid to see that was available.
Which is kind of my only real concern at the moment for Tempest. In case anyone crashes there and just feels like they're playing ballsy and goes for it. It could be the downfall of them, but they're a strong team and they know how to play this. With Clib is just impressive. Tommel has really stepped it up with the AKM players as of recent. Another player that's just becoming a bit of a superstar in Europe. And for depending on which reason you want to look at it, either way, love him or hate him, is a bloody good player. Further afield to them, Redline, Raise Your Edge, good position. Omakan, kind of home territory coming out of Kumasera. your harder battles, Lauren, may be fought actually here, to be fair. Funnily enough, as the camera does go on it, because while this is going on, FaZe will fixate on Bestoloch next time, try and maybe even take this compound from them because it makes it harder. Being in there, it traps FaZe back a little bit. It would be hard to push. You would need a marksman to really knock somebody out unless Gustav just says, you know what, let's have it. Oh, they're having a crack at this. Because if they don't take them out, Lauren, let's be real, it makes life harder rotating later game.
Oh, and Gustav just makes such light work of Fate. Now, while all this happened, Fate did find Fuzzface, but Kissick is quickly getting there. Going to try and maybe punish that one-knocked player. They've got to be on alert. Definitely been noted. Kissick's been spotted. Good dink, though. That puts Aitzy in a little bit of a less powerful position, but well controlled in the end. They could probably get Fuzzface back on their feet. TSM were south of them, but it looks like they've rotated further away. I thought maybe if TSM got interested, that could be a big third party. That could slow down FaZe. But for now, you're seeing teams willfully crashing compounds now. We've seen, you know, Bestoloch next time, obviously, done. We've seen Entropic dealt with the crash that came against them. If teams see a potential, if they see a split or a weakness, today's the day they have to push for it. You know, you can't back away from these compounds now.
Something like that, if FaZe hadn't have taken it, they'll have had to go for the wide rotation, which runs the possibility of running into Raise Your Edge, red line. At that point, it's trying to take a couple of shots and then just send Gustav in. He's essentially the lamb to the slaughter. He goes in first, commits to it. If he's distracted, fair play. It provides support for the other ones and takes focus off of them. They can hit the walls, they get in there, and as you say, the hip fire, just the quick lean straight onto the player. In we go, and they knock Bestoloch next time out. And as the circle updates, you can see why it was also more important. They're already in there. There is that third-party scenario that could have lurked in the back. TSM was behind them, and that could have been very problematic. Taking a fight from up on that hillside, TSM could have just stabbed them in the back, taken the clean points, and then gone for the compound themselves and removed it. Whether or not they've also been keeping a track of that, with only 2 players being there, if someone's been IGLing it and reading it and understanding that there was only 2, Besto, that's a pretty decent shot from that distance. Over in the distance, regardless of where he's pulled out. We'll keep up the fire, but the smokes are already down.
Yeah, we gotta keep a watchful eye towards the Omicron liquid situation. We did see, I think it was Ibi pushing out a little further ahead from the others. TSM and Raise Your Edge starting to get pretty low there. And Jeemzz being flushed. Maybe it was Jeemzz rather than Ibi. Excuse me. Yes, it was. I read that wrong on the map there. So, yeah, Liquid might be trying to get towards Omicron or playing the foot of the hill from that. This is on the outskirts. Na'Vi against Tornado Energy. TSM holding their own for now. I'm not sure how many players they just lost out on. They've definitely suffered some casualties up against Raise Your Edge. Iroh, MiracU, and Fexx are still alive. I don't know if they've lost out on their 4th. They might have done. I don't see them around, so that could be the case here. Raise Your Edge in a tricky spot to dig out. They've managed to get this ditch here for TSM. The next piece they'd like would be that compound, but it's a little tricky. It's got some good covering ground around it, so that could be a problem.
We'll see if Iroh's smokes are either to distract or to agitate the vehicle. I don't know. It's some players you'll see them put smokes down and then it will force someone like Raise Your Edge to commit their utility. They'll start throwing the grenades to the smoke thinking that someone's reviving in it, someone's healing in it. Just to try and bait them to use their utility. Jeemzz has the info of where Liquid are. They did get into this compound because it was the only one really available to them, especially when you saw Jimbo go down. There was nowhere else. So they do this, but it does bring them very, very close to Omicron. Now, with a 2 versus 3 scenario that is unfolded, the call's been made. All right, pull back. Just be a nuisance. Put them on red alert. Give them a warning that we're here. Do that. They opt to go back. And I'm okay with that. Regroup with your team. You're going to have a lot of stuff going on in the distance. And as we say that, we do have something going on in the distance. This is Red Zone, I believe. One of the players just falling, while Atomical, Mac and Dark and Co., they carry on and go towards the north. Keep an eye on the kill feed because they'll slowly be coming into Entropic. As I say that, it's on your screen. This observing is fantastic, so thank you very much. They do have a hill, but the vehicle noise will have given up the game, so your IQ will know their position.
Where does the mics go here, Rich?
Well, I think they're going to have to crash this one. The 2 will be sent off, Lauren, but there is 2 teams here. This is something that's backbuilding. ENCE are slowly but surely working the way into this one. You can see it on the map.
This is our current lobby leader, right? This is them with very few options. They're having to run between 2 pretty deadly teams. Tornado Energy. Oh, that looks like a spin. That looks like it could be done. Yep, Perfectus gets caught. A little unfortunate. Spyro's still alive, but in the blue. And I don't know if he has a vehicle to come forward with, but while this happened, Omicron is spreading out slightly close towards ENCE, so they might end up accidentally getting a little too close than they'd like. It looks like Omicron are focused towards Tornado Energy. Na'Vi are leaning that way as well. They're looking to go further north, or at least TAB is. And ENCE have been playing slowly here. I don't think Omicron know ENCE are in this area.
With Vazku looking away, and then the rest of ENCE actually slow walking this on the hill, I mean, you can see SKUIJKE just tapping away, which will try and disguise his feet and his footsteps. Now he's been seen, though. Just a quick check from Vazku. Good to read it. Good to see what's going on behind. Keep your head on a swivel. It now pays off because they can stay alive, or at least he can. Shots will be returned from either side. Put forth with Vazku, especially with a headshot. It puts him out of the battle orbit for now. Go away and heal, or at least give ENCE a bit more time to get inside this. They are still outside of the white. 2 of them are actually in. Rustanmar and Tiikzu. They could regroup and maybe take that position, but for them it's all about maybe removing Omicron from this. So they have this quarter of the circle at least free to work with.
Na'Vi trying to get themselves into the new circle. They did lose Senya on transition, I think. He just got knocked by the car, if anything. But that's a problem because now Tornado Energy want in on this. Melman's the second aid can do it. Oh, it's a molly rather than aid. Kemba's quelled the initial threat. Good hold from Kemba. Nice defensive play. If Bestoloch gets a heal off, maybe they could get Senya back up. They need TAB to provide some firing cover coming in. They need to get some pressure building. Alia definitely sees where he is, and TAB is here to provide some help. But look on the distance, look to the top right. Jeemzz, they're getting close by. Omicron smell blood in the water, and like sharks, they get closer and closer. This is a little bit scary for these boys on the other teams because they're in, but barely.
Circle comes in, and Liquid's compound now becomes extremely solid. It's not quite center, but it's certainly the most central compound we have currently on the map. Iroh did push up with TSM towards Raise Your Edge. I think there may have been a little bit of a third party coming from LGig, a few shots here and there. It comes down to Shiv and Iroh, last 2 men standing, I believe, for either team. Tundo goes down. That's going to be Adepts across the field. They're just working their way out of the eastern embankment, really open territory towards Tempest. It could be a field day for them unless LGig get involved. Atomical goes down at range from Mxey. Again, that's provided by the vision that they have up on the hill compound, which basically is just... yeah, it's going to be really hard to crash from below. They only have to worry about teams in the south and the west.
Yeah, but ENCE's push was huge then. They just managed to find T-Bone. That could be a step back in for them. They need to kind of control at least one of these two sides. The north is hard to get any sort of eyesight on because they expose themselves to Liquid. So clearing in the south is a really good idea, and Kaymind being picked too. He didn't want that. That's definitely going to put Liquid on notice because Kaymind was out on a limb and Liquid are down to 3. So you can't take these needless fights. You know, you've got to be careful on these peaks. Of course you want to get into it, but you got to make, you know, that risk-reward factor. Now, ENCE... the problem for them is they have to keep moving. They have to take these fights to progress. They can't just sit here and wait. Look at the tiny amount of space these 3 teams are operating with. Na'Vi in the south, Omicron to the right towards the east, and then ENCE towards the north. And the circle's just hard shifted. This has got to made it ridiculous. That south side, Rich, look at that. FaZe, Raise Your Edge, TSM, or what's left of them. Red line. Where do they all go? There's a road and there's a run. That's not even including the teams out in the west. This is going to get real risky.
For Liquid, there's nowhere really to move because then Red Zone have an eye line on them. I think they hold this major compound that they do have and let all these other teams fight it out and come towards them, farm some points as they do. Now, V, while you did mention that they thrive in these scenarios where they're up against the blue, this circle is quite cruel and there is 2 teams that they need to focus on. They excel when there's only 1. Behind them's clear. There's nothing else they really have to look towards. There is red line that'll still be ringing in their ears. I think they're just out of line of sight, so maybe they don't have to worry too much of it, but still, they will understand that ENCE and Omicron are 2 different rosters here, and they are aiming towards 2 different sets of players. Pick your poison and get the right time to strike. Bestos, knock, maybe the go sign. Smokes are down, put them against the wall. It gives them somewhere to run. It also occludes them from vision. More smokes cover the gap. I like this wall. This is a really good entry point. They may run the walls and just kind of funnel them into scenarios where it's 1 versus 1. That's how you kind of get this. If you can split Omicron at the wayside and take them 1 by 1, break up the team, break up the defensive shield, then you're in here and you can keep on going, then move on to ENCE. That'll be the next objective.
The theory's nice, Rich, but then you can see the big blue problem in the distance. You run this way, you're completely open to Liquid. It's why that, you know, ENCE and Omicron couldn't run this route before. And T-Bone's just going to prone here and wait for this cross. It might be a 1 and done, it might be more than that. But Besto, no, he can't. But Vasquez's going to pick up the mantle, and that's going to be surely more than enough. He's got a nice angle. Blue's here now. He's going to get knocked any second. ENCE try and make the run. Does anyone make it out of this side? So far, it looks like the answer's no. And the bigger part becomes, can Liquid steal all these points on the floor? Na'Vi goes down. ENCE are down to, I think, 2 there. SKUIJKE's still alive, but they can't get forward. They have to try and fight back towards Liquid while they're in the blue. And there it is. Liquid gonna just mop up everybody trying to leave that western side. Now, the south has not been resolved yet. It can still house teams, but not this many. There's going to be that fight between FaZe and Redline. You can see it now. Gustav there keeping pressure towards Marv and towards QBE. It looks like Fuzzface is going on the deeper flank. His position is only going to be valuable for so long, and that's a problem. Ivus, a way deeper angle. The 2-2 split for Redline has worked out well. They had 2 of their players already on the high ground and trying to alleviate the pressure from Marv and QBE, and it's worked out incredibly well. For FaZe, a little short-sighted there. Normally, they're very well aware of those positions and what they have to be, you know, keep an eyes on. This time, they got outplayed.
I'm also seeing the rest of Redline are actually taking advantage of this and moving up. They're getting position on them. While their teammates have been essentially given up to the Ghost, they've come over the hillside. There is level 3 gear in play here. I'm seeing that Groza front and center. Should it get involved, it's going to be deadly. Through the smoke we go. Initial one's open. Ubah, can he find a second? The nades are down. They know the location of this player because they saw 2. Raise Your Edge also falls in a different fight completely. ELG, they get another point. They took out TSM earlier on. Ubah has been knocked, but Gustav should be good to get the res here. Or should he, in the distance? Fire from Team Liquid. Ibi cracks him, puts him out of place. Smokes are down. Times are ticking. That's the only thing. He's got to be quick on the res. Let it bloom and let them go. He will be able to at least get maybe a first aid off. They are on a, if you want to say the slower side of the circle, it's quite a centralized one, but it is slower. A little thing to note as well, which you may not have seen off screen. Red Zone got close to Liquid. I think they lost track of them and didn't realize their position fully. Shots are going towards Mac and Dak, but look at Mxey. Could he be the one that maybe sneaks a player or 2 from Team Liquid?
Maybe. I mean, the thing is, if Ibby makes it across, his vision's going to be slap bang on that player. We'll see what happens with that. This is still pressure coming in towards the south side. Giganton's run has been pretty poor. This is, you know, probably one of the longest lasting games from them. If they get a couple of kills, it could be one of the better ones, and that's saying something. You know, 21 kill points, 28 points in general. You can see the problem. Now, Mxey focused towards FaZe. Going to try and hinder their progress. Now, Kaymind might be the sacrifice for Liquid. You can see Mxey there in the little bottom right. And the nade might actually finish off what was just started with the M4. Good nade. Going to force them away, but doesn't do the damage they wanted. Tomel, in the meantime, does find Norkis, as Ghoster and Vac have found a new avenue of approach. But rather than staying quiet, they've tried to take shots towards FaZe.
Gustav sticks the heel and only just barely gets it off. I'll be able to sneak something in or just provide a third-party scenario. Look at this. Mxey's actually fixated so hard on the player up on the roof. Kaymind and Ibi, they work their way around. Time to jump off, but he has support. Doesn't even have to go for this one. Adepts, that's a third party they did not anticipate happening. Mxey's still up and the nade's coming out. Maybe able to be a bit more of a nuisance here and just keep Liquid straggling. It's slowing them down, it's slowing their progress while they're still fixated on him, and I understand why. They have to clear him out, right? They can't run that hill with him being there. EIQ is setting up and getting ready to receive them. One more nade should do the trick. But my question is, do Entropic know that Liquid are here? Because with double shooting, he's giving away the info, he's giving away the position, and now they have to run. They can go up and over, which would be fine. Liquid wouldn't be able to see this just yet. Tempest's compound is still in, still something. It would be deep to the edge of the circle, but I think it's Adepts and Elgig that have really got to do all the work here to get over that open run. Mxey's a dead man, in my opinion. I don't really know how you get out of that situation.
Yeah, unless he's got crazy amounts of utility, I don't think you do. Tomel this time trying to keep tabs on the threat that was behind them. It's ELG. Now, good read from Tomel, but let's see ELG being hyper aware of who's up that hillside. Now, while all this happens, Double just found Ibby, so Entropic definitely kept tabs on where Liquid were going, and Liquid tried to disconnect from that initial fight they were holding in the northwest, and sadly they got caught anyway. So Kaymind may be central, but he's all alone. 6 teams remain, 15 players. Reggie and the EIQ boys pinning back Mxey. don't think they're going to escape from this. They could try and outlive a couple of other teams, but I don't think it really matters unless Adepts really get caught in a bad spot. Now, actually, maybe saying that they just have. Novik did find Fexx, so EIQ have turned their attention to the back lines, and maybe Red Zone can outlive one. Nice nade from Clib. Been singing this man's praises, it feels like, on a quite consistent basis. Tundo's still alive, but there goes Mummy. Couldn't outlive Adepts in the end, as soon as he's already in the circle as well. So even if Tundo does go down, they do have a support piece in play. That's another good pickup for EIQ. They're starting to come into their own here.
But with the nerd earlier on, the information will have been given away that there's still another player lingering from Adepts. Maybe they just leave them and disconnect, which I think is fine, especially given that their front compound's inside, and over on the east it would be deadly and quite treacherous to go and chase after it. Good headshot onto Vac. Does he know where the second is, though? Gustav maybe trying to get a deeper angle if he can actually bring it up on that hillside, but he knows he has to be aware. Because when you start shooting in these rather open areas, where, you know, it's quite sparse and very limited cover, you're giving away your position. Kaymind finally down, Liquid 5th position. Pixel, really nice place up on this garage. Kind of safe, given that he is on the backside. It should kind of like drift off and not let EIQ be able to see him. Smokes tell them the story. They know where these players are going to be. The utility's already cycling. Initial opener with a headshot. But where's the support from Ghost now? Where will Vac make it work?
Numbers need to start looking at securing final placement. As much as they've had, you know, so on the strongest ground, I feel like they've kind of been a little slow this time. They've been really caught up by ELG, and now EIQ and Tropic have moved into a far superior position. Look at that ridgeline that Double and Novik get to play with. Reggie needs to slot into this and find a good bit of placement too. But for now, they hold a great deal of the cards here. So for everyone else, they're a little bit scary. Now, if you're Tempest, where do you take on this? I mean, would you rather try and fight ELG? Because you can't just sit in the middle here. I mean, they're barely in as they are. They're going to be right on the edge of that blue. Reggie Beardo is having a look around. He might find Sunzi if he goes up on high enough ground. Yes, he does. That's a nice little snake found in the grass, but that's success for Wookie Bookie. So Entropic look a little bit weaker than before, but that's certainly an equalizer. You hear the big bassy shots coming out. You suddenly put on red alert. And it's Tempest who are looking a little worse for wear. They've managed to find Ghost, they managed to find Double, but this is two fights on two fronts. So they don't want to split themselves too thin. Clib gets flushed, but Wookie Bookie is doing the damage right back to him. Reggie now down into a tough predicament. ELG do have Vac alive, might be able to get the res on Ghost Star, but it's Tempest with all the players still kind of working towards the right cause. Yes, they lost out on one, but Tomo holding the flank. He's in a bit of a predicament though. Maybe trying to bait on the timing of that on so he can maybe make the play off the back of it. He needs his support here. He needs the other players to clear this one player out of position. And Reggie is doing everything he can, but while this continues, Wookie Bookie and Pixel are trying to look towards center circle. Tomo, nice turn on the shot. Reggie with the repeat. 8 times, doesn't need it, just right to the chest. Delivers that signed and sealed. Now we have ELG. This could be a huge moment for them. A team that definitely needs it. Pixel now try and hold on to it for Tempest. They had the circle at the start. They've cruised through. There's still 3 teams, keep in mind. But Reggie's back is to the blue. ELG with the 2 players. The Molotovs go down. And there's the first spot. Reggie going to get the flush towards Wookie Bookie. That's points. Points being prizes. He's now in the open. He's now gone down. ELG might be on the first of a big victory for them. They really do desperately need it. Oh no, Pixel. Are you going to dash their hopes and dreams? They've gone this far. Surely. He's got 20 bullets. What is with Tempest and having no ammo in these final fights? I mean, it's like Tomo all over again, but Vac against Pixel. For all the marbles, Pixel going for the readjustment. Baits it out. Nice. That's a claim on points. 18 bullets now. Ticking down. The peak again. Pixel on the right. Vac on the left. Pixel. Peeking the ridgeline. Vac's getting a little bit more aggressive. He's looking for this a little bit more. Pixel using the low ground. Getting up close to the tree. Trying to use this for leverage. You can look at the gear. Vac, pretty trashed up vest here. Only level 1. Pixel out gearing it. Ooh, that's a nice peek from Vac. This is so tense. Every peek matters, and it will be Pixel to deny ELG, their first chance at a huge amount of points there, but well played in the end to Tempest. I do feel as though their position at the start kind of worked out very nicely for them there. They started over towards Los Leones, that eastern shift, Rich. It kind of gifted them the perfect position.
Yeah, where they were, everyone had to work their way towards them. They could take the compound, they could sit there happily, deny anyone any movement, really, through the middle of the circle. They held a lot of people back. You asked kind of how they win this when it was 4 teams up, and it was probably trying to deal, easier said than done, but deal with ELG a little bit earlier on. They did cause them problems. They forced the fight towards EIQ, who took a fair amount of change away from them. But it came down to a 1 versus 2, and Pixel clutched it up. So when you're in, 12th position? Yeah, okay, the top, very, very top, unless you see someone godly maneuvers, maybe out of reach, but certainly PCS 1 is not, and a fair amount of money. You know, the more you work your way up that board, the more cash you're going to be earning.
All right, it's the first look at the finals day here. Guys on the desk, what stood out to you there?
I'll tell you what stood out. Pixel God plays towards the end. That was fantastic as a recovery for him and for Tempest. They get themselves the victory here for game number 1. Joining me, Martin and Toby. Guys, Martin, starting with yourself. Jeez Louise, Pixel. Oh, can you calm down a little bit? That was some good stuff.
Like, we've seen this guy be crazy with some 3x and 6x spray throughout for a long time, and he's an amazing player. But those AK sprays there, it's I can't, I just want to continue to see stuff like that. It's crazy. I was nervous, though. I was looking at Tempest and seeing these guys. They're nearly throwing it there. Like, they were actually throwing it. They were down to a 1 versus 1 when they had the vast upper hand as well. They could have isolated Elgigan. They could have swept them on the left side, and then they could have pushed onto Entropic. But they slowly pushed forward and tried to smoke up, and they really didn't have too much to play with. So this came straight out of Hollywood, though. Perfectix went down.
Yeah, he definitely did. I guess, Toby, towards the end, when you've got those 3 squads alive, Tempest kind of being in the middle, in the heat of the moment, it can be difficult to make the right, choices at the right time. But, they managed to actually get themselves out of the sticky situation, even though it was looking a bit dire.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a tricky area to fight your way around, and there's so many ridge lines you have to constantly keep your eyes on. And then on the top of that, you hear an AWM constantly popping off somewhere over in the distance. You go, oh my god, when can we actually peek things? Because there's an arm in play here, right? So, and at that point, either you're running around with a level 1 vest, or maybe you don't even have a vest because you've been fighting for so long, trying to make your way into the late game. So it's difficult. It's damn difficult. And yes, I want to say it's practically impossible to kind of maintain control of what's happening around you in those situations, but we see time and time again that top teams manage to do it, and I must admit that I find it very impressive how.
It happens. There was the bombardment of Adepts there. They got taken out by Tempest quite rapidly with those nades, and here you can see just those little peaks over, and up until the point where it came down to that 1v1, I feel like a lot of Tempest's members really did shine through some of these moments when they were going up against them. Even though, it was collateral damage here and there, Martin, they were still able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, from the position they were in, the amount of control they managed to have and how they were able to hold out the east side as well was just nice to see. But in the end, it was rough. But we can ask ourselves, look at that, a smiling man.
Hello, Tomil, how are you?
hello, I'm good. Good after that win. Woo, woo.
Fantastic. All right. Well, talk to us about those final moments then in that game, because Pixel was able to clutch things out. But when you're going up against the 2 squads on either side of you, obviously, I guess difficult decisions have to kind of go through the team's minds. So talk to us about those battles.
We knew there were teams everywhere in the ridges. We should have cleared Elgig earlier, so we have more ridges to play. We didn't, but it worked out anyway, because we have
the firepower
to take out everyone at the same time, the usual.
Perfect. All right, well, I'll take it. Martin, how about yourself?
Yeah, then I don't have to ask you why you actively tried to throw that game by not clearing Elgig, but I want to ask you, how did you guys, what did you guys take away from the first 2 days? And coming into today, how did you prepare? And obviously not in the best spot coming in 12th after the majority of the time played. So how did you prepare from yesterday and the day before to today?
Yeah, we realized we just played bad. There's not that much to take when we're not feeling it at all. Everyone's has a bad day, Everyone's under the like, yeah, just playing bad. So we just try to mentally reset, have the mental fortitude to reset, and then come in the next day, play well, like not be worried about it. It's just a tournament, it's just a final, you know, the usual. We've done this before.
Fair. Toby?
Have you guys noticed any more aggression coming from teams in the finals now than there were in the earlier stages? Because I just see so many more teams now pull up on compounds, kind of try and crash splits and force teams into rough situations where I feel like you guys maybe have been punished yesterday and the day before sometimes in those situations too. Is that something you feel is more now than there was in the qualifiers and group stages?
I think yesterday we tried to exploit splits, which weren't splits anymore because of the way people play now. I think most of the Russian teams play very aggressive, so they don't need. I don't know. It feels like they're very comfortable playing right now. They're playing very aggressive, like no matter if it's final or semi-final, and you can see on LT like they just roll over every team in front of them, and that's pretty impressive to be honest.
Yeah, fair. All right. Well, Tommel, thank you very much. Final shouts before we let you go. I'm sure you have something.
Thanks for the fans supporting us no matter how bad we do. And now we're doing good, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Keep watching.
There's gonna be more chicken dinners.
Thank you very much, Tom Hill. Enjoy. Good luck.
Good to see you. Good luck.
That was Tom Hill, of course, ever the cheeky chap when we get to talk to him. I do like that we got to talk to Tom Hill. We talked to Clip a lot in the
We
in
actually got tired of Clip in the end.
You what? Sorry, Martin?
We got tired of Clip in the end. We saw him so much in the group stage.
We did see him a lot. We did see him a lot. All right, let's take a look at the standings, of course, here for how things have shaken up so far, as we do have the points coming in from this game, even I should say. Better luck next time, unfortunately for them, get themselves 0 points. Northern Lights are front runners. They had a difficult time in this game, as we witnessed in some of those cinematic moments. Let's take a look at the top, though. Tempest, 20 points, marching strong here to start off the last day of the tournament. And correct me if I'm wrong, but they coming in had 48 points. So that will move themselves up quite nicely when it comes to the overall points. And then Entropic with 13, Martin.
Yeah, I mean, with this, our kind of the mid pack or our pack outside the top 7, let's put it that way, is actually pretty close. I think they're gonna be sitting in 8th after this. I'm not sure 100%. No quick math there. Richibito though with 5 kills, nice to see. He missed a few shots here and there with the arm, but managed to actually clean up very nicely and secure a few extra points for that. So that was very impressive.
Yeah, very good indeed. We see some of the more familiar names up in there with hot damage dealers, Mxey making an appearance, T-Bone up there as well. So overall, apart from, Tempest getting themselves the victory and, Entropic getting themselves quite a few points as well, pretty evenly spread here for the start of the day, Toby, as, there was just kills here and there and everywhere. And what is important is that we had a very similar circle start to the past couple that we've seen here from Miramar. I think I said like 4 out of the 7 Miramar circles we've seen so far have been that starting circle. So teams have a very good idea of how they want to play around that kind of circle.
I think everybody really, it sounds rude, but everyone enjoys that DA isn't here, because DA normally loots the compound southwest of Picado, and they're normally the first kind of front line to prevent you from rotating down to that southwest side, because they like sitting around and waiting for teams. So I think the fact that they aren't here to kind of blockade and slow teams down, they're enjoying that. But no, I think coming into next, I'm sorry if you guys can hear somebody drilling somewhere else in the building, but Elgic almost doubling their points off of one game, or at least getting half of what they had before, so adding 1/3 off of one game there. And Entropic, as we said, racking up a ton of points too. These are 2 teams that we've seen be able to go out and do a ton of damage. Now, they might not win the tournament, only having 5 games to go, but if they start waking up today, start racking up more points, that's maybe going to make it harder for the teams that are currently in the top to rack up all the points they've been used over the last 2 days.
Yeah, let's take a look at the move at the moment here. Tempest getting themselves up those 4 spaces, as you just mentioned. And with that, you can see the gap, the divide, the 1 through 7, and then down below that. But Tempest has an opportunity to start, if they keep churning this along, racking up those points and getting higher. There isn't much movement up towards the top, though, Martin, from this game. It really didn't have too much impact up there.
No, either they were all equally good or all equally bad. No, they had an average game. Got a few points here. None of them were in the top, so none of them could really jump ahead. Na'Vi caught up a little bit to Northern Lights, but look at how close Tempest is all the way down to Bestoloch next time. It's extremely close, and that kind of mid-pack, they can swap spots, and we will probably see it throughout today. They will swap spots, and you really want to be on the left side because the whole right side from 9th to 16th, they're getting the same amount of prize money. So it's going to be a lot of fight for that 8th place. I think it's going to be rough for the teams to catch up to FaZe and Liquid today, because we know they're just going to know what they're going to like net probably 25 to like minimum 25.
Yeah, of all the teams that you would rather have done well earlier in the tournament, I guess it is kind of those two teams, right? Because they're kind of your barrier to entry of any more prize pool that might be attainable up towards the top. But now they're on their last day, they're on their last lifeline, and you can sure as hell bet, Toby, that both Liquid and FaZe are going to be out for blood today, trying to get to that top spot as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone is. It's as you said. I mean, it's the last day, right? It's the last chance for them to go out and rack up a ton of points. And even they, I mean, yes, there's a gap down towards 8th from where they are, but there's also a gap from them further up. So they need to go out and perform. And not only that, they need to perform in games where the other teams that are above them don't perform. So if if those other teams do well, they need to do even better, which is going to be a tough task.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to have to be big frag out games for them if they want to be able to get all the way up to the top and start rivaling some of those top spots, currently dominated by Northern Lights as well as Na'Vi. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are almost ready, I do believe. Martin, any kind of final thoughts before we go on in? Or no, we're good.
I can see the playing topics exciting, so let's give it away to the castle so they can explain us what's going to happen.
All right, well, let's do it. Sims and Pansy, enjoy.
Thank you very much. We certainly will. Northeast, right across to the west, western side. Really, it's pretty north leaning. Takeaways initially here, Rich. What are we thinking about this playing path?
I mean, it's through the middle. There's nothing weird and wonderful. Toby was talking about on the desk on the initial stats. A few teams excel better when it's not difficult scenarios. You know, you can go to your home position. You can look from like Liquid, Picado, off this one example, they can work anywhere. They can go wherever this first circle will be leading them to. For everyone else, it's kind of the same. It's all the way through the middle. You're not going to be heading towards a different drop location, different drop spot. It's a standard one. It all bears on that first initial circle. Where does it send us? Where do we go? What kind of game are we going to having? If it's in the middle, like literally between San Martin or Picado, then it's going to be a very slow game. If it's somewhere else, I mean, I'm still hoping for the Higos or Island Circle. Then it gets really wild and really fun.
I think for now, what I want is just kind of your standard circles that people get in public games. I think those are way more fun, if I'm honest. But that aside, we do have a pretty standard circle. I don't think anyone can be too upset about it. Yeah, I guess if you're Tempest or Adepts, ENCE arguably, yeah, you're not in the current circle. But again, I guess for Tempest and ELG, they do have a lot of teams to go through. But you can imagine that most of the teams in the circle will condense quite heavily. Someone like Northern Lights, TSM, Liquid, this should be a good game. Tornado Energy, they're all pretty much slap bang in the middle of this one. Omicron, not far off either, just towards the south. FaZe, you know, this is going to be one of those games where it's going to be a bit of a long run for a lot of them. We shouldn't see too many people dying off early as well, unless they make mistakes with scouting or get a little overzealous. I mean, there's chances. Obviously, it is PUBG. Anything can and will happen, but at the moment, I don't see anyone with the need to overreach.
There's 4 places that really stand out for me on this type of circle. Above Monte Nuevo, as we saw yesterday, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before, and every single time we get these kind of circles. So above and below Monte Nuevo, you know, as we've seen the kind of the X that goes through it. You then move to the right-hand side. You look towards Power Grid, but we've said before, it takes a little bit of a couple of hard shifts to get Power Grid because you've got to get between the rocks. You've got to get from the ones that are above it around the crater fields, and you have to get above Picado. So it's not the easiest one to get. It used to be quite a common circle. I don't think we've actually had one so far throughout this competition, even during qualifiers. No. We saw one close to it yesterday, but it pulled away at the very end. It kept the very outskirts we saw yesterday, but I mean, slap bang in the middle of it. We have used to get them quite a lot. We don't really see it so much anymore. And then below Picado, so you've kind of got 4 areas. In the middle of that, you do have a mountain where it never goes. So for yourself, it's set yourself up good for this one. Do you want to go for a 2-2? Do you want to take a bit of a bigger split so you have options to move between where it could possibly go? Do you want to commit and just hope to God that you get the full circle, you get the full area that's going to be at the end game, and you've got a good position? The downside to that, generally you like frags. And we're in a bit of a frag out lobby where people are getting big numbers on the board. If you're going to go for the compound play and hit center, it can be a little bit slower. For some teams, they don't need the frags. They have good leaderboard skills at the moment. They're doing quite well. They're up there. They don't have to go for these high kill games. Liquid, you could say, maybe need a bit of a frag out performance if they want to get up to number 1. But I suppose more importantly, they need to survive.
Hold on. Yeah, look at this. So we've got Jeemzz and Ibby coming over, but then look at Page. This could be a huge clash from two pretty high-end teams. Open 3rd, you know, Liquid are in 7th. Mxey and Jeemzz started this all, and there's Page. Excellent support, and Jeemzz! No! What off in the middle of nowhere? Mxey's gonna try and get some fire back to hinder this, but T-Bone's coming in now. They're all gonna be on these hills watching this. Oh, this is... It was impressive moves from Jeemzz, but he's flushed nonetheless. What on earth is going on, Liquid? Come on, boys. I hate to be, you know, the fan of the favorites, right? Like, everyone loves Liquid. Apart from, apparently, Turkish fans. They're not such a fan. But everyone likes Liquid. They want Liquid to win. But it's a little hard to look at this when they're playing like that. I mean, of course you want to back up your teammate, but they seem so, you know, visioned in, drilled in, but maybe they can turn it around. Maybe this is where Liquid can fight back. Kaymind's up there, he's trying to get some damage towards a few of them, but look at these off angles from Omicron. They're so well positioned, so well handled. 1-for-1 trades, no one's coming out good here, and keep in mind Liquid were already down on Jeemzz, he was already flushed. So yeah, Vazku's down, oh, now the Deep's just nabbed it as well. He's just stolen Kaymind away from him. It doesn't really matter for points, but it means no res is available. Mxey's gone down, this could be 16th place for Liquid. T-Bone does fall, so Ibby's still at this. Ibby's still trying to put up good numbers here, but Jeemzz and Page still very much alive.
And with Northern Lights getting involved as well, it lets these teams know that there is a third party that they have to be aware of. Watch the angles, watch where you're exposed from. Ibby getting close is confidence. I like it. I mean, he's got the right gun for it. Put the barrel to good use. You could see him switching between the red dot and the 2 times. Page, if he'd have gone around that corner and out of the dead body, may have been caught off guard. You also see Entropic in the distance that may take a few pop shots, but now they disengage. Both teams have smashed each other apart. Liquid, by hook or by crook, are still in this. We'll see how far they really can go with a solo snake like this. If EIQ smell that there is weakness, we've said before, they're the team that have just been pushing compounds, pushing players, because really they're not scared of anybody, regardless of who you are or what name you're flying the flag of. It's a little bit upsetting when you see big teams knocking each other to pieces early game. Some of us, you know, we love it. It's a good bit of action, but there's also the downside that it kind of forces them to this really slow, progressive game from now on. They go very campy, very stationary, and it's kind of what we're talking about before. What kind of play style do you want to go for? Do you want to go for the high frag out matches where you go a little bit hunty, a little bit pushy, or do you want to just be stationary? We're in that scenario now where it's the final day, Lauren. Teams that have to qualify, they need kills, so they will happily go and take a fight.
Yeah, I'm not happy with how that initial fight went down, but now another third party. Omicron, yes, they got a decent, I guess, trade out with Liquid, but they've, you know, they're in no man's land as well. You've got FaZe rolling up from the west, and they're going to get good vision on this. A lot of early teams fighting. This is sub 10 minutes here. A lot of these teams opting for that very, like, I guess, again, somewhat of a bit of a triangle around Monte Nuevo, Picado, and Chumacera. That area there, that, like, in between of all of that, is a heavily prized possession. And there's the engagement. That's a third party, potentially. Alia not really getting involved until he had to. Make sure he can get the kill when it was there. When we now spotted. Nice trigger discipline from Alia. Well played. Better luck next time. Have a little engagement with red line as well. Wants to get that flush. Gets it too. Well played, Alia.
I like what I'm seeing on the map as well. There are actually teams committing to both sides of this coin to see where it's going to go. Tempest, TSM, Northern Lights, all staying above Power Grid, round San Martin, hoping to get this northern shift. FaZe, better luck next time. Omicron, EIQ. EIQ and Team Liquid, or what's left of them, should I say, getting a little bit kind of towards the mid-game. But you will also see individuals taking a stance for the hard shifts that do come through. Spyro is disconnected from the rest of his team on Northern Lights. He's the back of Power Grid, hoping for a northern shift. TSM, they've gone for the 2-2, leaving 2 up by Power Grid itself, just toward the rock edge of Picado, and then 2 down from Picado. So putting your pawns in the right place here. It is going to be a game of chess because you don't know where the circle's going to be. Cut it through the middle, whichever way it is. One set of teams that goes for the opposing side and the wrong one will have a lot of work to do. It'll be a really rough transition through the middle. I'm quite intrigued to see it. This sets us up for a pretty decent game because priority compounds are already going to be taken. There could be a fair few fights that we see through transition phase. It will be slow if it goes central because we've still got that scenario of, okay, we don't really know which side of the road it's going to go. But in the lead up to it, these teams are preparing. Some are going to be in a good spot. Some are going to be in a bad one. It's one of those circles with the IGL. You're either punching the desk or punching the air. And they're all going to be punching the desk because it's only Na'Vi that are really sitting happy in this one. I did not anticipate it hard going the way of Pozo.
Yeah, this suddenly becomes a bit of a problem. We saw that Monte Nuevo circle, I think, yesterday. It kind of ended around that area. And we've seen a couple of these. Now, the FaZe compound, the ridgeline above it, all pretty strong. Na'Vi gets the pick of where they'd like to play this. It's not as far south as maybe it instantly would look like that FaZe compound end. And honestly, it hasn't ended there in a while. But FaZe, speaking of them, you know, taking that southern quarter. And again, let's cut this into, you know, 4 very uneven slices of pizza, the north, the east, the south, and the west. Now, we're looking at this central slice, that north piece, that little middle part of it. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams all looking for it. Now, there is a good amount of room, but there isn't enough room cleanly for this many teams. We might see some losses here. Na'Vi can just be pretty comfy on this. They do need to eventually take care of those slower rotations coming around the far north, far south. That's something that they'll definitely keep in mind. If I'm considering it, I know that Senya will be. He's a very good IGL, very good mind of the game. And I think I already see Tab looking towards that direction where Tempest is coming from, so they're keeping track of what's going on. Everyone else slotting in pretty well so far. We haven't seen the far east or far south teams coming in yet. And again, this is going to be one of those... main road. Gaxi could do with this. Oh, there's a bit of fire back there. Gustav going to try and pick it up. And somehow, Sunzi's alive. How are you still standing, my friend? I do not know. Down to a one-shot. That nade could do it. Sunzi can get away from this. They're going to be coming in pretty fast. Tundo's found Gaxi. Somehow Adepts have turned this one around. Tundo's position is great, making it across the road. I don't think ELG had any idea that this kind of counter position was coming in from Adepts. They seemed highly unaware. Now, yes, Sunzi's knocked, but Gaxi's flushed, so coming out the worst, certainly ELG.
I'm quite surprised they managed to get across the road. I think they're as shocked as what I am to leave 2 players over there and to get out the cars and respond instantly. It shows signs of aggro. It shows signs of life, and I like that from Adepts. ELG, we know, we've been talking that they need a really, really good few games under the wing in order to qualify for a bit more money in PCS 1. It's not coming in. The previous round, fantastic, great. Second place, almost a win, few frags in the bank. Good job. That's decent, though. Go for an off angle. Send Gustav deep, leave the other 2 high. Feed him the information. The hillside to his left-hand side will defend him from Tundo and knock his vision, so he can just kind of sit there, do that, be happy. Everyone else, while that fight's going down over by San Martin, that isn't inside the circle, by the way, is setting up. I'm surprised a little bit that Na'Vi didn't go for the compound directly below them, the garage-type area with a level 2 kind of side to it. But then again, the area that they're playing off of, that bowl, that hillside, I suppose it kind of plays to their strengths, right? Because there is no one behind them. It's an open field. You can't approach them cleanly. They can keep a track of this one. They can watch all the teams. FaZe being behind them is a difficult one, though, because now there's another approach. There's another team that's lingering in close proximity. But still, with the tab back, holding the farms, there's somewhere to hit and run if they need to do it. Wookie holds his gun for all but a second, feeds back the information, leans it, gets it, tanks him up. Tiikzu, see you later. He's gone. There is another one coming towards Wookie. He might be able to get a second. We'll just keep an eye on the kill feed. If not, he would have sent them all down river and see if his mate can mop the hell up.
Yeah, I mean, you have Tomil down here and Pixel both waiting on the entrance to Pozo, and the circle's hard shifting around the place. We've gone, you know, quite far east, and now we're going back, far west, and now we're going back towards the east. So all the teams that kind of slotted in quietly around Pozo are now super out of position. They've got to go all the way back again. This is going to be quite hard. FaZe slotting in between Bestoloch next time and Na'Vi. Again, all these teams are going to have to start moving Bestoloch next time and FaZe. They have to think about how we approach this. The teams that slowly hit those rotations are going to pay. It's going to pay off here. ELG, Tempest, for example, not too bad. You do see Tempest and ELG going to be going back head-to-head. A little bit of a throwback to that last game, that final moment. Not the same two players, but the same two teams. ELG have that compound, and Clib try to get ahead of the curve, which I actually quite like. But sadly for him, it's not worked out well. And keep in mind, if you are wondering, there's plenty of watch parties out there. I did just see Michael doing a watch party on Twitch, so it's quite cool to get the you know, other players' perspectives on this. So if you fancy checking that out, definitely worth a shot. It's good to just hear from Michael.
He's doing all right. I think he's coming.
He's doing all right.
Had a bit of fun in North America, but I'm hoping he does well because he's a bloody good player. It's always depressing actually not to see him in these kind of lobbies. Someone of his caliber. There's still a fair few out there that we may see, especially after an event like this. You could see a couple of team changes here and there. Who knows? Who knows? It's you know, it's whatever works for you guys. Just to go back to Clib's perspective there. Probably didn't expect a team to be there whatsoever. I mean, he didn't because he died instantly. But that just goes and kind of shows the knock-on effect of when you see teams having these scrappy battles like San Martin towards the blue. Who's really going to be doing that at this stage of a game? So to turn up late like that, it's a bit of a shocker. And it's those scenarios where teams, you just think, Christ, you've been caught off guard here. If there'd have been more from from Tempest, they would have died. This is a big battle. Look at this. FaZe versus Na'Vi. They've had this rid for a while. Let's not forget, though, the tab is disconnected from them, Lauren.
Yeah, super good point. Tab isn't here right now. He's worrying about other things, and I don't blame him. They've got ENCE, Bestoloch next time, all relatively able to crash that compound. He's going to put all his faith in his brethren, in his brothers, in his comrades to control this, but FaZe are looking lustfully after taking that ridge, but they have been slowed down. They've got 2 knocks against them. The molly comes in pretty well, though, slows down Na'Vi. Kemba's gone, and that's going to be stolen by Tornado Energy. So Na'Vi now in a predicament. What do we do with this? We're now down to basically just Besto on this hillside, and it looks like FaZe have gone into maybe saving their own players here rather than focus on the engagement. Bestoloch is going to be on the run. Get the hell out of there. Tab on the pickup potentially, or just coming here to support his buddy. ENCE are definitely going to get vision on this. Northern Lights are going to get vision on this, and it's Northern Lights to get Bestoloch. And sadly for Na'Vi, the ridge line looked good, but maybe just didn't account for the amount of attention they were going to garner from being up on here. Someone like Bestoloch next time and ENCE, yes, their sustainability is in question, but within this moment, they've got excellent angles on this fight.
It's probably due with FaZe Clan moving up so early on them and having to take the fight rather than both teams rotating. They were just held there. The lower compound I spoke about, which I was surprised Na'Vi didn't take control of, and Tornado Energy got a foot in. It means that they can just blast it across the road to the next compound. Between them and Northern Lights, they have an angle. They have height advantage over the teams on the opposing side of the road. FaZe is getting itself back together, but it does concern me of how many vehicles they actually have at this stage. What's the utility like? They've taken a few shots here and there. They're not looking great. There has been knocks across the roster. So to get across this road now is going to be so nasty. It's going to be cruel. If they don't have the smokes, they don't have the vehicles, they're going to have Tornado Energy, Northern Lights. Ibis, all right, it's only one player, but he's still a damn good player, and we've seen him do some damage in previous games. Atomical, another Lone Ranger who's just to the west of Ibis. Like, for FaZe Clan, I kind of want to see this rotate. Where do you go? How do you approach it? How do you get in?
These hard shifts have really made it hard work for a lot of these teams. You know, Northern Lights probably coming out the best from this so far, I feel. They still have all their players, a good compound. They haven't had to, you know, do crazy rotations yet. FaZe back on the move. I think they lost down one in all that, or maybe they are both up. I'm not too sure. No, they do have everyone up. That's quite surprising. Whether or not they do after this engagement is yet to be seen. They have Red Zone, or at least a remainder behind them, and they have Entropic in front of them. And Entropic are no joke. They're a little lower down on the board, sure, but they are still super deadly. Now, ubah's going to trade back in as Fuzzface was the loss there. Let's look at this fight and look at the angles. Uh-oh, Entropic's in danger from further afield. Tornado Energy, again, using the high ground to lay down this fire. Red line fires back. You can't be freely peeking these ridges anymore. They're going to be instantly getting that pressure back in, but FaZe have lost down Fuzzface. I don't know if the res is available. Nice little spin from Aitzy. He's desperate for that final shot to land, and it's always the hardest one, it seems. Atomical on the run. Whether or not he makes it away is yet to be seen. Might just end up at the hill by Tornado Energy. So yeah, his run is done. Down to 14 teams here. Where is FaZe? Can they even get people back on their feet? I don't know. They're still pretty far out on the current circle. And they have the remainder from MiracU, Hawkeye further south, and they've got Tornado Energy kind of parallel to where they maybe want to get in. So we're looking at ENCE attempting their run from the north, opting to try and go around the west side of ELG and Bestoloch next time. I mean, maybe they could have waited longer. You might have seen a little bit of a scuffle between Bestoloch next time and ELG, but for ENCE, they had to make their move. They were going to be in the blue, and TAB way far out at the moment, and continuing forward here.
saving grace for FaZe Clan, they're actually out of vision. They can work their way up that hillside without being seen by Tornado Energy. Tornado Energy will know where they make their approach from. Don't get me wrong. They'll know where they'll be cresting and where they'll be skylining. But still, they can work their way up slowly. They're actually splitting it 2-1. Aitzy's closer. Nades are in hand. They're being cycled. Ubah and Fuzz. Fuzz will always take the off angle. You know what he does. He likes to shoot from a distance. Don't get me wrong. He's still good up close. But he'll the time to strike. Aitzy steps up first. There's one example. Gone. There is a response. Alia says bye-bye. Quizzy is also there. The instant flush. They come over and they strike at the right time. They lose 2 players. Knocked. I don't think there's a chance for a revive unless he can get inside this circle. It's very, very close. We shall see. If not, it'll just be pass me your meds and crack on, son. So both teams taking a hell of a lot of damage, and he somehow manages to get. That is so lucky. 2 of them stay in. Rustanmar down. How many can actually stay up, though, for ENCE? I'm not entirely sure how many they've lost during their mad dash across the map. TheTab, by hook or by crook, is alive and has a slower side to the circle, but Bestoloch next time will know his position soon once Artix and Kissick start to move.
I'm looking at Iroh starting to come into his own here. Is this going to be one of those games from Iroh? I'm kind of hoping he is. Ibis goes down. He was out in the blue healing that out, trying to see if he could stay alive in the west. Obviously, you can't. When the blue gets this deadly, the north side is going to get tricky. I don't know how good Bestoloch next time's cover is, as they have Flawlessly and Fate in a position, and Tab could maybe get a couple of points out of that if he plays it calm enough. And Iroh, yeah, the Sith Lord himself, starting to operate on a pretty high level. If this is one of those big games, you will, have to pay that man some respect. He's going to be definitely controlling this lobby, and he's on his own. He's kind of a one-man band. That's very unique. You've got the rest of TSM focused towards Tornado Energy, towards Northern Lights, watching that western side that you're seeing here.
The Valley will help Northern Lights out. We'll pin a few people back to the roadside as well. ELG, Bestoloch next time, Tempest, all got to work off against one another. ELG have the advantage that they can stay there for quite some time. I say quite some time. It is time in this one, especially 1 minute 26. So they can just chill, see what other people do around them. But by waiting, there is a downside. You know that everyone else can set up across the road from you. I very much doubt the hard shift will be theirs. If it does, it'd be extremely lucky to keep it in and pull everyone from power grid. I think it will pull power grid, but it'll pull also road to the middle as well. Especially, it's just so damn open. We saw yesterday in the ending, which FaZe Clan actually won, very last game. It comes down to rocks at this stage. With the topography that we have in this level of map, it's literally rocks, dips, divots. There's nothing else to play with. Ibi is still getting frags. All right. Okay. 3 for Liquid, 3 points and up into top 10. Keep going, my dude. Although he is trapped between 3 metal vehicles, which will magnetize frags. They'll have one inside, 1 or 2. Should get the job done. Gear and durability-wise, it should still be there, but this barrel, like, it's the perfect weapon to be taking these close combat fights. Scar also would be a great response. M4, depending on how many. It's got the stock on it. It's going to be good. I mean, it's a laser anyway. Quick peek. Thank you. Bye-bye. Naylup for Raise Your Edge gets them a point. Puts them into the top 9. Now, the fights that we were saying we're going to have to progress eventually and show their hand. ELG, Bestoloch next time. Bestoloch next time caught out in the open with the pants down. ELG was quiet and cautious, and now it's paid off. All 3 members grouped up, and they can just utilize that advantage. Nade them out, frag them out, molly them out, whatever. Force them to lose health. Force them to maybe be seen by Northern Lights and stab them in the back. ELG is actually disconnected from this fight. They say they don't want it. They want to maybe get ahead of the game because they have to come out eventually. But it's the same thing for them. They can get the vehicles across the road waiting. Tempest. Patiently. 3 players up, 3 players standing. They've made a bit of noise. I can see it on the map. But there's still 4 teams that have to get in the circle on the northwest.
ELG just sent it. Vac and Norcus have made it over. I think Ghostar's... He could either be playing for the frags. Oh, Vac just...
Vac.
Whoa, where did Vac just go? He just went flying. I just watched that on the mini-map. What the hell?
Replay.
I want to see what happened with that. If you could get a replay, I'm kind of interested. I don't know if the car got blown up or something weird happened. I don't know. But Ghostar's going to make his move. Suddenly their plan to maybe put 2 across, leave Ghostar behind, has been kind of unraveled by that. Pixel and Wookie Bookie, Tomil, going to pay some attention to this. And Iroh, the man that I mentioned earlier, still going in the kill feed. He pushed out a little, spotted out Tornado Energy, but the cross is still happening for Bestoloch next time. They're trying to make the run, but already you've seen a couple of ELG getting involved. You've got in the south, Northern Lights winning in on this, and you're going to have Tempest trying to get some of these points.
The Deep has to run for his life. Excuse the voice crack. 1 HP. At least behind a little bit of a hill so he can get off the first aid. I'm surprised Bestoloch next time have come out on top of this one. I say out on top, there's still 2 down with Northern Lights directly in front of them, but got away somehow from ELG. Another good set of shots forces the heal, but more importantly, forces the attention for Northern Lights to look towards Bestoloch next time. Once again, they opt to disconnect from the fight. They turn their attention towards ELG. Their presence is aware by many a team. Artix and Kissix may be able to take the advantage here and sneak in quietly, which they do. Good headshot, Norcus down. That opens it up. Could this be a follow-up? There's only 1 player alive, and that is Gustav. All tanked up, but this is the time for Tempest to strike. They're moving on the hillside. Tommel's going uphill. Try and get an off angle from afar. Pixel, Wookie Bookie working in tandem. They could third party this and clear the northern side of the circle, and more importantly, pick up some free frags. But that's devastating. Losing Wookie to a player so heavily tanked up. There's a save. If he does somehow manage to get 3 with that level of HP, that's devastating for Tempest. That knocks them down to 2 players.
Northern Lights are pushing it. They've moved away from their western position. They've gone north. Maybe they want this northern ridgeline to clear out and then work from. And actually, it's going to be a nice position for the circle. It's quite hard to clear this spot, though. I think everyone knows that. Adepts and Rage Your Edge are about to clash as well because they have to leave these compounds. There's no one who can wait in this anymore. Tundo's already peeled away. He got the kill this round already. Could do with a couple more. Better luck next time back on their feet, but Northern Lights want to take him off it soon. The nade's coming in. Definitely going to make their presence noted. Fexx falls back towards the building. Tundo needs to hold this line, make sure Rage Your Edge can't overpeak, as TSM get a lot of attention from the Northern Lights. And Northern Lights may be taking 2 fights on 2 fronts, but they are a very, very capable side.
Raise Your Edge have had the power grid for a fair amount of time, but now it's time to come out. Remember, Shiv died earlier to Ibiza just hiding inside the crates. A few big nades trying to find some damage. At this point, I doubt you'll see a random kill from one because players can see the nades coming in. They can hear them bouncing as well. Smoke's down to just deny vision while they push around the aerial tower, or the electric pylon, whatever you want to call it. They will swing this one behind TSM. TSM's
we saw this circle yesterday, didn't we?
This one we were talking
FaZe
about earlier
won
on,
it?
what it pulled. Yeah, just a little bit more. A little bit more towards the east, but pretty much, and this is why these. All it is rocks. That's all people are going to have to play with. Raise Your Edge just doing damage to 2 teams. They've turned up and they've turned on. That's fantastic to remove 1 player from TSM. This removes them out of the ditch. If they get MiracU, they've got something to work with. They're also forcing Northern Lights back. Their advancement stinted. 1 down forces the other one to hit the res. Naylup gets MiracU. That's TSM gone, I believe. So Raise Your Edge all of a sudden just removing themselves from power grid have just gone ham. But all of a sudden, the Northern Lights, they come to ruin the day. The backup's here, they're back on the feet, and I think it's only Monkey standing.
Yeah, they got pinched from 2 sides. Even if they'd, been able to focus on 1 fight, you'd then have had Adepts behind you or Northern Lights in front. Which way do you want to go down? Monkey is the last one standing. 1 nade should do it. Maybe 2 if it doesn't quite find its target. But he's got the attention of 2 teams, so I don't see him walking away lightly in that case. But we'll see how much Monkey can suffer through. Already burning alive. Bit cruel, if anything. And the circle shifts to the north. We'll see what the final circle looks like. I'm trying to roll my mind back to yesterday. This is going to be a hard position to dig out. Monkey's actually in a really tricky spot. It's a tiny little plateau he's on. Annoying spot, but it's cleared. Nice work from Northern Lights. Kicking into gear now. This is the scary team that we sometimes look at. Tundo's definitely trying to creep this, though. He's trying to lurk up towards it. And Fexx and Sunzi need to be aware the Northern Lights are down there. They seem to have a good idea, but I don't know how much they can handle towards it because they need to think about the circle themselves. But look how close they are. Now around the side of the smoke, you're going to have the first man peek. That's Deep trying to go on the bigger flank here to clear out that northern side. And now Adepts need to follow this up. You want that to be quick so you can focus on the other 2, but that's a big trade for Spyro. Tundo goes down, Fexx needs to push this or wants to push this, but out in the open. A mistake and an excellent read from Spyro to punish any sort of movement like that, and Northern Lights hold on to this. It was a fair and even fight, and now suddenly it's a 2v1, and Sunzi's all alone.
I mean, they were using the small craters for cover, and it was working out perfectly well. The knock there, I don't think there's any possibility of a res, surely, given the position unless he just baits it and uses it. That's... Oh, it wasn't his shot. Tommel steals it with very little HP. The bullet comes through and finds Sunzi. Perfectix goes down. The blue will eat him alive. That's no problem. Tempest, though. Could this be a back-to-back win? Good job from Northern Lights to at least stay in this to that late. How many teams have had to go through to get in that position? That read around the rock was just phenomenal. To peek and deny the initial push on the knock was beautiful. Pixel, Tommel, how do you work this? You got to be aware of Spyro. You do know his presence, given the fact that the player you've just killed was shooting towards someone. So they know somebody's around here, in the fact of Northern Lights. But it's whether or not Pixel gets 2 versus 1. He did just pull off a clutch, so if he somehow does it again, this could be the second game in the bag.
Could be. We'll see. I mean, if it means that we get to see the cannonball reappear, I'm always down for a Tempest victory. Cheeky little slap in chat, you know? That's what I want to see. Spyro on the move, going to be working his way towards the circle. Looking at this, it's actually hard to see who wins this one. Bestoloch next time does have a really nice bit of cover to play with, and there's no one with enough players to be able to easily trade out. If they had 3 or something, you might see someone go for it. High ground is with the remainder of Northern Lights, but again, look at the cover. It's non-existent. Maybe the crate to play with. You're looking at topography, and look at Bestoloch next time. They have this little ridge line that kind of runs up a little bit, keeps them safe, but Tempest are being kept safe by that as well. If Spyro starts wanting to fight, yeah, he'd have vision on it, but he probably doesn't want to fight. He wants to be the 3rd person to the party, right? So that's on his mind, is, you know, try and not get too much attention, hope these 2 fight first, and maybe I can sneak into a 2nd spot. But you're seeing Tempest now working their way up. They're shifting slightly further north. First bit of vision. Tommel gets dinked the hell up. He's got to be careful now. He's very low HP. Pixel predicting maybe a counterplay from Spyro. Wasn't the case yet. Spyro is moving up, though. You just got to be careful of Bestoloch next time, because they are shifting in a similar fashion, a clockwise approach, going from the north slightly to the east now.
Initial shots down. Artix gets him. Blue damage done. Tommel extremely damaged. Down they go. 2 versus 1. We now move into Artix, Kisik. They've been working for a while, especially with the position that they're in previous. They shouldn't have got it. Spyro could be good here. We've already seen a 2 versus 1 today. Opts to go up against the blue. Will Artix know this? They say no. Denied. Goes for the different angle. Tries to get the flank. But the 2 versus 1 this time, it's not good. But overall, pretty decent game. Nice final circle. I have to give credit where it's due. Bestoloch next time, like, they should not really have won that. The position that they were in for those final few circles across the road and the teams that they had to march through to get to it, that was, I know it was only 7 kills, but a very hard-fought win.
Yeah, and again, I am looking towards Tempest being top 3. Not huge kills, but pretty decent. Good for them. Again, you're looking at that 8th to 13th fight that's going on. It's actually pretty heavily contested down there. That's money that could be made here. Northern Lights, 2nd place, good amount of kills. I think they had 6 or 9-ish kills, almost 10, I feel. So for them, they're going to walk away pretty happy with that. But for Bestoloch next time, we'll have to see what that does to their placements currently, because this is obviously the finals, and any teams that want to be fighting out Miramar, they've only got 1 more shot at it. So let's head back to the boys to break down what we just saw.
That's right. Bestoloch next time go from strength to strength, and another win on the board for them across their campaign, as they get able to do very well on Miramar here. And as I say, ultimately, Martin, when we look at it, I do feel like the team has gone from strength to strength, even in this tournament alone. I feel like day 1 was not the best when it came to their group stages, but, you know, overall, they have gained momentum here throughout the tournament.
Yeah, honestly, they surprised me in the group stage, and coming into this and showing that they're not just completely in the bottom is impressive, honestly. They're able to, obviously it's a team with players that have known each other for a very long time. I believe Kisik and Flawlessly have been playing together for over 2 years now, on, off, but mostly on. So these guys, they know each other extremely well. It's nice to see that they're able to step up, and it's just another proof that CAS is here to really show that one of the reasons why they have so many spots for the PCS and why they are such a force to kind of beat with and play with here in the EMEA region.
Yep, let's take a look at the highlights here from this game, Toby. Things didn't start out so great for Liquid. They managed to get 10th place, but that's about it. It does feel like now a huge uphill struggle for the names like Team Liquid and FaZe to be able to get to the top. It's so difficult at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never one to count anyone out, and I'm loving that we have the highlights from, I believe, the previous game mixed in there too. It was just a very, very, no, but I'm loving that we that we get a chance to see some of these teams that also for the common viewer of competitive PUBG might not know too well go out and be able to compete with the very best. I mean, we're talking about FaZe and Liquid and how we don't. I mean, I'm not one to say these guys can't make it, because more often than not, I've been proved that when I say that, they do make it. So I'm not going to say anything, but it's going to be a really, really hard ride for the next, the remaining games, if either FaZe or Liquid should be able to contest the first place spot, especially with Northern Lights continuing to find their game placement.
Yeah, let's take a look at all these final moments as well here, Martin, because this was quite a dicey fight when you're talking about Northern Lights, Tempest, and Bestoloch next time. Who did you think was going to come out on top of this? Because I had no idea at this point.
Like, it was rough overall, but like I was actually expecting a Didz to go out and clean the eastern and northern side and like third-party Tempest when they were in a fight in the end. But they decided to stay low and decided to kind of fight the Northern Lights guys. But it was a rough call to make. Very, very not so top heavy, very, very split out. A lot of teams are getting 8 points here. All 5 of them from 7 to 6.
Very, very spread. And it was kind of like a similar story from the group stage as well, where towards the later stages of the tournament, of the group stage as a whole, a lot of the teams were more evening out points because they just kind of know each other better. And it feels kind of similar here on these past couple of games, apart from maybe 1 or 2 teams that shine at the very top. Spiro will be able to get himself that top spot for Northern Lights, and Toby, any extra points that they're able to get here throughout the day is paying massive dividends, because even if it's just a few kills here and there, they're keeping their average up and they're being able to continue with that top spot.
Not only are they getting double digits, but the teams that are trying to chase them are failing to do, well, even close to that. And as you're saying, I mean, with any 1 point, Northern Lights gets to separate themselves even further, it makes that task of hunting them down for everyone else that much more impossible. And to some point, we're probably going to say unlikely as well. Right now, they're sitting around, I think, 15 points ahead of second place. That's not impossible for anyone to get. We saw Na'Vi get 3 wins yesterday. But we haven't really seen them step up to the plate and have a good swing today, whereas the Northern Lights are already there.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to go to a short break here, ladies and gents, and when we return, we have one more map of Miramar for these teams to prove themselves. If it's their map, they've got to do it right now. They've got to get the big points. We'll see you in 2 minutes for more PCS. don't know how to recover from that last one. There's just no way.
I think that's the first thing they saw when they flew to the space station and looked out the window. That was that little phase flying past.
I can't decide if that's worse than me and Fuzzface. It's pretty close. It is pretty close. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PCS. We have one more game of Miramar, and then we'll have 3 more of Erangel here to conclude our grand finals here for the charity Showdown. And so far, so good for Northern Lights, who still retains that top spot. Eventually, we're going to be able to look at those leaderboards, and we can update you as to how everything's shifted around.
Oh my god.
Shift.
Okay, so with 4 games to go, it's going to be impossible for Liquid and FaZe to win this. But obviously, there's still a lot of money to be made the further you get into the top 2, top 3. But Northern Lights is 17 points ahead of Na'Vi right now. That's a really big amount. They have to choke for the rest of the day for the other guys to be able to get close, or like Na'Vi has to have some massive games like they have yesterday, or TSM for that matter.
Yeah.
But it's getting really close. Also from Tornado Energy up to TSM 3 points, and up to Na'Vi 10 points. It's extremely close from 5th to 2nd, and we're talking a big chunk of change from 5th, 3,200 to 2nd. It's 15,000. So it's a massive amount of money change here on the standings from 2nd to 5th.
Yeah, I mean, if you're any team that wants to go for first place here, Toby, they've got to be quicking in the boots at kind of the average placement, never mind kills coming in for Northern Lights, because it's been extremely powerful. Apart from the 15th place that they had at the first game of the day, everything else has been just money for them. And I don't know if that's going to fall down anytime soon.
No, that's the main issue, right? Because you can be Omark and you can play on the other side of the circle and go, we really want to win. But Northern Lights keeps doing well, and we can't really do a whole lot to impact that because we just don't play like in the same area of the map as they do. So what do? Do you try and force your way over to eliminate a team that is currently in first place with the risk of maybe going out yourself and making that lead even bigger? Or do you just go play your own game and hope that that's going to be enough to pull you up there? I don't know what anyone can do with Northern Lights continuing to play this well.
Yeah, especially since they've shown their proficiency as well, even in those early fights, never mind in the later fights. But Na'Vi is going to be the one to try and play catch-up here. Yesterday, they were able to get the 3 wins. I can't quite recall where they've been able to place throughout the day. Let's take a little bit of a look.
6 points so
11?
far.
Right, okay, so not really too much. Actually, that's all of kills, if I think about it, from that first game. So they need to really kind of step things up and try and rival that average placement that we've seen from Northern Lights so far, Martin, if Na'Vi wants to be able to take that top spot.
They need to put the pedal to the metal right now. Also, I want to note that Bestoloch next time actually managed to jump up into 9th place, only 8 points away from Tempus to kind of vie to get into that higher prize pool. So, but Tempus actually have a really good day so far, 28 points on their name, and just had a really good placement so far in this last game, and some kills as well. FaZe and Liquid is within reach for Tempus, actually, I would say.
Yeah, for Tempus, they're going to try and... I mean, that could have potentially been a back-to-back for them had things not gone slightly awry for them towards the very end. But let's get into it. It's the final game of Miramar for the day. Then we're going to Erangel. Sims and Pansy, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. Last look at Miramar. It's going to be interesting. Well, so's that plane path right now. It's taking its time, but it'll get there. It's, it's like your normal Ryanair flight, that is. Just, taking its sweet time. Rich, we've seen the first 2 games. We've started to see kind of how I guess, I don't want to say top 10, but, how much pressure are we putting on it now? Because we've kind of seen teams slotting into positions that are harder to chase, right? I don't think we can see Liquid or FaZe push to first position anymore. So, I mean, it's going to be kind of hard for them to change up what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I think the biggest story is for anyone who enjoys Miramar and can farm it and pick up a fair amount of points, you've only got one more match against it, so you have to make it count, all right? It's coming down to the wire here. Once we're done with this, we'll have 3 games of Erangel, and that's where the final lay of the land will be set. For this circle in particular, it's very brutal if you're over on the west. That's my main picture that I'm taking from this. Look at how many teams are all clustered together, and look at how many of them have to take a rotate. The question is, which way do you go on this one? If you're over on that western embankment next to the cliff face, Do you go up and over? Do you take the north and then bank it down through the south, go past Impala, Puerto Paraiso, something like that?
Oof.
Or do you do the old long con? Do you do the FaZe route? Do you go past Valdemar, further down, take the coastal road? There's opportunity for teams to take a decent amount of land here. Udyr, Ibi, certain players that will be going early could value that, could take a chance of that. I'm guessing Quizzy was actually probably AFK at the point and then just managed to get in and sneak it in. So he is very disconnected from the rest of Tornado Energy, but he actually might just be able to grab a car, get inside the circle, and get them a good foothold.
Fine. Yeah, I mean, don't go AFK in finals, but hopefully it's all good. Hopefully all is well. But yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky. I mean, for me, I'm looking at that northwest side, red zone, Omicron, FaZe, red line. Yeah, they can all kind of shuffle south and slot in, but there's that one main road that runs through kind of your Trumacera side that could be super, super busy. It could be incredibly crammed. We'll see when teams opt to go. Now, obviously, Liquid putting, I think it's Ibi on the move early on. Probably a good shout, considering the vast majority of the lobby is north of Los Leones. Actually, there's no one really in the circle and south of Los Leones here, so big amount of territory. It's pretty much pick whatever you want. So he can pick that up for, no, I don't want to say free, just purely because Raise Your Edge are coming in. You're going to have other teams looking at this as well. But again, for me, I've got to look at the teams that can do things. I'm considering Na'Vi in this and Northern Lights. Northern Lights have a wonderful opportunity to extend that lead and kind of secure themselves and kind of push Na'Vi slightly further away.
With a circle like this, if you're an IGL, you need to look at it and think, oh. You don't think, oh, but you think, oh, this is interesting on screen. Omicron losing players early, potentially. That wouldn't be nice. Okay. Use the buildings, get away from it. That's fine. And this is the issue that we spoke about that could happen with all these teams rotating on the west. They start to crash into one another accidentally. But when you look at this, I think Los Leones, okay, we get a couple of circles here and there, but very, very rare. They're infrequent towards the city centre. You then draw a line all the way from probably ENCE's position where they like to loot. Not for Omicron, does it? All they're trying to do is rotate, boys. Leave them all alone. Go from ENCE's position, draw a line, you know, parallel to the coast, go around Los Leones. If you get that kind of hardship towards that way, great, you're laughing. If it goes towards the east, probably going to get that coastal town area because it then uses Los Leones to push it away from it. But right now, I'd be looking at teams to find a position that gives them options to rotate to the east, but what is a solid place in the west. That's where Liquid have gone, to the western side of Los Leones where Raise Your Edge will find themselves. For me, set up in the west somewhere. Kind of similar to what we saw in game number 1. Those circles, should it central up, should it come towards the west, we're going to see something similar. Take a priority compound, get ready for it, but have an option for the hard shift. That's what I want to see. Whether it's 2-2 splits, whether it's just a compound that's in between somewhere. EIQ might do the same as Raise Your Edge and take something above Leones, which gives them options. But for this one, no one's really safe until we get that second circle.
Yeah, I mean, my mind goes back to that last game. We had so many hard shifts that kind of made it pretty tricky to get everyone in the circle. It was, you know, bouncing back and forth constantly. Red line and red zone, quite close to each other, but not too close. Actually, just maybe having to kind of slip into evasive maneuvers rather than just kind of cruising around. As QBE definitely going to put down a couple of shots, and you don't really want to be taking damage at this point. Consider Redline the first team that you might come across. There's going to be better luck next time, then Omicron, then potentially FaZe, then whomever else decides to opt towards the south. We still see a lot of teams in the north, Na'Vi up there, Tempest, El Giganten just starting to get towards the circle as well. And can I just say the amount of people who think it's Fuzzface? See, look, here we go. So here's the thing, Rich. When people are doing those like face swap things where they combine the two, I really wanted you and Fuzzface mixed and me and Jeemzz just for the memes, but it didn't happen, you know?
Okay.
Because people just think you're Fuzzface. And apparently I'm related to Jeemzz, so you know it could have been good. It could have been something, but sadly it wasn't the case. But you do look wonderful, and I've got a screenshot, and I will enjoy that picture for the rest of my life.
Unfortunately, the wife called me down for food, so I went to grab it and missed it.
I did, yeah. I was like, Rich?
I guessed who it was up top though, at least, you know. But I was disappointed that they used the fattest picture possible. You know, it's like one of those where it's just. It's not a good photo. No. It was one of those where it's like, yep, I'm definitely in a chubby phase. That was during PEL where it
Oh,
was
you
just
just don't have pictures.
kebab,
Fine.
kebab, 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 kebab.
Yeah,
What
but
are we having
kebabs
tonight?
are absolutely
Kebab.
amazing.
What are you having tomorrow? Pizza. Okay, what about Sunday? Kebab. Okay, well, yeah, that's 3 stone done.
I mean,
It's an interesting photo, to say the least.
Dornament alles bitter. I mean, it's a good time to be alive. Get those kebabs in. It's a good spot. It's a good spot. All that hot sauce, put it on there. Oh, I really want a kebab. I haven't had one in ages because my local kebab shop. You know, most people by this point, you have your favorite kebabs.
No.
You know, you have your favorite kebab shop that you know it does it the way you like it. Mine's been shut, and I don't want to cheat on my kebab shop dude. You know, he sorts me out with some extra hot sauce, some extra chilies in there. You know, sometimes he goes, "Don't worry about the drink." I'm like, "Oh, my guy, thank you." He speaks good English as well. He's German, and actually I think he's Turkish, but he speaks good English, and he just gives me a can of Pepsi for free. I'm just like, this is it. I have lived off kebabs for
I'm not gonna lie.
of my life.
I felt really bad the other day on Friday night. Rung the pizza shop up. Must have recognised my number. He answered with usual. I'm like, oh god, it got to that point.
Oh no! Oh, it's a disaster, and so's that. A fresh delivery of a Redline player. Straight out the box, Ivers is done. Omaken's gonna find it. Yeah, this is gonna be that Western rotation mode kind of talking about. It's gonna be really rough for a couple of teams. Tornado Energy. Alex up for the fight on this. Redline, you bet. Oh no, the deep. This is going to force him out from any safety, but Jeemz's helped out. Oh, this is wild. Yeah, this circle's going to be painful for a lot of teams. That western side, Mxey is littered with teams and plenty of vision. Alex gone down. Redline's player's gone down. We're losing out on a good few here. Melman even might find Marv, but somehow Marv outdoes Melman. Quite surprising, but nonetheless, we're losing out on players here. Rich, this is going to get brutal. Tornado Energy down to just 2 men currently.
They're all just tripping over themselves, moving from the west. I mean, you've got teams that are going to be set up in front of you, but then you've got to deal with everyone that just comes on the same road as you. It's a little bit difficult. Times that by Mxey and Omaken being their usual happy home place, like that's safety net for them. They know it all day long. They know every single angle that city will provide them. With there being 2 layers, they'll use it to their advantage.
Ooh, lost
That's an interesting circle to say the least, because in theory,
how many of the teams are going to go west, right?
Yeah, in theory, it's going to go west. But if it doesn't, we get a city center ending. And the city center endings are few and far between, but the ones that we have seen have been spectacular. They've been explosive. They've put teams really up against the wall, and it shows you the best. Who can aim, who can shoot, who can communicate and move and traverse throughout that city. Like, I'm all for a Leone's ending to round out Miramar here. Please do it.
That would be nice. As I said, I think most of the teams will opt for south and west. I think that's the safest idea. That's the most traditional idea to it. I think teams who don't have a shot to the south or west, or they feel they come in late on that, will have to opt for Los Leones. So even if we don't see it end there, we're going to see a lot of teams in there. Right now, we've already got 2. And ENCE, if they fully commit. ENCE could technically keep going, but I do see, I think, SKUIJKE already out on foot. But you've got to look at that west side. Northern Lights, Na'Vi, Tornado Energy, Omaken, Redline, Red Zone. There's so many. All fighting for a way in. This is all just on rotation. None of them are sticking out here. Example, waiting patiently for the next couple of victims. Tab's gonna roll up, roll past, then rolls down, out of the car. Picked up a Na'Vi. This could have been a really good shot for them to maybe pressure towards the top, but an insta-loss like that, devastating.
And instantly they just turn and face. It kind of shows where other teams would pressure that. If that had been someone like Entropic, they'd have said, no, let's just crack on, boys, and have some fun here. But you see Na'Vi, they play so preemptive. They turn instantly, say, nope, it's done. Forget this, let's move somewhere else. They'll probably go to, maybe because of how many teams, they'll think proactive. They'll think where people started at the beginning of this match, and they'll think, okay, well, West was busy, so maybe let's go to the north. I'll keep a track of their rotation. It depends if they've got the meds for it. If they can take the blue, then why not? You'll just go out into it if you've got the gear to do so. Crack on, have some fun. Most people playing in and around Leones at the moment, we still have a very strong presence in the West just because of the start of the game. This was always going to naturally happen, unfortunately. Many teams knocking the hell out of each other. 57, so you can kind of tell by that number when there's 16 alive. A few of them are just playing with scraps, either solos, duos, making it work with what they have. FaZe, they're in, Liquid, Raise Your Edge, ENCE actually central, EIQ, AD, LGig, TSM. Those last 6 teams all inside Los Leones. At the north, getting a bit more difficult. Tempest, Tornado Energy, about to clash head-to-head if they're not careful. They're all still in vehicles, and they're all still moving. They may decide to ignore one another, and if so, that's fine. Mutual destruction up against the white wouldn't really benefit anybody at this point. No idea. QB's alive. Okay, just keep going. Keep going. Yeah, yeet. Dead.
You know the observer's proud of catching that one. He's like, got it. I got that action right there. I got that action. That's an extra tenner in the pocket. He's happy with that. But yeah, it's gonna get risky. You go on that west side of Los Leones, you're gonna be met with a lot of people looking your way. To be fair, the east and northeast is completely open as well. Just because it normally doesn't go that way. It's a pretty common factor. These teams obviously know where the tendencies lay with these circles. They'll normally, I said, head somewhere between like Razor Edge, TSM, Liquid, FaZe. That's the normal ending.
It's all the rocks behind it. It's so problematic. That's a really hard pull. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The last time we kind of saw this, it was in the middle of that circle. The oil cylinders, the big cylinders, the amount of like fights we see kind of weaving in and out. It's like a rat trap inside. You can go up on top of them, you can sneak behind them. There's a wall that comes off the back of the run of the hillside.
Remember that compound in the south, though, Rich?
Oh, that's a dense circle. Like, this is going to kill so many players because no one's bothered. A few will go for the safety net and go for the back of Leones. They won't see much action. They won't see any fights. That's a nice little shot to round off that frag. But, yeah, still strong presence for me in the west for this circle to win there. I think this will be the story in the entire game. Wait. MiracU actually gets him off that one? Okay. TSM, Razor Edge, Lauren, have fun.
Yeah, they're about to go on this one. It looks like Razor Edge almost want to back away from this. They're not super happy with this fight so far. They have managed to slow down Iroh at least. There's a chance for TSM to have to hit the brakes and try and go into recovery mode, which could buy Razor Edge a second or two. I think this is going south, if I'm honest, Rich. I think this is going to shift further south. We're seeing a Depths, Team Liquid, Razor Edge, and FaZe. That's where it's going in my mind. And what I'm seeing is a good clear so far. El Giganton in a spot of bother. You've got one of the most aggressive teams hunting you in this building. El Giganton waiting at the top of the stairs. They're breaching and clearing as they go. That's a dirty angle for Gaxi, but it's smoked up. He can't see all this.
Be passive for all but a moment. Remember, we've spoke about these before, how that gap in particular, people forget about them when they were added on Miramar. People still don't check them. This is still a thing from dropping down, maybe giving away the footsteps. Come on, you can do this. He doesn't want to. Now the game's given up. You tried so hard and got so far. In the end, a grenade's probably going to seal the deal if he escapes that. If they actually somehow get the revive on that, I will be massively impressed.
Oh, this is wild. This is why you like these city fights, these kind of crazy situations that you don't often see. Two teams in a very similar building. ENCE are getting very interested. I see Diggory coming across. They're getting a little bit close to this. Gaxi still up above. And for EIQ, their initial idea has been hindered now. They have to reconsider how they want to approach this.
Both sides just wondering. This is in Los Leones, and they could get lucky. It could come to this point. The North's still viable. I agree. There is a tendency where we kind of get some towards that south field, but I just don't see it going that down south at all. Not where... Oh, okay, so they pushed. Look at that. Just like that. Didn't quite catch it, but still, just push up, crack on. They had 2 knocks. They'll get 2 revives. All 4 stay alive. Entropic, I know you've got a 2-man advantage, but they're just an aggressive team. I like it. They play smart. They play well. They play aggressive. Besto has to get aggressive because Vatsku's right at the door. We got another one as well in the backside. If they can somehow spot this. Kemba, they don't know where he is yet, but this blue is chunking away. Senya is disconnected from him as well. They saw the vehicle pull up, so they have some kind of guesstimation. Any of those mollies hit, and he's a dead man. How many more meds have you got? Doesn't matter. Burn, baby, burn. No problem whatsoever. Senya, again, we spoke about Navi, what they would do. They opted to go to the blue. They've been there for circle, 2 now? Just trying to avoid fights on arrival. This is the only time where their style of play doesn't work. In a circle like this, where they physically can't enter safely, they just die on arrival.
Yeah, and I don't normally doubt it, but here you go. Circle has gone to the south. Those kind of oil containers, I guess, at the more northern side of it, and the south side just rolls down right on liquid. Na'Vi have been eliminated, as you highlighted it, struggling to get a real placement in this circle. Now you've got Northern Lights coming down from the north, Tornado Energy, EIQ. All of these teams need to fold further south. Tempest, same thing. It's going to be quite tricky. The eastern side of those oil barrels, I don't know if that's going to be too easy to find placement on. And look at Entropic, so close by here. They could catch Tornado Energy in the heels if they go fast enough.
I'm really intrigued to see if any of them actually Tornado check it. You know, just have a quick look and then realize what's going on. Yes, they have. Quizzy spotted it. Okay, so that the game's been given up now. You'd have had to assume they heard something because they were still in Leones and gunfire can be heard from a fair amount of distance. So many teams have moved down to the south. The depths. Bestoloch next time. Omicron, FaZe, Team Liquid still middle. Shiv. Oh, RageYourEdge have been pulled apart, unfortunately, given their compound. It was a strong compound, understandably so. Many a team attacked it. TSM pushed them up. They've only got 3 alive themselves. They lost 1 during the initial engagements against RageYourEdge, I believe. Could be completely wrong and apologize if so. Good nade from Batulin, but he is out in the open. He's exposed, and the story of Miramar. Should you give a team any line of sight, well, usually takes full advantage. Iroh put out of place for now. Needs to call for some support. Where's the backup here? They are behind him, so now they move up. Again, probably preempting somebody maybe trying to sneak in from across the road. That's why Fexx is there. Keep an eye. Keep a watchful eye and see if anyone wanders through. Spyro's knocked, and it's from a different team this time. It's ENCE. Tornado Energy will go up against EIQ. EIQ will lose their initial player. NLT, fair amount of work to do. The Deep's just going off on a bike run. It's difficult because of how many players are on the map, but it may have distracted TSM just enough to let Batulins through.
Yeah, I don't think Northern Lights getting out of this either. Not cleanly, at least. They might be able to snake a player in, but this circle, that shift south, has been really, really brutal. Honestly, that's called out so many players. Not even just players, full teams. Perfectix is still alive, but it's a matter of when more than if. We do see, at least they still have Deep in the circle, but even for him, that longevity has been cut in half. No one's in, like, a comfortable spot here, right? Like, all these teams that are left have suffered so much because these circles have been pretty horrible. Entropic's still fighting it out there, kind of stuck in the Tornado Energy. You can see the Molotovs being thrown in. Reggie looking through those windows. Gotta be careful. He's still on fire a little here, but he does manage to get the revive potentially, but oh my, surrounded on plenty of fronts. Melman might go on the push. Just opening that door is gonna just cause the fear of God to be in Reggie.
One of them's gonna go stick for the res. We'll hop on board with a different fight and see how that one unfolds in the kill feed. Maybe even get a secondary cam picture in picture. Fuzz on his own, disconnected from the rest of the team, but they're certainly not far. He's here for good position as well. More importantly, information. They'll call this one out.
Look at this, Rich. Fuzzface,
Flashbanged
3
completely
players pushing his way. He is flashing. He needs to nade out one side to keep it safe. He's got to focus on the other. Re-peeking on it, gets overwhelmed. Too many players there. Does the nade for anything? Yeah. Empty goes down for it. Now, they could definitely get a revive. Ubah, Aitzy, they're not that close. They're still a little further over a ridgeline. But Omicron getting plenty of attention from elsewhere. Mxey does find Empty in the end, so this is not bad. We're going to see if they keep going forward this way. Gustav's getting close by. You've got Aitzy trying to hold back Tempest, but that's too many fights. They can't hold all of this attention right now. There's too much going on deep. Oh no, Fexx. Did he look? Did he see him, or was he unable to spot him? I don't know. But FaZe have gone snake mode for a second. They need Tempest and Omicron to fight it out.
I think it's too high up, unless he's just... Surely. Oh, no, low ball. There you go. Enjoy. Yeah, yeet. Scare him out, flush him out, bang him out. Done. Nade. See you later, Northern Lights. 12 position will be them. T-Bone straight onto Ubah. Knocks him now. And that was Fuzzface's job, really. He at least took with him with a martyrdom grenade. So, you know, he doesn't go out without some kind of answer. Yes, it was stolen away by Mxey, but that was his job, to kind of hold them back and give them time. Time is all they needed, and they're making full use of it. Gustav, 1. Does he get the second? He's done enough damage to... Doesn't quite landed. Vazku forced back, but now Tempest can keep on going. 1 grenade or 1 bullet onto Vaz. Regardless of what his helmet's looking like, he's definitely going to be damaged. That will be another team being removed from the lobby. If Pixel sees this. Although Tempest, they took a lot of casualty themselves. I didn't realize they're only down to 1.
Yeah. I don't know anyone who's coming out of this cleanly. I think, is there anyone with 4 players alive? Bestoloch next time and ENCE are the 2 teams with 4 players alive, and right now ENCE is getting a fight. Let's see if they keep those 4 players standing, or maybe they lose one in this process. You're already going to see Vasco going down, T-Bone going down. Omakan have suffered too many casualties. They've lost out. It's Gustav to get the flush on a few, and now again, it's ENCE. Can they control this? This is a great circle for ENCE. This is something that if they can hold, it could be good. The problem is Tornado Energy knocking at that door, looking pretty dirty here.
Circle brings the oil cylinders into play, as well as the priority compound, which Kaymind will hold. 3 solos, by the way, in that compound. Shiv, Pixel, and Kaymind. Excuse me. I didn't realize that Liquid had all the players directly below them. Okay, they're in the 2-1 split. But still 3 players in that one. 3 players bearing down upon them as well in the form of TSM. You can see it on screen. They will make the run. They know the smokes are up, so someone's there. But they've thrown them themselves to deny vision as they make the approach. Or it's Pixel's way of just getting inside. Molly, unfortunately, hitting the side of the wall. They have full info, though. That's a damn good shot, though. Little head peek around the corner, through the barbed wire. Takes him down. Kaymind now on red alert that there is a team fighting over here. That could be the good chance to have a look. Maybe get involved. Smokes will have to come in to defend themselves from ENCE. Look at how much vision they have. And they know if they remove TSM from that place or just keep them dug in, then maybe they can hit the compound. Tiikzu has left them. He's ahead of the game, and he has a decent place. He can control the mid more than any of the 2 teams that will split between cylinders and outside of the priority. We hop on board with Bestoloch next time, a team that Lauren noted that there are 4 alive. They've had a quiet game. Now they have to work for their money.
No, oh, Squeaky, no. Instead of 4, they're trying to rotate, and now they've been knocked in the process. They're going to be in the blue. This actually could be a loss because of that knock. That could put them down to 3 players, which at this point, one of their greatest strengths was the fact that they were 4 players standing. Now, there goes Rustanmar. That's a big error. Normally, it doesn't make much of a difference, but that is a problem. We'll come back to that if it becomes a factor down the line. For now, we're seeing Bestoloch next time finally having to take these fights. This position is hard to get away from. The south isn't a bad spot necessarily, but it normally moves further north. Someone between, essentially an ENCE. That was a very old circle. Sunzi's still there, still trying to hold on. He does get flushed in the end. And Kissing did the good work to control the threat that was building. Fate is knocked. These nades coming in could have done so much more. He's barely alive. That's Atomical coming into this. Good arm on him to make that count. TSM on the cross. They're trying to run it out as well, getting close towards Liquid and raise your edge.
The jump shot. She goes diving in to look above the smoke. Manages to somehow get one with the hip fire. All right, there is a trade-off, but still, pretty good job to make something work. Liquid here to mop up what's left over of TSM. I believe we've still got MiracU in this compound, about 40% HP, trying to do something. Shiv has gone to the latter ends of this building. He's by the empty containers at the front. So a decent foothold to all the center, depending on where it is. ENCE, they control that northern compound. Tiikzu managed to get them, and they worked it way down. Yes, they lost Rustanmar, but it's a decent little compound for now. Not anymore. We spoke about it at the very start. The oil cylinders. Where do you control, though? There's 2 very strong buildings. The main one is what Red Zone controls. But in order to win this, they need every other team to knock the living hell out of one another. Because it's on like a downward slope, getting out of it is murder. Right now, they're safe. They're locked in. It's like an office building. They're laughing. But coming out of that and getting to whatever the center point of the circle will be, no, it's not going to be good. Not if teams have just got any spot across the road. You don't even need cover for it.
So let's look at all these fights. Shiv is playing super passive, probably going to catch MiracU in the heels. I doubt you check on that position. I don't think Shiv has shown his hand, so if MiracU runs in front of him, which he probably will, even if he goes further north, Shiv should see the cross. Shiv wins that fight. Should win that fight. ENCE try and make it across Tornado Energy or Red Zone, spot them. It's unlikely they make it in cleanly just because of the cover is not there. Liquid have already got themselves across. Bestoloch next time can slot in well if they clear out Noki. So there we go. So far, it's going as expected. Let's see when ENCE try and make their move. They still have vehicles. That's one big benefit for ENCE here. Bestoloch next time, that ridge they hold in the south is pretty solid. If they have to leave it, which they will eventually probably have to do, yes, it becomes a problem. And that's a nice little move from Diggory there. Car into spot. No one's taken shots at him yet. Tornado Energy have not started this fight.
Pre-smokes out the back of the cap. I'm going to pull it up and put it in somewhere. It denies Liquid vision from behind. use the vehicle. If they bring the second one as well and kind of put them in a little V formation, it'd be even better. We said it was red zone in one of these strongest compounds, but not watching the corners, not checking your back. Now they realise that Tornado Energy is here. If Atomic can get himself back to full HP, he might be able to make the run and reconnect with the rest of the team. Shiv finally seen. Liquid's been mopping up some solos. They took out TSM, they took out Raise Your Reg. A few more frags and a win would be really good for confidence and the Liquid fans out there. Especially their position, given it on the board at the moment. 6, it's not the worst in the world, but it's not the Liquid performance. We expect them to be up there in the treble digits at least. Adepts goes down. They only lose one, do better luck next time. That's a nice play by them to at least take control of that. Art's already gone forward as well. By doing so, he's got himself a little ditch. They can work with that and work off the back of it. Diggory is there to hold Tornado Energy. He will have to move rather soon because of the blue. It will hurt. It will do damage. Hell, it'll even knock him. But still, he can give out the communication and feed all this back to ENCE and where the players are going to be moving from across the other side of the road.
Trying to see who loses out from that northeast side the most. I don't know if Tornado Energy can cross this before Red Zone's going to have a shot at them. And the position obviously has been noted. Those couple of shots that came through towards Red Zone have kind of, you know, rung the alarm bells. If there's a free pickup, then it's a different game. And maybe that's sloppy from Magisters. I didn't expect him to run out freely like that on his own, unable to be effective for the rest of the team. Maybe just let's try and lurk on this. But now you're going to see ENCE come into their own. This should be their moment. They're focused on two fronts. One towards Bestoloch next time, one towards Tornado Energy. So that's actually a nice little pickup for them to slow down Tornado Energy, who could have swung further on the north potentially. Now, this is going to force the fight towards Red Zone, which keeps ENCE safe. They need to be careful of other teams while all this happens, but it does at least provide them a good position going forward.
My only concern for ENCE is how many grenades do Liquid have. They're all the way up against the vehicle, so it's pretty... Example. Through the smoke, here's the footsteps. Gets the job done. Now to walk out himself. Diggory again from the backside. Gets that. Little bit too... overzealous, though, for Tiikzu. Oversteps his mark. Gets put on his ass instantly, and this is the time for Liquid to rotate and time to strike. I'm seeing nades and mollies in hand of the Liquid players. They also have the fields to play with. Hide themselves down if they really want to kind of play it smart. I like this. Put the smokes up. Try hide themselves and obscure vision away from Bestoloch next time.
Is Arctic's crossed? I think he's made it across. He's still in the ditch, but he's across the way now, which is a pretty good step. So he's got Kissick and Faultlessly behind him, providing cover. They are going to have to move, but he's their gateway forward. So nades now starting to come in. A little bit of damage, not too much. ENCE, they're the ones that everyone's focused on for now, though. Team Liquid and Bestoloch next time are both kind of focused on ENCE, but as soon as Bestoloch next time try and cross that road, Liquid are probably going to see it. Now, ENCE, I don't know how they play into this one. I don't know how they bring back the advantage. They have good position, but I feel Bestoloch next time. That ridge that you can just see on your camera there is going to be very, very pivotal. You can play off that, use it for cover, and it's very close to center point. That's the next big thing. So if ENCE have any nades, excellent, but they might just have to straighten push this one. They might just have to get in there, get dirty, get the damage done, Kissick on the ridge line. Oh no, the flash couldn't be worse timed. And now ENCE are being picked apart from both sides. Tiikzu's flushed, and it looks like Faultlessly wants to make it go even further, but Mxey with a great off angle, playing a little bit deeper than the rest, maybe be able to dig out the Bestoloch next time, boys.
Yeah, this is fantastic work to be able to get a couple of shots on there, knock one player, then follow up. And just like that, that allows them to push on to ENCE. Distracts their attention. Now it comes down to a 2 versus 3. Faultlessly's out of the game. It comes down to Kissick and Arctics. Have they known about the position, though? Kissick went deeper than his teammate. His teammate can just be a nuisance. Fake smokes are out. Looking the opposing way. Kaymind, middle. You'd have to think with something like this, it comes down to the man advantage on the side of Team Liquid to win this one out, but still, they won't put anything over until it's completely done. Reconnecting back together towards the downside of the hill. Maybe with the angles they can catch someone silhouetting. A player or two would be fantastic. Hell, even some damage. Didn't see anything come through there. Their squad sweeps through. 1-2, thank you. Liquid grab the win and 10 kills to boot as well. A 26-point game is fantastic. They kind of needed that. Come into the 6th place, we said, need a little bit of a booster, get something going, start the win off, start the run. Get something building towards Erangel. You've got 3 more games to go now. Those points will do them decently. It puts them into treble digits, I believe, and it puts them up to the top spot runnings.
A lot of takeaways that game, but also a lot of hard shifts. I mean, the circles have been pretty cruel. I mean, I like seeing teams having to adjust, put through their paces. I like seeing teams have to adapt on the fly. I think it's exciting, it's interesting. But then also we are seeing some kind of hard outcomes from that. A lot of teams losing out in those kind of mid to late game. I do hope that Erangel shows us some brilliant circles, some unique ones, but those hard shifts have been tricky and it's definitely cost some players their position. However, first time we get to see Liquid looking pretty good for today. I wonder what you boys had to say about that one.
That's right. They were able to take advantage of those circles and be able to take out those last couple of teams there to be able to secure themselves the victory. Joining me, Martin and Toby. Team Liquid get themselves that win. And as previously mentioned here, Martin, that is going to be able to push them up nicely into some of those top spots, even the treble digits here, to get themselves back on pace for the next 3 games. What do you make of it?
Well, it's gonna make it really interesting for the top placements like this. The 2nd to 5th place is now completely open. FaZe needs to catch up, but then again, they will probably do so quite easily on Erangel. So it's gonna be some extremely interesting last 3 games. I just wonder, is anybody gonna be able to catch up with the Northern Lions at this point? We have 3 more games. I definitely feel like the 2nd to 5th place team right now has kind of painted a target on the back of the NLT board, because they, like, all those 4 teams want to take the win home. So if they see or hear a fight close to them, they will third party that to make sure that they could kind of contest them for that first place spot, because they're getting so far ahead right now.
Yeah, it almost, Toby, looking at the end of this game, it almost looked like a back-to-back better luck next time kind of wins coming out. But Team Liquid dispatches them rapidly at the end of that game, even through the smokes. Better luck next time was trying to deal with it, but Team Liquid just had their number.
Yeah, I mean, they made a really good effort. You gotta give it to Better Luck next time. Made a really, really good effort in trying to bring home yet another one. But they had ENCE on one side, they had Liquid on the other, and it's always, I don't know, it's when you have 3 teams kind of sitting right next to one another in an end game, you always want to be the team that gets to third party. You always want to be the one that can kind of lay back, because it's so funny. You watch all the chaos commence, and then as soon as there's 3 teams left, they kind of all back off from one another. And then they go, okay, so we just want to, if we can get to engage in the fight after they have started it, we will win. And you see time and time again, that usually is also the team that ends up winning, and correctly so. I mean, Better Luck next time and ENCE start to brawl, Liquid comes to join, and they take advantage of it.
Oh, actually, yep. And you can see here, as Better Luck next time, we're able to take out ENCE. ENCE, much needed points for them on the board, Martin. But it does feel like they're faulting in some of these final fights to try and get that little bit further, that little bit extra jump into like a top 1 or a top 2 spot there to be able to take, big points home away with them.
Yeah, I feel like, especially here in the very late game, that they acted a bit too slowly. They should have punished either sides like earlier. You never, like in a 3-way fight, you never want to be the first one to engage, because you're opening yourself up to a fight that will hurt you, and then the team that is not engaged in the fight will third party you most likely, because you were the one giving your position away the earliest. Though very top heavy though for this fight, for this game. ENCE to get 11 points is big for them. They might be able to push themselves out of the very bottom here.
Definitely so. Better luck next time with that second place. 15 points coming in. Tornado Energy showing up again. The boys in yellow. Yes, I know a lot of people will probably think, Navi's the boys in yellow, but they got lots of colors going on. We do have an interview ready with Team Liquid, as Jeemzz is joining us here after that win. Hello, Jeemzz. How are you doing? Ooh.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Oh, that's what it takes to win. I get it now.
A bathrobe.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, I like it. Well, congrats for the win, and happy about the bathrobe as well. Of course. What did you say?
Is it a seal?
A seal? I don't know what kind of animal it is, but I guess it is one.
It looks very comfy.
A seal? You're weird, man. Anyway, let's talk about the game. All right, come on. You guys get yourself the victory. I want to ask you guys, what's your goal for coming in today? You're a little bit behind the front right now, but do you think it's possible that you guys are going to be able to get to the very, very top? There's quite a few points in it at the moment.
Our goal is always to win. But yeah, we came in like 30 points from first place today, 30 or 40 points. but it's definitely still possible, and we're gonna try to do it. We had a rough day yesterday, but we just got 20 points, so it's definitely more than possible.
All right. Well, thank you, Martin.
I just want to hear a bit about your beef with Entropic. Can you tell me a bit more about that, and like what's your plan to dispose of them?
I mean, they're pretty easy to dispose. They're pretty trash. So what else can I say? Don't really need a plan to take out the trash. You just lift it up and throw it in the bin.
Fantastic. That's just what I wanted to hear.
Okay, it's Obi.
I mean, trash jokes aside, you guys got 24 points up to Northern Lights right now, and obviously, as much as that's still a distance, it's far from impossible for you. Is I just mean we have a 3-day tournament over the course of a weekend here. How much can you really do from day to day in terms of like, are you gonna play the same strats you were doing yesterday, or is there anything you're changing from day to day coming into the likes of today from yesterday?
Yeah, definitely changing some stuff for the last day, especially. I can't really give it away because then all these trash players is gonna hear it. So we gotta keep it secret, you know.
Fair enough.
Exciting.
Fair enough. All right, Jeemzz, any last shout outs before we let you go?
Shout out to Honda, Alienware, and Monster, and make sure you get yourself a sip before you play.
Yeah, he's the best rehearsed out of all of them. They're all rubbish compared to Jeemzz. What the? Oh, all right. Good luck, Jeemzz. Enjoy.
Good luck in the last game.
See you guys.
Bye-bye. That was
Take out
Jeemzz.
the
He had a
trash.
bathrobe. The power's in the bathrobes, guys. We've been doing it wrong all along. Fantastic. I'm so happy to see more bathrobes coming out. This is what this tournament's going to be remembered for, just so you know.
Probably is.
It is.
Amazing. All right, we're going to a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we're going to our last 3 games of the day. It will be Erangel remastered all the way to find out who's going to become our champion. We'll find out right after this.
Mxey's head, I don't think so, didn't see him. We'll see Ubah though. Oh, and he can't get the spray down. Ubah's on absolutely nothing. Oh my word. Meanwhile, the kill feed.
Near's coming in late.
Run.
Oh, that was an accident. Look. Oh my god!
What? Are you kidding me?
What in the hell?
Are you kidding me? G2, it's sending time. We're going for ENCE's Shack. That's going to be the play. Now they have got the support, remember, with the other Shack on the side.
Free Molly.
Pre-molly out the side, nice spray down with Truffoli. One more to go. Tries to get the pre-spray, but it's not going to work out. Will it get shot in the back? That's the question. Mexico will go down and G2 will fall. Big play from TSM again, starting things off just as we saw yesterday with the big teams really delivering when it counts. Monkey trying to get around, and there's the backstab. Sixmo moves up, comes out of the field. There's nades coming his way as well. That's going straight to reciprocity. That could be a massive nade from Sixmo. Where did it go? Oh, Gustav managed to catch him. So Gustav will get the kills. That is 6 for Gustav and 5 for Iroh. Gustav going massive.
Oh my god!
Gets beautiful death down. Look into Sixmo and nails the headshot.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Only 3 more games to go here before we find out who is going to be our champions for the Charity Showdown for PCS EU. Martin, Toby, it's been a great time so far. Here are the winners from today. It could have looked a whole lot different in some of these final circles, but it's Tempest, Bestoloch next time and Team Liquid that are able to get themselves the wins on Miramar. A bit more varied than yesterday so far, fair to say, as we've got Erangel coming up next. Here's the overall standings. Tornado Energy moves up 3 places. Close. It really is getting very, very close now.
Second
Martin?
to 6th is 8 points. Oh, and it's $15,000 to $3,200. Actually crazy. It's so close. But then again, FaZe might join the party. Like, it is a Angel. They are known to be pretty good on Angel, and yeah, they could be joining it. But I like, as I said before we had a break, I think that now more than ever, with from Tornado Energy all the way down to FaZe, I definitely think these guys are like, okay, it's so close in between us that, like, obviously we're gonna third party those, but if they see Northern Lights in a fight where they think they're vulnerable, they are gonna push them. They are gonna try to kill them, because otherwise that first spot is literally gone. Because we know Northern Lights, they're gonna be able to still get a few placement points here and there. They're gonna get some kills here and there. They might potentially even take a win home if they manage to get themselves into a great spot with 4 guys alive.
Yeah, it does feel like you've got to kind of stop Northern Lights before they really do get rolling in some of these games, Toby. Yeah. Of course, when they've been able to get into some of those final circles, they're oftentimes entering with like 10 kills or so, and then that gets really, really dicey for a lot of these other teams looking to rack up points.
Exactly. You need to get things going, and I guess to some extent hope that Northern Lights doesn't, because I don't know. I don't see a point for other teams to try and contest them early just because, we need them eliminated so they don't get more points. It's such a big risk, because in the end you also want to get points, and you're going up against a team that's in the first place. They're in the first place for a reason. They're almost in the top in kills, and they are in the top in placements by quite a long shot right now. So potentially losing your own game to take down a team that's clearly, at the time anyway, doing better than you, that seems like a risky play to do early on. But if you have some kills already, you have as Martin said, you see them somewhat vulnerable, maybe that's the play you have to make if your end goal is to take first place.
And so far our Miramar circles have been kind of normie circles, but our Erangel circles have been anything but normie circles when it comes to this tournament as a whole. So we are going to get in for a wild ride for our last 3 games, hopefully, here to find out who becomes our champion. It's time. The plane is moving. We are going to Erangel, the grassy pastures. Sims and Pansy, bring us the game.
Yeah, happily we'll do that for you. Southeast to northwest is where we're heading, finishing off towards Zaki, starting out towards Milta. And I've got to say, that top 3, the CIS region, has come out and shown off. We've got Northern Lights up there, Na'Vi up there, Tornado Energy up there. Rich, I think we're seeing which region's looking the strongest right now.
I still cannot believe we have 2nd place on 119 and 6 on 111. 8 spots separate 5 teams. But you're totally right. The main story so far is the Northern Lights with 135 points all the way up at the top. They are looking stunning. They may have got a 12th place in the last game, but at least they picked up a frag before going out, so that nets them 1 point, which has been more than certain teams, to be honest. We're seeing 16, 15, 14 places with no frags to follow, just falling needlessly. It's rather unfortunate. There's only 3 more maps to go. It all comes down to Erangel. It always does. It always has.
Navi's gone Zaki.
And that's the way the world will be. Say that again, sorry?
Navi's over at Zaki. I mean, like, the circle kind of wasn't looking too pretty. Well, I guess the plane path wasn't great for them to get down to their normal circle, but yeah, very, very far off from their normal drop down, kind of like Ferry Pier way, right? Any other changes I'm looking at here? There was a little scuffle earlier towards Rozhok. FaZe the normal. I think somewhat. Otherwise, it's a pretty standard drop here, right?
Yeah, you kind of expect it to be so. I mean, Navi could be one of 2 things. It could be a backup drop, as we've seen. We'll always remember when we had the old reciprocity where they were doing dependent where the plane path was, would depend where they go, and be the backup spot. Or you could think, all right, well, Bestoloch next time. They've been a pain in the ass so far. We've only got 3 maps left. Why bother arguing with them? Let them have it. We're beating them out on points. We'll maybe find them during the mid-game and beat them out in the mid-game as well. Early movers, raise your reg. And that's only because of where they like to loot from. They go for a big old split, massive split through Gatka. Shiv, just been put on red alert that players will be rotating. And with this circle, rightfully so, Faultlessly's turned up. Is he undergeared? Okay, he has nothing. He's no gear whatsoever. If Shiv read this one and turns up with the old 686, an angry farmer in the field, whips out his shotgun, this could be deadly. But Faultlessly, how many times have you seen it? It happens all the time in normal game. He'll drop. One players, they think, oh, I'm in luck here. No, AKM. Enjoy. Have fun.
Fun's going to be an interesting word. Old Shiv with the shotgun and a Mac-10, basically. It's not much,
really
is
sorry.
it?
Oh, just about to say, I'm really sorry to break you off. Yeah, it was.
They got any
I could see a
shots.
couple of the players, a couple of adept players were moving. They just copped for it too late. Give it another, I don't know, 20 seconds, and half of Eleganton could have been dead. That was sketchy. That was very sketchy.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty safely there. I guess Na'Vi might have the same threat. I don't know how much Adepts move early. They're on the kind of south side of Georgia. Norcus has stopped pretty close by as well. He's on the western coast. So they haven't fully gone down the west there. And Shiv, I guess he's upgraded to a Vector. It's still not great, but it's far more serviceable.
A mini and a Vector.
Two
Excuse me, it's a
AKs,
Mac-10 Uzi and a Vector. Mr. 9mm over here. Good God, I hope he's got some ammunition against two AKMs. He needs some body armor at the very least.
Yep, over there just warming up the tires. And you got Liquid on the move. Heading quite close towards Monkey. Rage extraordinarily split in this. One by Gatka, one down by the Chopsticks there, or the V, whatever you want to call it. Naylup over in the God compound. I mean, I don't mind you being split. You're 5 minutes in, but you know there's early rotations. So you can't do that all the time. Ibby, looking to chase. Monkey on the run. He's just keeping track of this, and there's no harm, no foul. He's got the rest of his team beside him, but he does need to be careful of Bestoloch next time. They're pulling up pretty close by. Fate's in the fields. What is going on here? Just a little, you know, run around in some cars. Now, if Ibby gets the chance, he could pull up here by the old Wizard Tower, spotting out Udyr, gonna spot out Monkey. So they probably know roughly where they're at right now.
You'd assume that both teams were vying for the same position, and that's why they're going through these, you know, similar loot. Oh, excuse me, similar routes, not loot. Shiv didn't get away from that one unscathed. Definitely got shot in the distance. But Raise Your Edge, I would say, probably setting up at the God compound, as we like to call it, where you've got the whole plateau behind it. You have a level 3 tower building. Completely solidified from the front with a little moat-style road that runs around it. They take care of that, they'll be happy, which they have. Liquid may have been scouting for that. In which case, Mxey and his partner in crime, old Jimbo, they'll be forced to look for a different area to take control of. Now, in the middle of Gatka isn't the best place you want to be. Unless they're just looking for last bits of scrappy loot, who knows. Mountainside, red zone. Where are they currently on the leaderboard? Okay, 12th. How many...
You're in the
Let me just have a quick
65,
look at
67
this.
pack.
I'll watch these rotations.
Yeah, I'll take it over. You do have a little read.
Yeah.
I mean, for me right now, all around this marker, you look up to Tempest, Raise Your Edge, Red Line, Red Zone, EIQ. They're in a pack of, you know, the ability to jump up or drop out 4 or 5 spots in a very small amount of games. So it's very, very scary for them in how they must approach the game now. They need to consider every step they make. They have decided on a compound and sadly lost out on some already. They do have the rest of their team there, but everyone is getting hammered at this point. Most teams kind of sitting around from, I guess, north of the God compound to south of Hospital is where you're seeing the vast majority. Norcus heard the steps, predicts the plays, out on a limb though.
Well, Matt's correct here, Lauren, and this is kind of why this game's so important and why there's still everything to play for. All the way down to 11th position, which is red line. Even in 11th, there's a chance and opportunity to actually qualify for, you know, for PCS number 1, which is phenomenal. It gives all these teams everything still to go at. I mean, hell, if Elgiganten have 3 really good games, they can still qualify for PCS 1. 11th place is currently on 65 points. Red Zone, 65. EIQ, 62. Adepts and Elgig, 47 and 42. There is still opportunities here for anyone anybody to qualify for PCS1, and this is why it becomes so exciting. The race is still kind of on. All right, that top spot might not be in reach for the 100 grand to charity and 25 grand in your back pocket, but still, you could be going and playing at what's essentially our major event.
Let's keep that in mind then. You keep track of that, Rich. That's a really good point. We are seeing Ogig kind of trying to solidify themselves back towards more of a squad, as one of them takes a little nap in the corner there from red zone. But that molly could spread. That could be a bit nasty. Could be tasty. That shot from Tundo, that's from a depth. That's from further away. Yeah, the molly wasn't bad, but it hasn't fully got him done. But it's certainly flushing him out of the building.
The mini line comes in the distance. Has to be a nice response here, given the fact that they have no cover whatsoever. This will be a very quick switch up. Go on, get the job done. Nice shot. Exit last. Nocky now stepping in. Again, another third party getting involved here, just mopping up all these points. Neither of these teams really coming out cleanly. Grenade should come inside this window. I didn't realize Adepts was so split from this. Look at this, Lauren. They're getting aggro. They come down from the hillside. They're also on the back where Momi's position is behind that. So all four players bearing down upon this. How many frags have they stolen away from these two rosters so far?
I don't know if they still care about it, though. Let's see how much time Adepts put towards this, because obviously now the circles move towards the east, further than people like to see on that western coast, but Adepts definitely can mop up these points. They outnumber both of these teams currently in here. Now, Navi's just lost out on Kemba. That's towards Northern Lights. That's over in the north. That's a big nade from Sunzi. That's going to get 1, 2, 3. Big moves, big play, big points. Momi's still alive, not for long. There we go. Swift and clean from Adepts. All four stand. All four can leave. We've got to look towards, yes, this fight. Let's just kind of take stock of what's happened. Na'Vi lost out on a player there. Now, Northern Lights on the other side. I don't know how it kind of came to this. Obviously, Na'Vi were way up towards Zaki. So, if you now know it's a team that's definitely chasing you, tied on third right now, more kill points for Omican, so they will sit higher up. But this is a scary team. You know, that's a team you want to be slowing down. Hindering. Oh no, SKUIJKE with the pull-up. This is scary. MiracU does the dance, but oh, he's outnumbered Rustanmar. Perfect timing to support his buddy. Trade comes back in for vard. They're not letting this slip just yet, but Rustanmar keeps going. That's vard now knocked TSM down to 2. Fexx and Iroh, your kind of hefty players, your kind of knockout blow players are turning up now, but you're already down a good couple of players here. Is this the time you want to engage?
Yeah, it's a bit sketchy to be taking this fight. It all depends on how much vision Fexx will be provided from his buildings that he can have. Maybe even take the vehicles away from ENCE. They are near enough center of the circle, so it's not all doom and gloom. Raise your edge, still 4 up. Shiv looking for a home currently. He can fall back to Udyr. And then Naylup and Monkey can play the 2 split as well. So there's, you know, there is somewhere. They're in the west a little bit. You have to hope they get a circle or 2 to come their way. But we've seen them perform in Erangel, and more importantly, we've seen them performing when the circle's been gifted to them. I would say gifted. It's probably not right in this circumstance, given that they actually lured over Gatka, and it was this kind of way anyway. But still, they move towards it. They got something they can work with. This is the nade from earlier on. Look at that. Wham bam, thank you. Done. Adepts, again, I spoke a little bit earlier on these ones with 47 points, 5 off the bat from frags alone. They're chasing it down when red line is the cutoff at 65 and you're on 47. Still everything to play for. Still all in play. I mean, hell, even Elgig still could do it. It's looking, for every 16th place they get, it's looking all that more impossible. But 2 good games, 25, get 15 frags, get a win, 50 points. We've seen it before.
From certain teams. I mean...
There's the caveat.
Yeah, it's as much as, yes, it could happen. You have to look at the reality of, can they make it happen? And sometimes the answer is no. It'd be looking like he's baiting some shots out here. They knew that ENCE were close by. You saw Jeemzz kind of stiff as a board, not moving a muscle, waiting to see if ENCE were considering getting close to this. Northern Lights making their way across very cautiously, keeping in mind that Na'Vi were on the other side. So they're taking a very, very cautious route over.
Playing blue, mountain, easy defense to make this one clean. Got to be aware of Tab lurking. Those compounds won't be necessarily safe in the back of your mind. You have to think they have priority compounds as it does run off the side of the hillside, pretty much where Udyr is. Comes down towards the south. Decent circle for most. Liquid, regroup, ENCE. They'll probably stay stationary given that TSM is quite close to them and probably just wants some sort of revenge. Take a few bodies away from them and go down in a ball of flames. TSM's actually going for the hard rotate. This is a bit Monka S in my opinion. 2 vehicles also getting chased down by EIQ. Oh god, I think several teams are probably going to run in between FaZe and Tempest. If they don't die to one, they'll probably die to the other. Adepts, where has this sign of life come from? If you get a follow-up as well onto Besto, that is just immense work. Enough damage to done to at least force him back. EIQ, I did say watch out for them running into FaZe Clan. That's exactly what's happened. Furix gets a second. What is this Adepts we're seeing all of a sudden?
Yeah, but look at 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 117 points each. So again, at the top it's close, at the bottom it's close. Adepts are pushing, they're now 1 point behind ENCE, and now they've just taken it over. They are now tied on 54. So how many teams we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams all tied up on essentially the same points. Actually, no, even more. Redline and Raise Your Edge, 67 points each. This is ridiculous. It's incredibly close. We have to keep your eyes on the standings. This is going to come down to smallest bits and pieces. Kissick there in trouble. Raise Your Edge, keeping him under pressure. You got Artix trying to bail him out here, but Kissick still going, still wanting the fight. Barely makes it to the prone. And obviously he wants to get in there, try and save his teammates, but for now, Nail's about to make the move, and there it is. Bestoloch next time get eliminated in 13th, and Raise Your Edge, a couple more points building for them. That's good news.
It was actually Furax who stole it again. Okay, we see you, Adepts.
Yeah.
I did mention, because I saw this one on the rotate earlier on where FaZe Clan was, there was 2 teams running into him. TSM went early towards the Longwoods, which is just a little bit south of the Gatka V. Nice 15 times if you want to go look to the opposite ends of the world of that thing. It's good and all, but nothing else really. Use a 6. It's the best scope in the game. Anyway, Adepts, closing in. You spoke about it, you touched on it. The pull-up was here. Definitely has been heard by Raise Your Edge. They want to see how many more they can hurt. They've already stolen 1 away from this team. It's how much information do they have? Do they know 3 players are up? Do they think maybe there's less manpower behind this push? We shall see. Northern Lights still in the blue. They really want this win, don't they? 135 at the top. They are playing super, super passive.
I hope this goes north, not south. If we go south, we're into the fields, and it ruins all the fun. I mean, the north still got a lot of fields. You've got the Gatka fields, I guess. I just want that middle portion. Northern Lights have spent more time in the blue than in the circle. Like, honestly, why is this a feature? Like, why does the circle like the shittiest area? Can you stop it? Oh, TSM getting caught in the back by FaZe. Nice work from FaZe, actually. A good game so far. 5 kills. Decent positioning in this, especially considering they have Fuzzface in the field. Now it becomes the game of who takes the shacks and who prones down the longest, and it's super exciting. And we'll have the same ending as we always do.
It's difficult terrain to work with. Especially given the...
Style points for Ubah.
Oh, God. Ubah just avoids a near-death collision. I'll tell you what, they've pulled up on the opposing side. The go symbol has been lit. Now they're looking onwards. Aitzy taking out a distance. That's going to be Omakan who get an eye line on this one. They're taking the big and only compound in the south, alongside T-Bone in the middle of the map, just on what looks to be the only shack. Again, something like that. Oh, Gustav just runs on some. Okay, well, fair enough. Might as well finish him off like that then. Runs him over, and this is kind of what you spoke about. All these shacks, all these little edges, playing for whatever you can. FaZe, they'll get in 1 because the circle is extremely rough. Tempest, I actually didn't touch on those, and I really should. How the kind of dirt path snakes through all of this. They have a pretty strong compound in all of them. It gives them a good foothold in the circle, and more importantly, somewhere to jump from. In the north, though, still back building, and same goes down the south. Adepts may have got a little bit too bloodlust here. They've been hungry. They've been looking for frags. They've been gatekeeping. They've been third party. They've been doing everything. Now they want to take a crack at the current leaders of the board, Northern Lights. They've already lost 1 while doing so, but remember the Northern Lights, they came out of this weakened by the blue. They'll be lacking some meds because it's taken so long. So they're in a weakened position, but they've already lost 1 person, so they have the man advantage. and they're a freakingly good team. Second one falls for Adepts. Have they bitten off more they can chew?
We'll find out soon, as you can already see Batulin's getting some good ground. I'm looking towards the north as well. Keep in mind that Liquid, ENCE all have to find their way across. TAB, Raise Your Edge, all over there as well. So it's quite a bit of a split fight on kind of two fronts. And Northern Lights still have their 4 players standing. Now, the only benefit the Adepts had was that they were in the circle, but now they've kind of lost that. They've only got Noki still standing. Sunzi just got found by Tempest as he tried to disengage from this hillside. And you're seeing Liquid making that final push, and they want to fight ENCE. It looks like they're actually pulling up actively on this Diggory. Going to receive the sharp end of the stick as Kaymind, Ibi combining on the lower end flank here. Squeaky's there, and Squeaky's not someone to be tussled with lightly. Man can do some work, but now Tornado Energy chime into the matter. You're going to see there clearly be some issues here. And that's Naylup piling in. So Raise Your Edge piling into this. We've got 1, 2, 3 teams all looking this way. ENCE go down, but now Liquid get all the attention. This becomes a bigger problem for them. They've just lost down in Kaymind. Ibi's knocked. It's just Jeemzz, and Mxey's still alive.
Mxey may try and pull up and be the absolute hero, savior with... Is he grabbed him on 0 HP? Oh, Shiv, you ruined all the fun. It was about to be the knight in shining armor. Unfortunately, does go down. Adepts, I think you got way too bloodthirsty here. Like, you were doing so well. And then you went after the #1 team in the lobby. You could have found somewhere on the snap and set up, rather than actually pushing them on the ridgeline. I get it. I understand it. But things were going so damn good. Just a bit too over aggro for me. And they unfortunately will go out in 8th. But some fair frags to the name. It's a decent number, given that some people are still performing less than that, especially in this lobby. Jimbo and Mxey, the last one standing for Team Liquid. They're left to deal with Raise Your Edge, essentially, that holds them at gunpoint. The TAB is behind Raise Your Edge.
Circle, Rich. I don't mind this one.
Be aware of the
like,
TAB.
How much can he do? I mean, the problem is his HP so low. Jeemzz is spot him. Yeah, I mean, he might sneak in kind of behind Raise Your Edge. It was Liquid who spotted him, not Raise Your Edge, so he could still do some damage. But I actually don't mind the circle. I hate it if it stayed further south, but it's got that kind of half and half. You've got a bit of the hillside in there. You've got that fun terrain where Udyr is. You've got Tempest in. I don't mind this too much. It's, I just don't like those open fields. Obviously, by the time most of these teams get to these open fields, they've used their utility. So it's just kind of this very messy scenario. However, that's not the case. We get to see something quite fun. Tornado Energy, this could be a big game for them. That northeast side, no one there but them. Now, Northern Lights looking towards Omicron as the first team as they want to really fight once they've made it towards a circle this time. Interesting positioning from Batulins and the boys here, opting to try and actively take the fight against Omicron in the shack. You've got Jeemzz there, you've got T-Bone there, Molly's going down. I mean, the rest of them are pulling up here, so this is what they've opted to fight for.
Kind of okay with it. By removing this objective in front of you, it gives you at least plenty of room to breathe and room to move directly in front. They just got to get one more out, which they do. That's 5 on the board for the Northern Lights. The TAB is still going by hook or by crook. I have no idea how. Maybe he tries to pick up a frag. Oh, shots coming his way. He's definitely been seen. That's from downwind. That's over by Tempest. So now he's forced into the back lines of Raise Your Edge. Udyr is there to hold that bridge line and deny access or any teams that creep up from the little compound, but he won't have that full amount of information available that the TAB's lurking behind him. Liquid tries to sneak to the blue to deny the point. Melman says, no, 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 no. We want your point. Tornado Energy. We're currently in second. We'll take every single point we can get. Level 2 gear for the TAB. Comp on the front of the Scar. It's just how this hillside dips off. Like, if Udyr steps over and he takes a shot at it, you have to make sure everyone's a banger in the head, otherwise he's in trouble. Got him.
Oh, yeah.
Done.
Nicely done by Udyr. I like that readjust from Tomil, kind of putting yourself in a position to be able to face Raise Your Edge without being locked into these compounds. Wow. Okay, are we going to see the slap man himself? Tomil in a very good position now. The rest of Tempest super strong as well. Looking at this, I need to look at the area around it. So obviously the hills to the north are pretty strong. They need to bolster their numbers. It looks like Northern Lights want to get in there quick. I don't know if they're going to crash it or just kind of pull up and try and play this edge. There's a little bit of a hill, that kind of rolls around, but it's really not much. It's barely pronable to stay safe. You can see the damage coming out. It's definitely there. To the north of them, they're going to break away from the north side. And the further east you get, there's still a couple more trees, and you do have FaZe in the field who haven't been moved yet.
Yeah, they have another awkward angle onto Northern Lights, which is problematic for them because it forces them to lay down as opposed to maybe sneak a peek or two. Wait, am I seeing a VSS on the side of Tempest? Did I just see someone cycling one? I'll be disappointed if so. Or maybe I'll be impressed. I don't know which. Oh, yeah, it is. There we go.
Show
VSS.
us Pixel's perspective.
Go on. Go on, son. Show us your wacky jacky skin and your skills. I want to see it.
Sound a bit dirty. Show us your wacky jacking. Oof. It's only 8 o'clock in Germany, Rich. Calm down.
It's Sunday. Come on, love. No.
It's the God's Day. You can't be doing that. Tornado Energy over in the northeast, taking vehicles, kind of working their way around. I think they're just checking that there's no one behind them. They're kind of, going through the motions, and it's the right thing to do. You don't want to risk getting too far ahead. Again, that hillside does subside once you get slightly further south. Obviously, there's not as much terrain to play with. You do become visible. Now, the problem for Tempest is obviously on one side, they do have the only bit of hard cover, but it's in their way. They are the biggest threat right now. Northern Lights are splitting the attention a little bit. They've just caught a glimpse of Tornado Energy as they had to get closer to that new circle.
Is everybody just holding everyone accountable at the moment? If FaZe want to have a crack at Northern Lights, they have to go towards this backside, which then they're exposed to Tornado Energy from certain angles, and the Northern Lights themselves, especially 3 players that are all just aiming minis at them. Good lord.
Yes!
This meta is infuriating.
Look at that VSS. Powerful, strong, beautiful. That, honestly, win the game with the VSS. I'll give you a euro. That's a lot of money right there.
Hey, that's a 1-up on the 50p.
I know. Oh, look, if you win with a VSS, but you have to get a kill in the final situation. For now, Quizzy's desperate to get those shots to come through. Wookie Bookie, what are you up to there? What are you doing there, Wookie Bookie? You got cover. Why are you leaving it? It's a little risky for me. I don't like that. Again, normally I don't doubt Wookie Bookie, but I'm not sure what the readjust was for. Maybe there's method to the madness and I don't realize, and I'm sure we'll see if they do win. What the plan was, but for now they are keeping everyone pretty accountable. So maybe they're looking to transition away from the further away building towards the close one. Fine. Clib's
Clib.
out in the field.
Oh.
Big Daddy Clib is here. Woof, these nades. Just get the VSS in there. Clib's ridiculous. Clib is ridiculous. Go time. Push it. You've just got 3 knocks. There's only one alive. Get all that utility down. Get the VSS out. Spray it down. Batulins is on the run. He's going to get the hell out of there. There is no recovery. Those nades were huge. And Clib, again, a name we can't stop saying. Tommel this time going to show off towards Shiv. And it looks like Tempest have really pressured this one forward. Pull up. FaZe under fire. They are in trouble from all around. Clib again finds Fuzzface. With Tornado Energy trying to clear this side out. 4 teams now stand. And one of them, the big boys right now, is Tempest.
Oh my god, they are just mowing down this server. Not entirely sure how many frags it's been so far, but it's looking good. Tornado Energy have got 8 themselves, so that's pretty decent. Questionable pull-up by Malman to actually run towards them, especially when you've got Batulins in smoke on your left-hand side. I get what you're trying to achieve here by getting more ground on them. They don't have info. By looking towards uphill, it shows they don't have the full information, which is good for Tornado Energy. It's buying you time, but how much? That's the question.
Okay, look, if Wookie Bookie dies...
Wookie, right?
Yeah, we're going to have to see Pixel really pick up the mantle with the VSS. So, normally, I'd like, Wookie Bookie to live, but right now, if it means I get more VSS, I'm happy. Clib's, he's such a deadly player because they've just kind of unleashed him. They've just kind of let him run wild here. He's pushed out quite far ahead, and this is exactly what Tempest would want. Northern Lights and Tornado Energy fighting. And the fun factor now, we get to have a 4v4 ending, and Tempest are in the vehicles. They're pulling up. They're already being proactive about this. They're already looking ahead. And now we get to see the real fight happening. Tornado Energy far out towards the east, backs to the blue, a little bit more southern. Tommel holds the northern portion, tries to use the car and a little bit of cover here and there to keep the pressure building. But this is quite a big chunk of space between them. This is DMRs. This is, of course, the VSS time. This is going to be them having to really get those shots coming through. One ridge, kind of where example is to Wookie Bookie, runs up, but it's not much cover for anyone here. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, circle updating gives Tempest the bigger denial, to be honest with you. They can hold Tornado outside and up against the blue. It makes it difficult for Quizzy, an example, to regroup with the rest of the team. Alia still has a bit of a run to do, but nowhere near as much as his comrades to his left-hand side. Melman all the way against the back. He's here to maybe keep quiet Pixel and
Yes.
Tommel. Do what he can. The VSS, though, speaking of quiet, silent but deadly. Can you find anybody? That's the question. Lauren's got a Euro on it. Tap, tap, tap we go. No full automatic, and I'm okay with that. B1 with the single fire.
Come on,
Oh,
Pixel.
this is
They're
interesting.
coming your way,
Taking
bud.
the vehicle at this stage, I
You're
get
gonna
it because
run
it's
it,
an
aren't
easier maneuver to make the run, but like that thing's going to be so fragile.
I mean, and for Pixel, you can actually just keep him suppressed. As much as, yes, I am memeing out a little bit about the VSS, I do actually love the gun. You really can keep players suppressed. It's very spammable. You can see the traces very easily. So again, it's good for keeping players kind of pinned down and allow the rest of your team, the kind of heavier punch of your team, to get involved. It looks like Tommel's kind of chomping at the bit to get into this. Tornado Energy actually aren't in the circle yet. Only one of their players has currently made it in. So again, they're very much on the cusp here, but they need to think about further step, that next step forward.
I suppose you do panic a little bit when you've been hit by a VSS, but it just starts to eat away at your health, and you've no idea where the player's coming from because it's so silent. You lack information. Any other normal gun just kicks off. It's like, okay, well, I can pinpoint accurately where he's going to be. They do know where Pixel is, but this VSS is just such a nuisance.
And honestly, look at that circle end. Slap bang on Pixel and Tommel, basically. I don't know how they're going to make it happen, but it looks like on the bike we go. They're going to try and push it right now. Tommel's got the gun out. M4 to hand. The fire comes in. Aliag's there as well. They're all going to try and make the move. Rookie finds Melman, and the nades start coming in. Aliag's made it pretty far up, but what can he do with this new spot? Absolutely nothing so far. Tommel says no, and we are getting closer and closer to getting another interview with the man himself, Tommel. Always an entertainer, and they put in a stellar performance here, as it looks like Quizzy, it's time to bow down to the blue. You're done for. Nice work from Tempus. It wasn't a huge kill game, but I assure you the damage was pretty strong there.
In the end, it was actually a decent circle. I know what you were kind of alluding to when we go to just to the east of that, where it's the barren open field. You have one road that runs through, and everyone's just hoping, okay, well, we can survive between a shack and a road, and maybe a hillside. But that's actually a decent one, to be able to utilize the hay bales around them, use the vehicles. I mean, it was a bit sketchy at the end to kind of be using a vehicle, but how else, I suppose, do you make that open run when two players are outside the circle and everyone's got freaking 8 times in SLRs? They did what they could, even at the end. All right, moving the vehicle upside the hill, end up being the death of him. But you're using what you've got. You're trying to make it work by hook or by crook. And if anything, 1, it was a decent ending. It was a decent circle. 2, we got to see someone using a VSS, which is a rarity.
It was beautiful. It's a stunning weapon. I don't think I saw the Wacky Jackie skin, so maybe that's why he didn't hit his shots. That's what I'm saying. But long story short, I do hope that we get the Tommel interview. I like all the other players. They're perfectly fine. But no one gets the chat riled up like Tommel. You know what I mean? Love him or hate him, they're there. They love a comment or two. Anyway, guys, we're going to head back to the analysis, guys, to break down what we just saw. The first look at Erangel.
That's right, indeed. We are back, and we were promised by Tommel a second win from Tempest, at least. And here we are. They're able to get it. And geez, Louise is already here. Oh, Tommel, hello. How are you doing?
Hello, boys, again. I promised you another chicken dinner, and here we are.
Yes, you indeed are. Well played, well played. So, going into this game, you guys had that compound for a little while. Were you feeling very comfortable with that? And then moving into that final 4v4, how did the team feel going up against Tornado Energy and their position?
Yeah, we had to have like one game at least with circles. So that was nice in that compound. I think we were surprised there were no other teams there, considering Navi and other teams play around those hills, but we got everything for free somehow. Going into the 4v4, we were actually unsure if there was one Rye member left, but we like kind of quickly figured out it was 4-on-4. We just took as much space as we could early on. They had no space. That basically won the game, and they just ended up denying instead of trying.
Fair. Martin?
I was gonna ask, were you guys not surprised that you had one guy in the south compound like when Circle 4 popped? Like that's kind of unexpected. Like, how was that possible? Are you not afraid of getting breached here? What?
It's just my.
And why are you not in a 2-2 split instead of a 3-1?
It's just my big units. I can easily hold down a compound. If I get crashed, we move into the hill, but we're always ready for a crash. Cars ready. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty confident.
Okay, Toby.
I'm looking at the leaderboards now, and Tamil, while you guys are sitting in 8th right now, one more win or maybe 2 more good games in a row could throw you into that whole pile of teams that we see with like 3rd down to 6th. Is that what's gonna happen with Tempest today? You're gonna enter top 5, or what's gonna happen?
Yeah, just give me a minion 8x and we can make everything happen.
Hey, how about the VSS? Did he just have no other weapons, or?
VSS? Oh, we looted for like 40 minutes, but we ended up having no ammo. I don't know how. I guess it's just Milta magic. Woo!
Okay, fair play. Any last shout-outs, Tomo, before we let you go?
Yeah, thanks for the fans shouting us out all game. Appreciate it. I don't know. We might get another win. I don't know. We'll just have to see, right?
Right.
Good luck.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Tomo. Good luck in your games. See you in a bit. That was Tomil, as always. Here are the highlights as well, and I'm sure we'll see some of Tomil later on in these. As we do have Martin Toby here, of course, during all of this. He's just a charming chap once again. Cheeky, charming. Content. He is content. He is content. Yeah, he likes to. Okay, Vard. Jeez Louise. This was a bit surprising. Unfortunately for TSM, actually, ENCE got the better of that engagement, which is not great for TSM when it comes to their campaign here, but that is by the by. Martin, what did you take away from this game?
This was one of the most crazy get 3 guys out of the car without asking them. A nice lead from Aitzy, though. Nice to see, but overall, kind of crazy game. I was, besides Tommel's size and big IQ, I was really surprised that nobody had scouted that or breached that compound, because once you see that 4th circle and that compound is so close to it, you literally have to try to get into the compound. Otherwise, you're 100% sure that you're not going to be able to get into the late game. So I was surprised not to see Ratio Edge try to push them on foot. It's quite an easy compound to actually to get close to with a few smokes, especially because of the chain fence around it. This kind of the water tower, and there's a lot of stuff that kind of enables you to be able to get close from, especially from Ratio Edge's position, especially when Tempest started shooting at LLT and some of the other guys here in the south.
And that was a massive grenade coming out there from Clib, I think it was. And overall, that really helped them so much in order to be able to, seize the control of the southern flank and then be able to control the game from there, Toby. That was so important.
Yeah, I mean, they played the end game really well. Fortunate that Nate was where it was, but also, I mean, there's only so many places those Northern Light players can be. So if you have the capability to put it in there, then there's also a pretty good chance you're going to do a lot of damage with. And that's why he played as risky as he did, trying to go for the Nate, because you knew how big of an impact it could have.
It's going to be very top heavy, this lobby, when we look at the points coming in so far, as we are 9 through 60. Not many points reside here. It is all going to be at the top. 18 points, 15 points, 13 points, 11 points. Razor Edge getting some much needed points there as well. But Tempest has shown throughout the day that they're very capable of hanging with some of the best. Tornado Energy, my boys, getting big points up at top with 2nd place right now. But it is still difficult, Martin, to be able to catch up with Northern Lights because they keep being consistent.
They keep getting a lot of points. You're getting a 3rd place with some kills. You see the Deep with 5. It's getting close here. It's 14 points from Tornado Energy up to Northern Lights, if I've counted correctly, and then it's a big step. I think 15 points from Tornado Energy down to Navi, so it's getting extremely close as well for that. I think we are pretty sure that at this point, unless something crazy happens, that Northern Lights or Tornado Energy is gonna be able to take home the win with this.
Yeah, and actually, Toby, talk to me about Northern Lights, because their rotations in this game were very, very impressive regarding the circles and entering the circle as a whole.
I think overall we're hitting a time now where teams are getting pretty desperate for different reasons. Northern Lights is in the situation where, okay, guys, we are ahead. We need to stay alive, first of all, but also make sure that the teams that we don't want to get points aren't going to be the ones that we fight in case they do kill us. And we saw, I mean, Lauren pointed it out too, I don't think they touched the circle before phase 4, maybe even in the start of phase 5.
Right.
But what they did with it was so damn smart, because it was, I like to call it one of those Scoom strats where you, we're talking 2017, 2018 type play, where you see a circle hard shift in one end, and you don't push through, you push all the way around to go to the opposite side. Doesn't matter that you take some blue damage, that's what your early first hits are for anyway. that stopped working for a while because so many teams started doing it. Now no one's doing it, therefore it worked well for them going south, and you can see that's what separates them now. 14 points make that in the top.
Yeah, not many teams to contest in that kind of rotation. Northern Lights 148 points up at the top there with Tornado Energy at their heels, but not quite at their heels. There's still a bit of gap there to be made up in 2 games alone if they want to try and seize that top spot. As you were saying, Martin, it feels like maybe for even all the other huge names just below them, it's kind of done unless they're able to have some big games themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking 2 wins here back to back with some high kill games for these guys to be able to catch up. And as I said earlier as well, like Northern Lights is not going to go out, or most likely not going to go out with 0 points or 1 or 2 points. They're going to keep up wrecking points. They're going to keep up getting, the placements, a few kills here and there. And they are extremely confident right now. You can literally see how they pull up on Omaken and they don't care. They just push them out, molly them, nade them, and they make sure they clean it out. And for me, looking at the leaderboard from yesterday as well, Tempus actually only had 13 points. Imagine if they had a mediocre day at like 33 or whatever, 38. They would have been probably 3rd right now because they've had such an amazing day so far. They're leading the day so far in terms of points with 47 points. So it's sad for them that they're not able to have a better day than the 13 points yesterday, which is extremely low for them. Otherwise, they would actually been able to contest the top 3 at the moment.
And it's a great statement for Northern Lights and Tornado Energy at the moment here, Toby, with how they're performing. Maybe Tornado Energy can pip it, but it is going to be very difficult, I think, right?
It's all going to come down to whether or not Northern Lights gets found early. If they are allowed to stay alive till phase 4, they will get 5+ points, and that's going to be too much for anyone to catch them.
All right, well, we are getting into the game here. It's the penultimate game to find out who our champion is going to be. Right now, Northern Lights is ahead above the rest. Will they be punished? Will they be brought down? We're about to find out here in the last 2 games of the day for PCS Charity Showdown. Sims, Pansy, take it away.
Thank you, and it's an honor to get to this point. We know that the kind of stage has been set. All the teams have been fighting with everything they have, be it a VSS or not, it doesn't matter. We've had some great matches, and now it comes down to those final moments. As I think Toby just mentioned, Northern Lights, if they just make it late game, they've solidified it. They've probably done just about enough. All the other teams, they have to chase now. They're the ones who have to eye up the top. They're the ones who can make the difference. You've just seen Tempus put themselves in a position to potentially catch that top pack. If they find some more success here, they could be well within that bigger situation.
It's going to be one of those games where we have to keep an eye, for good reason, on Northern Lights and Tornado Energy. Yes, if other teams start to go off on one, we will definitely switch train of thought and, see where they end up in terms of working their way up the points. But with Northern Lights and Tornado, we're looking for bad performances. And the reason we're looking for that is because then the race to the top becomes a real thing in the next game. If Northern Lights or Tornado Energy in this pretty much get a top 3 finish with a few frags, I think that seals the deal. I think we know who the winner is coming into the final match. But if we see something wild, something crazy, something weird and wonderful happen, and if some third world, just kind of like, I don't know, just some different time zone, some different level, different plane where Northern Lights go out in 16th, like there's a third dimension where that happens, and all of a sudden the race is on.
Well, we know it now. We know what we need to look out for. And that circle leaning towards the top end means some of the teams on the south are going to have a little bit of a trickier route. One of those teams could be Northern Lights, but there's not many teams in between them and their avenue to the circle. They mostly have, raise your edge, but they don't really hold the outskirts. They'll have the opportunity to get somewhere a little bit more centralized. But where do you go on this circle? We've seen a couple of mountain endings. We haven't seen too many in that kind of, the chicken tendy up top. So, again, do you risk it? Do you go for landmass? Or, where do you go here?
It's extremely difficult given the fact that there's water on both sides of the tendy, right? You've got the mass amount of ocean all the way at the top of the very northern edge, and it's quite sparse, to be honest. It almost runs the full length of the circle. But then, running the full length of the circle, we have the river from Yasnaya Pond all the way over to Georgia Paul Bay. It's a very, very tricky situation. It's an extremely difficult circle to predict where we're going to go. Circle 2 could definitely give us a better indication If it's on the main head of the island, if it's on the Tendy when Circle 2 pushes in, great, you know where you're going. If it goes all the way to the north, you know where you're going. All the way to the south, you know where you're going. The worst case scenario, it like lands Georgia Paul Bay in the middle. You're like, well, it's a north or south George ending, and we've no idea what's going to happen. There is a potential for a weird and wonderful ending here. I personally don't want a... I'm not a big fan of the mountain endings. I just think it's... everyone just murders one another. Like, it can get a little bit cruel and a little bit to the point where people can't really do too much. I like endings like in the previous round where Tempest get a fantastic nade and away we go. You know, there's options on either side what to do. With a mountain, I really feel like if you're at the foot of the hill or if you're at the wrong end of the circle, you're kind of in a position where you can't do much. It doesn't really provide enough cover to be able to do those rotates, those flanks, and so on and so forth, because you're up on a point, right? And everyone can see what you're doing, who's above you. Yeah, we generally don't know. We do know that people will have to rotate early, though. I don't want to see anyone getting caught kind of outside late game at the circle here. And you'll see when we see the map what FaZe are already doing and how they're kind of playing this one. It's a very old school FaZe move. It reminds me of PEL Season 1. Hell, it reminds me of even before that. Fuzzface already at the petrol station on the northern coastline.
Roll it back. Looks like most of the teams are deciding the Tendy is where they want to be. What's your go-to sauce for a dip? What is your dip choice for a chicken tendy?
Buffalo.
You're a buffalo kind of guy.
After being introduced in America, I can't turn back. It's insane.
Oh, that's a good shout.
It's just godlike.
See, I'm normally like I'm a straight barbecue sort of girl. You know, nothing crazy about it. You know, give me a little bit of barbecue sauce, but sometimes honey and mustard. It's a curveball, but it's a good one. Even a hot sauce. We'll see who's the honey and mustard, who's the hot sauce. They're all going to the north. Richard, you don't like hot things. You're not a spicy boy.
Well, I think Buffalo's pretty there. I'm not like you who just wax freaking Tabasco sauce on a breakfast. Hard pass.
That's belting. Excellent on eggs. Oh.
No.
Anything.
No,
Anything. Beautiful.
no,
Beautiful. BEA.
No.
Beautiful. ENCE, Omokun, TSM, EIQ, I guess are quite close by. Adept. All first to the north. All quickly up there, and it looks like Jeemzz is going to be under some fire here. That's the front tire gone, Jeemzz. I guess turning's not an option. You just got to kind of go forward now. You got to take this fight, and he's off on his own in the middle of nowhere. He wanted it. Let's see if he really wants the repercussions. The support is here. The fire from the hillside. Liquid supporting Jeemzz and not letting him go down early.
Another team that likes to fight and get involved. Multiple waves of people just hanging off the back of the vehicle. 3 people hit it and 1 player goes down. It's going to be Atomical gone. They all turned up at the right time. They will trade out with vehicles and such. Adepts, as you mentioned earlier on, we've still got Noki just bleeding out and praying for dear life, but there's nothing really he can do about that. In the previous one, I still kind of, there's something, I wish they wouldn't have got so aggro onto Northern Lights. 2 reasons. 1, they could have got them later on and maybe knocked them out a bit earlier, which would have made it a bit more of a fight for the top end of the board. And 2, I just think that they were doing so well and so confident. If they'd have just bit their tongues for a second, they could have been up there into that top 3 position. They could have been where Northern Lights are. Granted, there's definitely, this is no disrespect to a difference in level at the moment. Northern Lights is just playing a fantastic game of PUBG. But still, when points are so limited and on the line, it kind of means everything.
You're right. You're absolutely spot on. Omokun going to take over the compound, kind of on the plateau on the hillside. Got TSM spotting this out. They've known what's coming, so now they're going to try and reinforce Iroh and Vard. Get Fexx up there, unleash him on it, MiracU with him. Now, it's a hard compound to get into. It can be crashed. You've got these opposing hills that can work well, but Jeemzz claimed 1, so it's not without a fight. Do they? No, they're back in. I don't think they really want much of this. It looks like they can peel away. Iroh going to keep a little bit of an eye towards it, but you've got to look at MiracU, Fexx, and Vard. They're not that close by, so I don't feel as though that's their main goal here. Northern Lights heading over to the apartments north side of George. Algiganton, backside of the hill. I feel back when, PUBG first came out, we saw so many circles up in the north. So many. Fuzzface letting them know he does not care. It's FaZe on the move. Momi is on the other side. It's Redstone's going to get the fire in. And ubah's already found Momi. That's not good. Backadog's got to be careful now. Uh-oh, you got a lot of attention. And FaZe just look like they want to frag out.
Just beeping away. They don't really care. I think ubah actually got him out of the back of the car, to be honest with you. Drilled him out, and now he looks for his second chance to get a secondary knock. Mac and Dark will have to use the smokes. I don't really think any of his teammates can help him out from this point as well. They are in a good position, and that's probably why FaZe wants to remove him from it.
They're pushing it. They're
Two
going.
players. Oh, yeah, they want rid, don't they? They don't care. Beep the man away. Beep the evil man off the hill. Yeah, they're not bothered, are they?
FaZe are looking
Alright.
so spicy.
Yep.
I like that. You know what?
They don't care.
Do you know what right now? They're the buffalo sauce. You know, they're not quite hot sauce yet, but they're buffalo sauce right now on the Tendy. We'll see if it goes north or south. So far, most teams have gambled on the north side. If they go south, it's definitely going to catch a few off. You've got Razor Edge and Na'Vi down there, but okay. Okay, we're rolling back the years. We're going back. Everyone, as soon as you see a circle like this, tell me it's not just me who thinks of that Scoom moment, playing in those fields, you know, does the dirty. I mean, it's a classic circle. You mentioned Scoom, Toby, and look what's happened. We're getting, you know, these throwback circles where Zaki's in play. You've got the compound north of North George, where El Gigantin are currently going. That's I hate that compound, but it's the best of a bad bunch, really. There's not much to play with. And FaZe are just hunting these poor players. They've seen, you know, another member of Red Zone that seems to be in the sights, but do they go for Northern Lights? Because again, if they make it late game, Northern Lights might secure this. If they don't make it that far, and FaZe are looking hungry, now they may not catch them, but they could certainly hinder their run.
I'm super intrigued to see where this circle goes. A Zaki ending or a North George will be extremely fun. Players will have to set
Bring
up
me it!
somewhere that gives them access to both. There is that weird, massive hill that struts out to where Magisters is at the moment, so we know it comes away from there eventually. Zaki is a long shot, and every single domino has to fall in the right position in order to get it. We've got to get hard shifts that take us that way. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. Pull up, though. Mxey says hello to Vasku. Sends him out of the lobby. Omicron, they're on the run. The rest of them carry on. Jeemzz, next one to fall as well. T-Bone and Page, they have to dip away from this. And unfortunately, it might not be the best dip in the world. If they don't pull up here, then they'll be running into Northern Lights. Spoke about many a dip. They've taken two between them. Another drive-by as well. Holy hell, so many. Tab, murdered. Cold-blooded. Two players. One of them drives, the other one shoots. Away we go, and this will be the story of this entire game. How many teams are just going to magnetize towards the central area of this circle? The fields are probably where we end up going. Diggery, two different teams, fall victim to EIQ. The aggressive stance does come out. Plenty of damage onto Tiikzu. ubah tries to get the confirmation, but doesn't get it whatsoever. They take the dip. This is something to play with. It's not the greatest part in the world, but it's something. If FaZe advance, they've got a couple of nades. They will roll straight into the middle, and ENCE are dead. This could be scary. I'd love to get back on with either Gustav or ubah's POV just to see if they push that. They have to be aware of Ivers, who's also lingering on the coastal line. If he gets any kind of skyline onto any of the players, including Aitzy and Gustav, then he gets a free open shot. So they have to be careful. If they want to push ENCE, it may not be without third party and without the response.
Where are Razor Edge headed? Okay.
They're off to get a glider. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they're going to head. I mean, I guess they could take the fields and kind of try and slot in, but not going to be easy. Liquid there, going North George, kind of petrol station sort of area. Just on the outskirts of it, really. I mean, you got to get what you're given at this point. ELG, Vac. Didn't expect to see ELG losing players at this point, especially a flushed player. I kind of expected them to be able to hold on quite late game with 4 alive here. Razor Edge, a boat? I mean...
The last time you did this was in Berlin. And you guys got murdered by someone being on the coast, and they killed all 4 of you inside of it. Let me just repeat this. The last time you did this, it failed massively.
Okay, Rich. Now, let's look at this new circle, because the fields, they're more playable than the southern fields, of course, but it's not much. We could have a North George ending here. It's probably going to go to somewhere near T-Bone, if I'm honest. Honest? Sean Connery. Yeah, but that hill where ELG is, Adepts are, Liquid are still in the 2-on-1. Liquid, are you mad? They're gonna have Tornado Energy running through them. They've got Adepts right next to them. This is a weird game, Rich.
Well, we know next time round it pulls from water, so we have a good idea of where we're going, and that's why you were mentioning T-Bone. He's in a good position at the moment. It would be stand with good ground to get out of North George, to be honest with you. Go onto the backside of it, take the foothills. As soon as you come out of the apartment blocks that run the length of North George, you then hit a hillside. There's also a couple of compounds where Navi's position now that they may take control of because they're a really good pivotal exchange point for teams that make an evacuation from North George. You can get an eye line on them. You can kill them. There is a certain line of sight area that is just denied. You can't see, and that's all the way down at the end of it where Tornado Energy will be. But Navi's position at the moment is cracking. It'll allow them entry point into the circle. And more importantly, it'll be defensive stance from anyone behind you because of how the circle will play. Difficult times for many a team. Better luck next time. Have to go through Liquid. Tempest have to go through EIQ. Redline have to go through TSM. FaZe have to go through everybody. They're the furthest away from the circle all the way up in the north unless they get a really wacky rotate and somehow manage to avoid the northern lights.
This could be big for Fexx. It actually feels away. Nice timing on the repeat there. Really well played. Only loses a tiny piece of HP. You could even find another here, but it was actually stolen, I'm pretty sure. Rustanmar gets the kill. Another knock comes in. He's got to be careful to not overpeak here. There's a lot of people looking his way on the way these hillsides work. He's being kept safe by the tree foliage, occluding some of the vision, but it's a minimal amount. And again, here comes Double. Working in towards Tempest. Don't mess with Tempest. We know what they can do. And this time they've got proper guns, not even a VSS. As FaZe start to build up themselves, they need to find a way forward. You said it. They've got a lot of teams in their way. It's not going to be an easy run.
I've been slow and passive. And I'm okay with that. I've just been aware and seeing where people are. Fanning out purposely. Ibis bombing straight through the middle, trying to avoid anybody who's snaking around. This is it's a scrappy area where he's going, but he might just lay down behind a bush and pray to God that he survives this one. Oh boy. Oh, my people need me.
The greatest of these that FaZe have made it towards the hillside. They're chasing off Raise Your Edge, and they've got their help from Northern Lights chiming in. Northern Lights going to steal a kill away, and they're holding themselves pretty steadfast in the north. Let's see that circle. Yeah, as expected, it's still got a lot of Georgia pull in there, though. Keep in mind, that North George side is still very much playable. You'll imagine it will move away from water when it gets a chance, but still there. TSM on their knees. Not looking so good now. MiracU and Vard, the last two to stand as Tempest gets just that bit closer. Tomil. Is there another chicken dinner? We'll find out. That's a clean sweep. Well played to Tempest. Doing exactly what they need to progress forwards. Now Vard has Iroh beside him, but they're working through this. They're still going to build up. Na'Vi going to see the rest of Raise Your Edge. They made it to land, and Monkey made it to land. Now he's going to make it to lobby. It's not looking so good.
Goes down with the drill of Bestoloch. That is just an insane level of skill for the control. I mean, the M4's a laser beam, don't get me wrong, but to not basically miss a bullet, that's better. Oh my god, Aitzy just gets pinged out of the vehicle. FaZe now forced to try and take a lower ground to deny vision here, which they do. They will survive. We said they could be in trouble on the rotate because they'd have to go for everybody. Ubah gets spotted. That's another one. FaZe lose 50% in the rotate. This place is still open, and all you're doing is feeding the top of the table here, guys. That is not a good spot to be pulling up. It is so open to the entire backside of the server.
I don't think they like it
just
much.
wanders by.
This is fine.
This is a nightmare.
Oh, Vard, yep, down we go. Tempest having a game. Okay, first team out is TSM. We're at this point with 38 players, but 15 teams. So you can imagine there's a lot of scrappy players left. You're left in twos, ones. You know, if it's a four-man squad at this point, you know they're going to start looking a little bit deadly down the line, and Northern Lights is definitely one of them. The circle still allows their room to play. They have this two-man hit squad off on their own, but they can do damage all themselves. Tiikzu tries to find a pull-up. Page says no, and Oma can hold with these two players again.
2 frags for free is okay. As soon as 2 players, I mean, the bike's there as well, delivered to them, so there is an emergency get out of jail card. How far you actually get, that's a different question altogether. Liquid, 2 players standing top of the hill. Better luck next time behind them. Tornado Energy. Adept split between 3 apartment blocks. It's a bit weird. I don't understand it, but whatever works, boys. coming out of there will be difficult. This is the hillside I was speaking about earlier on. If anyone does set up shop further downwind of them, the Adepts then have an extremely difficult task to remove themselves from that position. Circle went exactly where we expected it to, given the water that's in play. Red zone playing blue zone. Outside there behind the Northern Lights. Magister's last man standing for his roster, trying to get placement. He could be dangerous for the Northern Lights should he sneak in and take one or two players, even one player at this point when you're in an open field. Northern Lights need as many bodies in play as possible to control their quadrant of the circle.
Counting down on those shots there, Kissick with Artix doing well. Getting it perfectly timed to make sure it's as efficient as possible, but now Tempest have arrived on the scene and they want to get involved. Entropic goes down, we're into 14 teams here. This is where it gets brutal. This is just the east side, northeast. Liquid linger in the background. ELG unable to join in the fight as they're stuck in that compound. They can't really leave it now. It's where they're going to have to kind of hold the line. Tempest have the high ground, but they might just get pinned out there. Let's see where this circle updates towards. I'm imagining Fields, thinking, you know, FaZe, Hebone. Yeah, there it is. So you're looking at going towards the fields again. Adepts are still there. Tornado Energy, Na'Vi, they can all shuffle in. Northern Lights might have a harder time than they'd like here. This could put them out a little early. Now Wookie Bookie goes down. Any trade back? No. Fate, good positioning towards Tommel. Maybe that interview is just not happening. We'll see if the flush comes in. Down he goes. Harsh work on towards Tempest. 6 kills this game, though. Not bad at all. They're in 8th currently. Can't make it much further. As you can see, Pix will go down. And it's just Clib alive, the man who did wonders with that nade not too long ago. Sadly, is your last one standing for them here. Good tag, but that pressure coming back, Rich, it's insurmountable.
Yeah, a little bit of a wobble to get the smokes down, so he's built himself a wall and a point to exit, but too many players, too many bullets. Better luck next time, indeed. We will not get the interview. Tempest, they go bowing out in 13th position. SKUIJKE outside of the circle, rather unfortunate. Northern Lights are now making their move. Na'Vi have moved up to Kemba's position, or should be doing very shortly. Batulins, that's a grenade. What can you do with this? FaZe's position's given up. 1-2, thank you. Spyro and Batulins remove FaZe Clan. Their next objective inside of the circle. Your number one team currently in the lobby is doing wonders. They still control a quarter of this circle on their own.
I was a little worried they'd be super passive or they'd play scared. You know, when you're at the top and people are trying to chase, get aggressive, they played it very well. Tornado Energy sitting, looking at what's going on. They know that they need to now start really crushing down if they want to get into this. 136 points, nothing to be sneered at, but big lead with Northern Lights, and we aren't even late game. We're above 10 teams still standing. Now Na'Vi, 122. Omicron, 121. TSM out at 118. And then Team Liquid, 115. Better luck next time. Trying to punch above their weight here. Taking on Tornado Energy, and I mean, 6 kills so far. Can't be sneered at. These guys are putting up some big numbers, and flawlessly, once in on the action. Nade could be good. That's one down, doesn't have any more to spare. Bouncing off the tree, doesn't find Melman. They have to do it all with the guns.
We came into this one, red line were just above red zone, 69-65 points respectively. Remember, they're teams that are playing PCS qualification. Magister's the only man standing for his roster, but if he can stay in this and pick up points through placement, it could be pivotal towards the end of the game. Ilia moves on to the second player. That's good. 2 sprays, 2 knocks. There is a response. Smokes are down. Artix is forced to go for the res, and I'm okay with that. Example, looking towards which smokes do you put this nade in? Could it be perfect? I think he might get it, and he does. Kissick. Kiss that, my friend. That's rather unfortunate. If the follow-up is good, that'll be all 3 players falling simultaneously. Thank God you boys moved. They live to fight another day, but for how long?
That's the question. ENCE now eliminated. We're into sub-10 teams. Ibi just got flushed as well. That's Liquid out. Down to 9. Better luck next time of fighting. They're down to 3 players. SKUIJKE could stop them there. He could do some more damage. 11 bullets. He's out of it. Better luck next time. 10 kills. Maybe 3 players if they get back on their feet, but El Gigant's in a building. They're looking for this. Look at this circle. Look at this pressure coming in. Northern Lights chasing down Omicron. They have to make their move. T-Bone's on the run. They're trying to get out of there before Northern Lights see them, but the tags are already coming in, but they've made it to the ditch. Pull up, prone down, and just take a second to breathe as Northern Lights are chasing pretty close. Deep's not far off at all.
All they have to do is survive in that scenario. Same would go for El Gigant, unfortunately. Yaxi was the only player holding the hillside and a real threat or pressure to the Northern Lights. He's gone down. They spot him at distance. They remove him. That makes things a little bit more easy as you don't have to watch your backside just as much. The Deep's in there. Perfectix also give him support and backup. Remember, Adepts, they were inside of the apartment blocks. Nobody held them. They were allowed to run free unchecked. Fate, do you get an 11th frag or do we end it here? Up we go, down you go. He does not. They end in 8th place, but 10 kills is decent. It'll keep their position.
Northern Lights, this is super aggressive. They're pushing the 2 players. Omikun, if they have any nades, Omikun might be dead here. Deep's already going to set 1 free. That's towards the smokes, and actually Omikun are playing just outside of it, but that does mean the Perfectix can spot them out. Got to be careful now. Going to be on red alert. Northern Lights, you're doing this with 7 teams in the lobby. 6, I guess, excluding you. So, a little dangerous, but I mean, they've got headroom at the top. Tornado Energy are down. Why not just go run Rampage?
I like how Omikun's actually avoiding grenades by sitting more towards the Northern Lights. This flank could be deadly and put an end in that one, but still nice of Omikun to read where the nades will be coming in, sit forward of them, survive them most importantly. Smokes are now down. A few of them will bait the scenario as well. They'll force them, throw them further back. Again, just watch out for Perfectix on the off flank. Damage down. Now he knows the location. Now he can get the perfect nade. It's cooked, it's primed, it's down, and they could be done. Page certainly is. T-Bone, can you be found? Yes, you can. Omikun are gone. Northern Lights are absolutely destroying this entire lobby.
1 point between Na'Vi and Omikun as well. If Na'Vi keep building this, if they get another point, you know, jump another place, that'd be sick. But right now it is the Northern Lights show. They're playing an excellent game and they're being more aggressive. Look at Perfectix. He's pushing up again. He knows that the depths are up here. They're not afraid to take the fight. They're holding the circle. Na'Vi are playing for that late game, positioning, trying to play it smart in the fields. They're down to just 2 of them. But for now, Northern Lights have 4. And they are just holding everyone accountable to their positions. They are not letting anyone go free. If they're feeling it, let the boys play. Besto and Kemba going to try and work it up from the ridgeline. Finally spot out. Besto going to get the tags. Nice tags as well. But he's in the open. Time to get out of there if he can. Deep's going to fire back. Bouncing those shots off Besto. He's doing the best moves he's got, but it's not enough to escape Northern Lights in their vision.
Been feeling like a CIS server today. Certainly the teams from the East have been performing extremely well. Kemba last man standing. We'll see what he can do. Naylup just playing for money at this point, unfortunately, for Raise Your Edge. They're out of the top zone, but if they can jump up a placement or 2, then so be it. A bit more cash in the pocket for the lads. Again, been a team invited to this one. We did say we wanted to see some blinding performances. It's not necessarily been the performance of a lifetime. I'll take top 10, though, given how difficult the group stage was for them. Naylup's last stand ends there. 4 teams, instantly down to 2. 2 solo snakes, and all of a sudden it comes down to Northern Lights versus Adepts. Adepts, you got battered by these boys in the latter round. You do have 3 up fanned out, though. You may have the drop on them. Is it time for some revenge?
Sunzi's got to keep their attention, otherwise this 2-man hit squad's going to be all for nothing. The theory's nice, but Perfectix, it looks like he already knows what's going on or considers it. Again, Sunzi needs to get their attention if he wants this to work, and so far, that's not the case. So for now, it looks like Northern Lights being more proactive, being more like the ones to engage, will probably come away with the victory here, unless Fexx does something, Tundo does something. Now, the Tulins, Perfectix find the first couple of spots. Fexx there, pinned behind the tree, not in the new circle, has to move. Tundo does bail him out of at least 1 player peeking him, but now that's another position noted, Rich.
AKM's good, but against 2 players, you'd have to go for a really, really quick and precise, sharp spray transfer. They're working in tandem with one another. Unless this Molly hits somebody, he goes for the God Molly. Nope. Gets caught with his pants down, trying to evacuate the situation. Instantly flush. No time for retrieval whatsoever. Perfectix has been tanked up pretty bad. 2 times falls back. They've all got comps on the front of the ARs, which makes that much easier to try and control these spray patterns. They've all got utility as well. Furax falls, and now it comes down to finding 1 more. This has been their competition thus far. This has been their lobby in this particular scenario. The Northern Lights are just looking like a very, very scary force to be reckoned with. Tundo may try and steal a couple of points here and there. You should have hit that one, my friend. Come on. You could have stolen another frag. Now they know where you are. Here comes the full force. Surrounded, nothing you can do. Winner, winner. CIS dinner. 16 frags. 10 points on the top. What do they have? 148 before this. Another 26. Give them the trophy. It's done.
Yeah, they played exceptionally, and I love to see that. I like seeing a team being aggressive, even though they've got themselves in those final positions, right? How many times do we see teams throwing in those final moments when they're, sitting towards the top, they get chased, they're too passive, they don't make the most of it. Northern Lights didn't play scared for a second. They played that out like champions. So if they do walk away with this, I feel as though they will be now. Couldn't ask for a better team. The way they've played has been exceptional. So happy to see them doing incredibly well here, and what a great circle too. I was happy to see that up in the north.
Yeah, something at the end, a little bit different to what we're normally used to. I was hoping for a Zaki one, but you know what? Eventually we'll get those weird and wonderful island corners. For now, we'll throw it back to the desk. The gentleman over there, you guys, what do you think about that?
Absolutely delightful stuff there. Northern Lights continue to go from strength to victory to championship. Now that is just phenomenal stuff. Even though, of course, we still have one game left, it does look almost certain now. In fact, 99.9%. The Northern Lights is going to be walking away with this. Now, the question is now, just how far are they going to take that lead? It's a phenomenal thing to see here. Northern Lights get themselves another victory on the board. Let's take a look at the highlights. Martin, Toby joining me here. Martin, it's been an absolutely stellar run from Northern Lights.
Yeah, they've really been performing to you could not ask for a better performance from them. The amount of confidence they've shown, the amount of how well they've been able to adapt throughout this whole tournament, just been phenomenal. Honestly, I couldn't really ask for a better macro, for a better how they've been able to adapt throughout the whole thing. It's just insane.
And Toby, coming into this game, the circle was favorable for them to get things going, but then later circles not so favorable.
I mean, they got that one shift up towards Sarky, right? That was really it. Everything else, they were, I don't want to say chasing, because they never feel like they're chasing circles. They just casually run in and kill everyone. I mean, they're a team that are scary not only for their, obviously individual fracking capabilities, but because they don't really rely on circles. We've seen it so many times. I could go on a full tantrum, make a podcast about how Northern Lights win games they aren't supposed to win, just because their playstyle doesn't really include we need these circles or we need that compound. It's just we can play from wherever we want, as long as other teams don't get in our way. And if they do, we kill them.
Yeah, and they were able to do it very effectively here, especially throughout the fields and then up towards this hill as well, as they were able to assert dominance over Adepts. And every single one of these kills, Martin, just looked so flawless.
Yeah, it's just the confidence coming through from this. I think at this point they're already like, guys, we want it. Let's just let's style in the lobby. Let's show them what we're really made of, and just secure the win in this game. And they I think with this they are pretty certain to have secured the win with this.
Jeez, 26 points, and Adepts and Bestoloch next time will get themselves 11 on the board as well. And actually, the other points that are coming in makes this very, very interesting, because whilst we didn't highlight it at the beginning of the day, Sims has been highlighting it throughout the day, where 6 of the teams that aren't the invited 6 already for PCS EU, the other 6 that get highest in this lobby throughout will also be qualifying through into PCS EU. So we'll be able to look at the overall leaderboards in a few moments' time and actually look at that. But Spiros and Fexx getting themselves the top 2 spots here in terms of kills, and then Betulins is there as well. Northern Lights just showing up left, right, and center, and plenty of damage as well. If the Deep didn't get the kills, Toby, he's showing up in the damage.
Yeah, I mean they're all up there, and that's another part of what makes it so scary. When you have not one, but every 4 player can step up to the plate and do the damage needed. That's a scary composition.
All right, and we have Betulin from Northern Lights himself, my friend.
Yep.
Hello. We've become close over these couple of days. We've seen you so many times, and now I have to ask you straight away. You guys are at the top of the board. You are miles ahead in terms of points. how does it feel right now? What's the team feeling? Because you are guaranteed at this point, unless somebody goes insane in this last game, to be the champions of the tournament. It's been a phenomenal run so far.
Actually, if we're talking about me, I'm not already like happy. I'm waiting for the last game, and when we actually gonna win, I will be happy. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about the game to play the best as we can in the last one. Yeah, and then we're gonna see my feelings and my team feelings.
Damn, a grinder. Okay, I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that. Martin, questions?
I just want to hear, do you think your like the momentum from day 1 and day 2, is that what have like fueled you also coming into today? Like you guys knew that you were in a great spot. Is that like a motivation, or like what is motivating you coming into like a day 3, for example?
What is motivating me? Firstly, prize pool. Secondly, charity. Yeah, really happy that we're gonna help other people by winning this tournament. And the thing that the feeling to no, just we want to be the top. We want to be the first one, and this feeling that we want to be these guys is the most important motivation for us. Like yeah, we always were looking at FaZe Clan, Liquid, Navi, who were taking good tournaments, and now it's our time to do the same, and we are really close to win this tournament now.
Nice.
Yep.
Toby?
I gotta hear. I mean, now you guys have been ahead in placements for the majority of this tournament and a little behind in kills. Now you're actually way ahead in kills also, and that kind of segues into my question, because Battlein, I don't know if you remember, but you and I had a chat back when you were playing with M19. We're talking GLL Season 2 when you guys won that event back then. You guys were playing very passive. That was a different point system back then, but I was asking you who's the most passive player on M19, and you said that was you. And it was mainly because you didn't have the communication on the team yet to go aggressive. Now, not only do you find late game all the time, but you're also a killing machine, you and your team together. What is it that makes Northern Lights such a scary team?
I think the most important thing why we are actually scary is that we confident in each other. Like every teammate are always confident that his teammate gonna help him kill somebody and so on. Yeah, and this is why we are really nice. I think so. Yeah, the most good thing about our team.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you very much, Patulin. Any kind of final shout-outs you want to give? I ask every single time. I'm going to keep asking.
Thank you for this tournament, for casting. Yeah, thank viewers who were watching at us, at all the teams. Thanks PUBG Corp for this tournament. Like I'm happy that I'm taking part in all these things. Yeah, and yep, let's go and see you in next stages, like next PCS and so on. And hope we're gonna play. I hope we're gonna play a LAN tournament in this year. I hope so. I really hope so. So yeah, so we could show our performance there. Yep. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Patulins. Good luck in the next game.
Good luck last game.
Bye bye.
And that was Patulins. As always, we are very familiar with him by now. Very familiar with his lovely bathrobes. I wonder if he's got a special one to crack out. You know, if we've got a championship interview later on, maybe that would be exciting. A golden one. Imagine that. Oh, that would be princely. That would be. All right, going into the final game. Again, hopefully we do get a chance to look at the standings. Jeez, production's on point. They're just like rapid firing. Okay, so this is important. Obviously, Northern Lights super far ahead at the front. Fantastic stuff by them. But let's talk about this, because again, as we previously mentioned, the 6 invites to PCS EU are already there. Na'Vi, TSM, Liquid, FaZe Clan, Raise Your Edge, and ENCE. The other 6 top finishers that go through that are not those will be then advancing to PCS EU, right, Martin? And right now, there is still spots to play for there when it comes to that award.
Yeah, so right now we're looking at the teams that will be, if Ratio Edge managed to stay in the top 11, it will be the teams that are from 1st to 11th plus ENCE because they've had a rough tournament. So right now, Redline is literally tied with Team Red Zone. So whoever of those guys from Adepts and Tropic, Red Zone, Redline that are within 5 points, whoever gets 11th place of those guys, because it's doubtful unless one of them win and like get a 2nd place and pass Edge. But let's just say whoever gets the 11th place of those guys, they will get the last invite. Everybody else is kind of decided already because they're so far ahead. But it will be the top 11 plus ENCE as it looks right now, unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, so there's multiple stages of things that people are playing for. Of course, Northern Lights is way ahead at the front, but there's still money to play for a 2nd, 3rd, 4th. 5th through 8th is getting a different set of money as well. And then, as Martin mentions, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, those guys are really looking for that 11th spot. So keep your eyes on Redline, Red Zone, Adept, and Entropic to try and stabilize up at 11th spot. It's tense, Toby. Even though we have our champion in the bag, there is still a lot of opportunity here for these teams.
I mean, they always are. With this point system, I've never had a tournament where it hasn't come down to, at least following some storyline, it's always been literally that 1 point it's come down. So this could be as well. While these teams might not win the tournament and might not get them out of the prize pool they probably would have wanted, not having to play through open qualifiers is going to be a blessing to them. So believe me, they will do everything they can to take on that 11th place spot.
Yeah, definitely. And we're just 10 seconds out of the playing going off. Martin, any final words? Give me something.
That's just what I love about PUBG, honestly. No matter what, even though we've already got a champion, even though we've already got somebody else, there's always something to play for. Higher prize pool, qualifications, invites, honor, and respect amongst everybody else and your peers. So it's just amazing to see this. It's always going to come down to the last game.
All right, I'll give them the intro as we have Sims and Pansy about to take the final game of PCS Europe. Let's go!
Thanks, James. Perfect way to start the final game off, and you're right. There is always something to be played for here with PUBG, and this tournament is no different, Rich. All these teams have their own battles to face. Right now, Northern Lights have secured an incredible position at first, but we have to look beyond that now. We have to look at the other teams fighting for pride, for prize money, and potentially for qualification. This is a huge game for them.
Okay, let's put the lay of the land out there while teams are just dropping, finding the home position, doing whatever they want. Hell, we might even see some weird and wonderful stuff. If someone wants to go for a hot drop, then by all means, do it. Give us some entertainment factor. Northern Lights, Tornado Energy. 1st and 2nd currently. Not Tornado could be jumped by Na'Vi if Na'Vi goes off on 1. There's the same scenario there if Oma can also get the win. It's 137, 128, and 123 for your 2nd and 3rd place and 4th place teams. Then you go down to the teen area. We're looking at TSM, Liquid, FaZe Clan, 118, 115, 105. Even Tempest is kind of scraping that barrel with 101. Your qualification spots currently as they stand from 8th onwards. Tempest with 101 will qualify for PCS. Bestoloch next time with 95 will qualify for PCS. Raise Your Edge have already been invited, so we ignore them at 10th spot. This is where things get a little bit interesting. Redline currently hold the line at 11th with 69 points. Red Zone also have 69 points, but they are below them given the kills. That's where it falls to next, 46 and 39 respectively. Now, from 11th onwards, Lauren, Adepts 66, EIQ 64. ENCE are in 15th, but we don't class them because they've also been invited. There are 4 teams currently in this lobby that we need to keep an eye on. Redline, Red Zone, Adepts, and Entropic. All of those are battling now for the final spot in this lobby for PCS.
All right. So now we know what they're all fighting for. Got to see how it goes. That circle coming in has gone pretty far north. Not exactly what we saw last time. A little bit more towards the east. You know, you got a bit more Severny in there. A little bit more, you know, to look at in that regard. But still, this is going to be a hard one for some of these teams to transition up there. We saw it kind of going towards the fields, the classic fields, the Scoom fields. This time may not be the case. Where do you think this heads towards? I'm looking at that circle again. I feel where Magisters is, you know, just south of shooting range, could be a shout here.
I don't think that's a bad shout at all. Just kind of giving it a look. It's so similar to previous though, Lauren. That's the thing. It's so similar.
It's close. It's pretty close. If it goes west, then I mean, it could be the same circle almost.
There's no land ratio for the first 3. Let's make sure that everyone at home knows how this works. For the first 3 circles, they are anyone's game. It's fair game. Then moving into circle 4 specifically will jump away from water. It tries to fit in as much land as humanly possible. If there's still water in play, then there's still water in play. It'll cut off as much as it can. It'll cut out as much as it can, should I say. Miramar, we talk about it quite often because with the hills, with the inaccessible terrain, with some other variations, cities, towns, various other bits and bats that are apparently going on in the background, this is how it floods circles. They run generally in a line across the map. There's all sorts of theory pieces out there. You can go and look at pictures. You can map all the dots. There's like 4 main routes that they all take. So that's why they become a bit more predictable. But with this one, for the first 3, it's anyone's game. Shooting range looks good. The hillside of shooting range. Hell, we could even get a Severny ending. I don't mind it. It's always fun. If we get that big eastern shift, this is where we get the old FaZe clan rotation coming in on the plateau, coming round from the petrol station. There's also the big warehouse hangars over there that can come into play. I think once for certain, Lauren, with this and how there's only the mountain really in on the south, this is a northern circle. This is a Tendy circle.
Yeah. Just because it is so far north, right? I don't think we'll see many teams opting to stay south. Prove me wrong. But look, next time, is that 2 players down? Yeah, Arctics and Bait both being flushed as we speak. QBE might just go for the hit and run. He does, saving on the bullets and just rubbing it in when it hurts. But look, next time we're in 9th. Who's the closest? Raise Your Edge could chase now. They could push up a little higher.
Better luck next time. We're in 9th. You are correct. 95 points is a bit of a decent buffer because there is, thankfully for them, there's a big drop off. That's the safety net that was provided by that, because it goes from 95. Again, I'm ignoring Raise Your Edge because they've been invited. They're just playing for money. Down to 69. It would take 2 teams to get like what? If Better Luck next time go out early, you'd be looking at Red Line and Red Zone to maybe try and get 25 points apiece to attempt to jump on them. But with that, even that 70, 80, 95. Oh, no, they need about, they're on 69. You're looking at about 27 points each to jump up there.
Nice.
What we're trying to say is not easy. EIQ,
exactly.
Another team that were looking for qualification. That ain't good. They were in 14th and they've just had 2 players removed.
Yep, they're at 64 points currently in red zone. At least going to get some vengeance towards ENCE. That's Rustanmar gone. And this is the land grab towards north. People opting for the coastal side this time, going towards the cliffs. We used to see this quite a lot. Liquid might be just crashing towards where Rustanmar just got picked up. That was a big compound to be holding on your own. ENCE probably a little salty that they've lost down that. That could have been a really nice position. And Ivus, unaware that better luck next time. We're waiting so patiently here. Magister's been spotted. Got to be careful.
At the moment, it seems to be playing well for Adepts. If they have another sterling game, that right there for Adepts, red zone, is their best enemy. That is the team that's directly above them. So removing a player like that pays off so much. If red zone go down here, oh my god, Adepts are going to be laughing.
Does Jeemzz have support here? Okay, he does. He's got a player by his side. He's kind of setting over the kind of pre-nades that are just to buy time and secure at least one area on the hill he doesn't have to worry too much about. But the low ground flank is coming out from Mackendorf. That's a nice position. Surprised no one had it or no one thought about it. No one was watching that. What's going on here, Liquid? There we go. Nice trade. Now the fire from up on top of the hill. Momi's there. Nade could do some work. Look at the HP on Kaymind. Jeemzz could be flushed from this big pickup from Mxey towards Momi. Now Jeemzz is still alive. He hasn't been flushed yet. Where are those final players for red zone? Pretty far back. Okay, yeah, and for anyone down the bottom, this is one of the teams that definitely could have held them back, but now for someone like Adepts, as you said, that opens it way, way up.
Northern Lights, the heroes of the lobby, Batulins. The Cape Crusader himself goes down. Rather unfortunate, one of the first out of the lobby. Better Luck next time has gone. 9th position removed in 16th. EIQ. Football has to be careful. There's only 2 players up for EIQ. That's a damn good shot as well. They have been hurt hard. For the off flank, this is nice from Adepts. He actually gets him as well.
Okay, this is It is really good, but it's also quite scary. You're fighting a big team here. A fight that, yes, you know, Liquid obviously would love to jump TSM here. They need another point to do so. A couple more kills, actually, maybe 2 points. But yeah, at the moment, they're being pincered here. FaZe see weakness too. They want to get in on this fight. Why not? Take those fights, run with it. This could be huge, and I don't know if Adepts know what they've started here, but Liquid certainly feel the force of it all. FaZe on the other side trying to force himself towards the hillside. Kaymind's on his feet, but Mxey's been knocked down, not flushed yet. Jeemzz and Ibby need to get a grip on the situation. That's a good nade. Does it bounce well enough? Yes, it's perfection from Aitzy, and Liquid might be going down in 15th.
Remember, Adepts last time they got greedy like this, they ended up running into a big team and getting slapped about. Hopefully this time round it's not the same. Tundo going down is bad because this alerts FaZe. Remember, they're playing for money, they're playing for points. If they keep playing aggro, then it gets a little bit more difficult. Nice over peek here from Ibby. He knows the last man standing, so he's got to do whatever he can to at least get some kind of reprieval for Liquid. 15 spot would be pretty bad, to be honest, especially when you're in 6. You got a chance of being knocked out. And down into 7 from FaZe if they keep on applying the pressure. Out of the window. Drop shot. You got to look above your head, my friend. Sunzi goes down. Furax is also fallen. Adepts, I said, you got to be careful when you overstep the boundaries. Now they are being punished. Had Ibby. No fear. No problem. Initial confirmation. Remove Furax before going down. FaZe can wipe out Liquid.
That's jumped him into 5th. I don't know if they can hold it, but it's jumped him up a spot there. That flush was worth it. I mean, could he have transitioned that into going like 1v4 against FaZe? Probably not. But now it comes down to, does TSM hold on to their position? Do they stay where they are? Can they make it late game? If they do, then they'll probably jump right back on up. So we'll see what happens with this. That's a fight for the top 5 here. Keep in mind, Tornado Energy very close to Omicron, Rich.
It's getting a bit scarce across this map. Tornado want to confirm themselves as the number 2 in this lobby. RV hot on the heels, though. Omicron's also in the same predicament, so this is a top 4 fight that's about to unfold. If he gets that nade onto Jeemzz, that's massive. Goes down the stairs, unfortunately. It's rather... I wouldn't expect that to happen. Just a bit of unluck off the side of the nade. Page with the AKM. Trying to tank up the vehicle that's turning up. The reinforcements have arrived. Smoke's there. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just time to get the hell out. Quizzy, that's a questionable play to try and dip at this point, especially when you know that they have full open coverage of this. The AKM, it hits hard. Quizzy, confirmed. Job done. Vascu also. The same team, this time on the opposite end of the stick. And now receive a bit of damage. Ain't seen a resible position, though. I'm having a look across this one. It does have someone out in the open, but it's whether or not they know about it. FaZe... Are they chasing Northern Lights for a bit of punishment? Because they're certainly hot on their heels.
There they are. Deep's just lingering, isn't he? Let's see when he goes for the shot. Oh, that's perfect timing from Deep. Well played. That's going to punish Aitzy pretty hard. It doesn't matter for Northern Lights, really. No one's going to catch him. You'd need something insane from Tornado Energy to get even anywhere near close, something that we haven't seen so far. So don't even worry about it. It's not a worry. Northern Lights can just frag out, take on whatever they want to do. If they want to just chase out FaZe, go for it. Do your thing. You get to play that game. You've done so well. So now Spyro and Deep just going to run around, do what they can. If FaZe catch it, fair play. Bit of a shot to the head there. You can see the bullet right to the side of it. The accuracy of these players, again, it's hard to always tell how good they are when they're in such a high tier lobby. But I mean, these guys operate at such a high skill level.
Circle update in about 30 seconds time. Bestar's eyes on Raise Your Edge. No shots have been sent this way just yet. Nice to hear that because of the caster. Does decide just to push them back. Sometimes with Na'Vi, you will see players give them the reinforcement that they need to bolster the back line so they know it's clear and they can fight the enemy that's directly in front of them rather than getting third-partied. They're a team that excels with a safety net of players surrounding them. But they are sparsely spread. Pesto's on his own. Kemba regroups back. Do they know? Do they know Tornado Energy's so close? Good God. That circle is yin and yang. Look at that thing.
There's the 2 terms. Me saying Swifty, you saying yin and yang. Look at us go. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, it's a fun end to the tournament, though. I'll take this. I don't care. I know it pains the teams, but to me, this is excitement, and that's what we're here for. Now, Senya, not excited about that. Tornado Energy just grinding through, going through the motions. Again, a great team. The CIS region here has had an outstanding couple of representations of their abilities towards the top. Northern Lights being obviously the crowning jewel, but you can't look past Na'Vi, Tornado Energy, any of these teams. Now, I'd love to see Na'Vi push up to potentially second, but they'd need a big game, and as seen, they're down to 3.
After what we saw yesterday, I do not doubt them in any way, shape, or form. Tornado's been in plenty of fights, but 0 kills to their name. Up and over, 1-2. Combine forces to make sure they take them down, and that's the whole story with Na'Vi. You have to make sure you have multiple people because they're such individual fraggers. Face the fire, though. Tab turns, doesn't see Melman at the rock side. Gets a little bit too aggro. Oversteps the mark. AKM, it's going to be a bit of a wobble spray on this one. If you can just force him out with the grenade, put it to the left, maybe expect him to move to the right, but he doesn't. He runs low ground. He's no idea. This is a good play from Melman. It's not what you'd expect. You try and flush them out with the grenades and put them into a point where you can see them and predict what they're going to do, but that's a very extreme play to move and go upside of the hill to try and get a wider angle on Besto. Forced into the open. Might even give it up to the blue at this stage. Na'Vi out ones who go bowing out of any competition, but really what else can he do? T-Bone goes down to FaZe Clan. Omakan again in that top 4 area trying to get up and maybe jump some points, jump some prize money, more importantly. Redline. Slow and steady wins the race. We did say that the team that are holding the 11th spot, they're holding that last place onwards toward PCS EU1. But do they know that SKUIJKE's there? That's the question.
Find out. Certainly the answer is no, but the spray needs to be good. Nice work from SKUIJKE. Predicts a counter peek, insta-nades it. And look at Diggory just creeping on over, having a watch, see what's going on. If anyone peeks up, I'll definitely get a shot through. Bit of suppressing fire as Redline are under pressure. Not good news for TSM there. They are back above Team Liquid, but still, you're holding on to the thin margin for them. A couple more kills, a couple more placements, that could be good. They could then look towards Omakan. But they've got 2, maybe arguably 3 teams looking their way, and ENCE are doing quite well for themselves here. This is an old school circle, and they're an old school team. Maybe it'll work out for them.
And this is the circle what we expect to given it is phase 4, pulls away from water and puts the head of the land in. Raise your edge 2-1 split. Shiv will stay on the hillside, gives them good overview of what's going on, and they can garner the players in front of them. Tempest, dire straits at the moment, all the way up against the white. TSM in front. And a little bit, I believe, of ENCE in the back. Tommel has to stick the res. Excuse me, not the res. The heal. Given this blue begins to chunk at this stage. Depends how many meds you have. I mean, Christ, he could even push it if he really wanted to. There's no point in doing so. Let him come out. Eventually, he has to worm his way to you. The grenade's good. Heal at this stage would be better. Wookie takes down MiracU. Another grenade just goes flying past our screen, and that's it. Job done. TSM, bye-bye. Thank you for playing. It's been fun. Can they hold on to 5th place, though?
Who's next? Maybe FaZe try and jump them? They'd need a quite a big game out of that. They need, you know, a good couple of points to aim for it. Liquid at 119, TSM 120, they're on 113, so quite the jump if they go for it. Trying to make a mad dash out of there. Your Tempest knocking the door. We've already seen enough interviews with them, but I'm always happy to get some more if they pull out the victory. But stuck in the south, it's actually quite a hard position to fight out from. At least they're in the circle. Example did send it kind of up in line with your Northern Lights, where ENCE currently, I guess where Diggory is, not the entirety of ENCE. But let's look at the teams who could potentially jump up here. FaZe could jump. Tempest, that would be, they need a big game to do it, but they've shown potential that they could. Who else? Raise Your Edge, I don't think they could jump up there. And even at the top.
I didn't realise. Really sorry, Lauren, to break you off. I didn't realise Redline had gone out. So Red Zone have an opportunity. There is 1 player left. Same for Adepts, same for Entropic. When you think 72 points is the cutoff, and you've got 3 teams, 69, 67, 66. Oh dear, it's a survivability game. Between all those snakes, ooh, let me have a look across this one. So Magister's all the way on the eastern side of the circle behind FaZe, outside of the white. Noki is on the cliff face against the northern edge with the water, hiding.
He's only, I guess he's only got
Where's-
Udyr in front of him, so that's not bad.
Where's the final EIQ play? I thought they all went out earlier
He's
on.
in the bunker. He's in the bunker. Quite central. He's quite safe. He could be safe till late game. That's smart.
Oh,
Well-
three snakes playing for position.
Good God. Rich, keep your mind on that then. Do me a favor, look out for
Okay,
those three. I'm
okay.
I'm thinking Magisters is going to be probably the first to get some attention from FaZe, which is obviously not ideal, as he does need to work his way forward. Tempest looking to get, you know, a pretty big game to be able to jump FaZe, and under the assumption that FaZe do go down soon. Tempest gets to get into a fight, and they're losing out to ELG. That's not good. Gigantin going to start pressing this issue, getting a little bit closer. Clib knows what's up, but does he spot Gaxi in time? He definitely gets a glimpse, but he shot a little too early there. That's perfect, though. Nice shot there, but at the loss of Wookie Bookie.
Two players now wrapping up on him, though, and now ENCE want to show their hand. In all of this, they've been listening, watching. It all unfolds, and it's time to go. Initial molly will not find any contact. Mop-ups prove the downfall here, losing over 50% of the HP. Tiikzu and SKUIJKE want to press the advantage. They know they've done some damage here, so get involved. The smokes are kind of occluding their vision. Good shots initially. Few bullets on the either side, but it's not good enough. SKUIJKE lands the shot. The red dot, you would assume, is coming into effect here on the back of the M4. That thing is a laser. They're all tanked up with it. Scar on the opposing side isn't going to be enough to hold them back, and that is pure and utter murder coming out of ENCE.
Okay, update on the snakes. We do have the problem for Magisters. He's still in the blue right now. He's trying to, like, slowly, you know, work their way forward. Omicron gone down. Tempest gone down. We're into top 10 territory. Hawkeye had a player pull up towards him. That's Shiv. They're not on the same level. Noki is not in the new circle. So every single one of these individuals, these snakes, has their own problems going on here. So this is not going to be easy for any of them. Noki's run is going to be tough. He's going to have to wait for Udyr to leave that area. And Udyr's going to play it late. He's basically trying to ensure that northern side is safe, support his teammates. And now Hawkeye might just get some attention from Shiv. We have to see that fight. Are they on top of each other? I'm seeing shots. I think Hawkeye might get the knock here, depending on how clean he gets it. The shots you hear in the distance of that fight, we've got to check in on that, because that's EIQ fighting for a potential place here. And Shiv's still alive, so they know where he is. That's way off in the distance. You can see the little team marker there. And Shiv, I think, is on the high ground, whereas Hawkeye is below. Noki's making the run, Rich. Oh, did Udyr just see him?
That raise your edge are the one that's just above them all. They don't need the qualification. They've already got it. Doing this to these solo snakes is just punishment. But for how long for? Surely they just wrap on this. Either FaZe sees him or raise your edge does. Oh, Shiv spotted it. Bye-bye. And that's the end of their run. It comes down to red zone. Can you jump it?
EIQ still have Hawkeye.
Oh, of course. They didn't get him, did they?
No, he's still there, and he's got room. He's got a little bit of room.
If
Red
he
zone.
makes it in for EIQ
Look at this guy.
off of placement, that is just balmy.
It would be mad, wouldn't it? Oh, crisp shot from Gustav.
Jesus.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. No fear, nothing to lose at this point for, you know, FaZe. They're just trying to push up the leaderboard. Match just needs to move up, though. Did ubah see him? No, ubah's looking the other way right now. This is a good time to move up. Kind of live, you know, in the shadow of FaZe for now. See if they can keep you safe. Spyro there getting a fight towards Fuzzface. And honestly, for Magisters, if FaZe go down, if FaZe get, you know, a lot of pressure, that's not bad for them. It's between Hawkeye and Magisters to just keep playing for placement, keep trying to catch up. And they're not far from it, but it's not, you know, it's still a bit of a trek uphill.
Is there a world where FaZe jumps into the top 4? 115 points, 124.
Gustav's looking behind. Uh-oh. No? Okay.
Circle. Who's it good for? Well, none of us snakes, to be honest. They've all got to make a move. Magister's closest to it. I suppose he could sit the hillside, but I'm looking at that map and you can see Udyr watching, waiting. Could it be Raise Your Edge with the Dream Enders? They're just on top of 10th spot, holding all these teams below them. Again, they've already qualified. They don't need it. If they're killing off all these solo snakes that could potentially jump redline, that'd just be cruel.
ENCE time to go. They're on 64 points. They've gotten closer, but this is a mad dash run. This is going to get the attention of everyone at the moment. Free smokes coming out. Where are the shots? Spyro resetting that spray, but it's not worked out too well, actually. They've managed to make it through. Yes, Diggory is tagged up, but he's not dead yet. Now, this has caught a lot of attention. Diggory does go down. That's to ubah. SKUIJKE's still alive, but that car might be the death of him. Doesn't really matter. Fuzzface put him out of the misery before it hit. Down to 6 teams now. Check back in on those snakes. Magisters, that blue is going to be on his back again. Hawkey's going to have to make his leave. But Bestoloch is keeping him kind of locked in there. Na'Vi's remainder is going to make this very tricky. Hawkey patiently waiting, but Besto is kind of above him right now. So as soon as Hawkey moves, I'm pretty sure Besto's going to see this.
Could have got the vehicle out as if the other one hadn't been blown up in there. We could try and ram it, but probably take a couple of weeks to get out of that. Difficult position for both of the solo snakes. They've gone so passive, but there's so much on the line for them. I understand why. Naylup caught looting in the open. Changing over to the AUG. If there's any level 3 gear, that'll do them well. It'd be nice for Raise Your Edge to actually get a win here. They were denied the win for qualification previously. In the group stage, TSM took that away with other monkey through about 19,000 flashbangs. It was fun to watch, but it didn't pay off in the end. The win for them here will be good. Deep. Oh, Northern Lights extinguished instantly. Hawkey has been found as well. 2 players simultaneously drop. Now we look towards Magisters. You are on death's door, my friend. All the way up against it.
He's into the top 3. He's done pretty well so far. I mean, okay, let's say he snakes it out. FaZe have no idea. He's not shown a single card throughout this entire fight, right? He's not been spotted. He's been following in their shadows. You have no reason to look that way for FaZe. Now, maybe in the back of their minds, they wonder if maybe Raise Your Edge has a player on that side potentially still. But for him, he just needs to lay low. He needs to hope that maybe FaZe do some more damage and they just keep Raise Your Edge busy. He's in on this circle, and he should not move a muscle.
Well, that hasn't updated because the placement points aren't counted, so I'd assume that they've made it in off the back of that. Just because of the placement getting top 3, I'd say that with two teams dropping in front of him like that, I'd say that him snaking behind FaZe this entire time have just qualified his team.
We'll see at the end. We'll check on those points. Again, we don't like to assume anything. Udyr might be the one who finds him, but now FaZe have counter-pushed this. This should bring Udyr back into the fold. He might want to flank around the east side, but he has to come back to try and temper Gustav. Look how much pressure Gustav's putting on Shiv. Towards Naylup, you've got Fuzzface and ubah on the push for this as well. I like this from FaZe. Get aggressive. This could be quite good fun from them, but nice counterfire from Naylup. Keeping Gustav pressured now. He can't provide the support, and these 2 players need to be quick. FaZe with 12 kills. Where was this FaZe? Where was this team? You know, I mean, we say FaZe Sunday. They turn up on the last game. Come on, boys. Give me more than that. But yeah, Magisters, again, the cruel will have to start to begin again soon. Holding on for dear life. Fuzzface and ubah.
This will jump them up, though.
Ooh.
If they get the win, Lauren, that's 10 points as well on the back of it. 127. If they get the win, they're already into Omeken's territory. 4th place. Hell, Na'Vi. Is there enough alive to actually get it above Na'Vi? Maybe not. Maybe not, but Raise Your Edge won in on this as well. They are playing for cash at this stage, so anything they can do to jump a placement or 2 will pay off.
All right, let's see if Big Boy FaZe can put on their big boy pants and get to work. Right now, Gustav is basically holding 3 players accountable. He needs support from Fuzzface and ubah. The idea was great, but it had a time limit on it. There was a moment where it was going to work, and this is actually going to force Magister's hand. Surely he's going to have to fight soon. He doesn't want to show his hand, but now the fight's come down towards him. And Udyr has no idea. This is insane from Magisters. He's put on his invisibility cloak. He can't be seen. The blue's hurt. He's got to shift forward. He's got to keep going. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Does he take the shot or does he just shift over towards the northern side of the road? He could just ignore this fight completely. Gustav's found Udyr. This could be a steal, but he doesn't want to give away his game. Oh, the control of this. There we go, pops it. And now Magisters gets another point. He's got to run. He wants to get away from Gustav. He saw Gustav go down, and that's the perfect time to strike. Now we're left in this crazy 2v2. Naylup and Shiv up against Fuzzface and ubah. But you have that 3rd man threat that's just like unbeknownst to most of them. Naylup sprays good, but it's not going to get the kill yet. 3'd up and an Aldrich. That's strong.
It's massive, and I still can't believe that Magisters not only made it to this point, but removed a player from play as well. That is disgusting. He has done such a phenomenal job for his roster. Like, to be able to qualify him at this spot would just be insane. Naylup does control a good amount of land. He has a bit of high ground. Problem is he's restricted by Magisters 4 times. The ACOG down here could do damage. Trying to res in the open, that's not going to get you anywhere. Trying to drink up like that, that's brutal. That's a bad play. That's a misplay, in my opinion. He had the high ground, but just bobbing and weaving, drinking away. Another kill as well. Stolen away. Oh, FaZe are going to be upset from that one. They need every single point possible.
Oh, Magisters is really doing well for his team. He's doing, because obviously when you're in the game, you don't know exactly how many points you've garnered, or, you know, you can guess it, you could try and work it out, but it's hard. So for him, you've got to play out as much as you can, as many potential points as possible. Shiv could be the death of him. It looks like that should be the matter, and it is. Down they go, they jump. They're up to 76 points, and they're in 11th place. And now Fuzzface and ubah have to get past Shiv.
See what he decides to do. If he runs to the blue, I'll be extremely upset. He shouldn't be doing it at this point. Go kill him. Go find him. Oh, he's just bandaging up. I didn't realize. Things are looking bad. It is Sunday, and it wasn't FaZe Sunday, but certainly it will be no Sunday without a win from them. They claimed final victory, but overall, what a cracking competition we've had this weekend. We started off with the biggest group stage I've ever had in my entire career. We wielded it down to our final 16. And honestly, like, you can tell the antics that we've had from this weekend, it truly is some of the 16 best teams in Europe and surrounding areas. But I think the overarching story, Lauren, of this weekend, it has been of the CIS boys. Their performance has just been unstoppable. You know, when we think back to the days of anger, we've been looking for something of that standard. We've been looking for that caliber. When are we going to see another CIS beast just turn up and destroy everybody?
I mean, I thought it could have been Na'Vi, but it wasn't. It was Northern Lights, I think, that certainly took the forerunning form at that. And I love the balance that they have. Very strategic, but also that aggression that they show is formidable. I mean, it's hard to handle. I think most teams are finding that out. But overall, as you said, I think this tournament has been excellent. It's been an incredibly good time. We got to see the best of this entire region, I think. No one can dispute that. But from start to finish, it's been a pleasure casting with you as ever, Rich. And it's been an honor to cast over these incredible players and teams. And you guys at home, thank you for making this incredibly special as always. It's a personal thing for both me and Rich to get to do this, and it's incredibly good fun. So anyway, we're done for this tournament at least. We're going to head over to the boys to break down what we saw. They're going to break down all the table, all that good stuff, and we'll see you next time.
We've donned the bathrobes because the congratulations go to Northern Lights as they become the champions here for the PCS EU Charity Showdown. Martin's quite warm at the moment, so he's not donned his robe just yet. Of course, we have them winning things out. We do have to focus on this game just briefly, though, because congratulations to our winners here, Martin. That was quite a close finish, especially for Magisters obviously getting himself the spot down to the very wire there.
Like, it was close. Like, I just loved this. We had an ending where it was even more spicy than the last one. We called for some curveballs. Back to back north is obviously always rare, but for Red Zone to be able to get in, or Magisters to get into such a late game situation and be able to get a few kills and walk away with that might have given them the qualifying spot. I think it have given them the qualifying spot, but obviously big for FaZe as well. They have propelled themselves into a better position in terms of prize pool, and we're going to be able to see that once we get into the standings.
Yeah, definitely so. That'll be all important, of course, as we'll not only know where the money now lies for all of these teams, bar first place, obviously, but of course also where our 6 teams that are going to be qualifying through to PCS EU do lie as well, Toby. And again, it was an extremely valiant effort by Red Zone towards the end. That we have deduced that basically that is them qualifying through because of that. And that's massive for them to be able to guarantee themselves to the next big tournament coming up in Europe.
Again, for all players out there, I believe everyone playing this tournament too at some point has been through Open Qualifier for a big tournament before, where you go through rounds and rounds and rounds where a lot of, I mean, people are talking about it in rounds of 24 here. When we get 24 teams playing qualifiers, a lot of stuff can happen. When you play Open Qualifiers round 1, believe me, a lot of stuff can happen. And if you can avoid having to go through that and get yourself as part of the journey for later on, that's great, especially for Mxey to be able to pull off that in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, though, a tip of the hat does go, as you say, Martin, to FaZe to be able to push themselves up the table. It's almost poetic that FaZe shows up last game now to be able to claim themselves a much higher standing when it comes to the money. It wasn't quite their tournament by any means, but they're going to have bagged enough points up towards the top here to be able to push themselves up very nicely.
Yeah, super nice to see them be able to perform at this level still. They did have some rough times throughout the whole tournament. They had a slightly lower average per day in terms of hitting the 38 and the 40 mark, and they're just behind like the very top. We saw Na'Vi had a really great day. We saw Onlysis have some like absolute performance, crazy performances to make sure that they stay on top. But to finish it off with 23 points, it's very nice to see from FaZeland. It really shows that they're still the caliber of team that we expect them to be.
I can't believe, Toby, it came down to the wire for Entropic, Adept, Red Zone, all having one person alive. And imagine if that UAS wasn't in the way of Entropic to try. That has to be so painful, Toby.
It's one of those where you're on the Titanic sinking and they've locked the door and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, it's gotta be unfortunate. He had the car down there. He wanted to go down to the shack. Unfortunately, a burned out US ain't gonna move around that easily.
No, indeed. Let's take a look at the invited teams that are going to be moving forwards into PCS Europe. These are the 6, of course, that were invited before all of the proceedings actually went down for this. So FaZe Clan Team Liquid, Na'Vi, ENCE, TSM, and Raise Your Edge will be going to PCS Europe, and that's our first guaranteed 6. But of course, Martin, along with them, we've also guaranteed another 6. But these names in general, it's great to have them along for the ride. They're very well-established organizations, and having any of these big organizations involved in PUBG is just good for the scene in general.
Yeah, in general, like seeing these, like they're obviously invited for the PCS Season 1 in June, and they're also invited for the August one, which is amazing to see. I think it's great to see this kind of support to organizations that's been along for the ride for a long time, also through PL. So it's nice to see this getting recognized, but also like it would not be the same without them. So if it ever tends that they are having some rough times, then I think the rosters themselves will be swapping out players. Like they're always going to be able to perform at a very high level no matter what.
Yeah, and of course our qualified teams that will be joining those invited teams will indeed include Red Zone as we take a look closer at them. And throughout this tournament, they've not been the flashiest team by any means, but they've been steadily getting themselves this spot and been able to take it. So it's actually huge for them, Toby, to be able to guarantee themselves, as you say, at the next biggest tournament here in Europe.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, while they maybe haven't had the great moments that we've seen of, I mean, Na'Vi with 3 wins in one day, Northern Knights going out and doing amazing things, they have had enough that they can now go down and work on that and trying to figure out what they can do next, because probably a lot of the teams we're seeing, at least 6 of them, will be the same that they'll be going up against in the next tournament. So they will have X amount of days, couple of weeks, even to prep for the tournament to come.
Yeah, I suppose, Martin, having a goal that is in the very close foreseeable future gives you that little bit of extra oomph, right? If you're a team that is looking to get out there and prove themselves on a big stage such as that one.
Yeah, obviously it's nice to see Red Zone here without Frost being able to qualify to a big tournament like this. I expected without Frost to them to be able to perform. It's kind of an experienced roster, so nice to see them in here in 11th place. The last game had us on the edge, honestly, so it was nice to see them qualify for this.
Yeah, let's take a look at Better Luck next time. They have also qualified on through into PCS number 1. And it goes without saying, Toby, even though I've said it multiple times here throughout the tournament so far, I feel like they've gone from strength to strength to strength. Even that, of course, that moment that is going to live in infamy now when they were going up against Na'Vi. But just in general, they have exceeded my expectations in this tournament.
I feel like they, to me, is the team that has progressed the most over the course of day 1 of group stages till this very final game. They have learned what it takes to play against the very best of the best, and they have found kind of their place within a high-level competitive lobby. What can we do? How aggressive can we dare to go? How passive can we go in certain other situations? And I feel like over time, given the skill set that they have on the roster, they have the aggression already. They have the skill set to get the kills. We've seen them get double-digit kill wins. They just need to get the consistency in there, and then they'll be a scary team to look at for the future for sure.
All right, let's move on to our next team qualifying on through. It is Tempest. And what haven't we already said about Tempest when it comes to their play throughout this tournament? They've been a shining beacon. We got to hear from Tommel, we got to hear from Clip, and individually, Martin, as players, people like Clip, Pixel, Tommel, Wookie, all of these guys do stand out, and they're gonna be able to grind coming into PCS Europe.
Yeah, honestly, these guys, they have, with the short amount of time that these guys have been together as a actual roster, they have been playing a lot of publics, they have been playing a lot of time together, and that's obviously also why they've come together like this. But for them to be able to qualify to the next PCS, it's obviously a huge cadeau to them, and I think we're going to see a lot more great stuff from them, honestly, because this is just the beginning for a newer roster like this. They've obviously been playing together, but it's a newer roster in terms of how far they are able to bring this.
Let's take a look at Omakan as well, another team that's going to be qualifying on through. And this roster as a whole, they had a blinder of a day, number one, Toby. They obviously, it's basically an all-star roster now. When you look at the names involved and the fear that they strike into some of the teams in the lobby, nobody wants to have to fight Omakan, but sometimes they have to.
They are insanely scary. They're only, I mean, if we have to talk flaws on teams, I feel like their only flaw is that they are really, really good at early days of tournaments. But once the group kind of gets set in, when you hit day 2, when you hit day 3, when the other teams kind of figure, okay, this is what these other teams like to do, they lose that edge on being able to abuse those things. And that's where other teams kind of even out with them. So they need to find a way to take their day 1, because they're a scary day 1 team in any given lobby, but they need to find that playstyle and be able to incorporate it on the coming days.
Let's take a look at then my boys, Tornado Energy. They're going to be going through to PCS Europe. And I was about to say, you know, once again, single components, they all do stand out. And it's almost cliche to a point, but they really do, Martin. Every single one of them is able to perform well. And they just, if you give them the opportunity, they're going to get a 15-kill game.
Yeah, honestly, these guys, the fragging power on this team is just crazy. We've seen it from them. I was sad to see how they perform the group stage, but they really have shown us here in the final stage that they deserve to be in here. And with like the amount of firepower on this team scares me that going forward, it scares me how well they're going to be able to play, because I think this is just the start. Like Quizzy has recently come into the team, and I think they need to find their standing. And I think with this showing here in the finals, I think it's going to show how far they're able to go.
And last but absolutely not least, it is the champions here of the PCS Charity Showdown. It's Northern Lights. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this team did not have a direct invite into PCS Europe coming up next. However, in this tournament, they have gone absolutely balls to the wall. They have smashed it and surpassed all expectations whatsoever. They monstered the points that they were able to accrue, Toby, and they put themselves ahead of the pack by miles when it comes to the overall scoreboard.
Having seen how they've progressed over the last couple of months, I have to say it was a matter of time. It was simply a matter of time before everything would come together and they would get the tournament going the way they wanted to. And we could just see there was no team that could, I mean, when they got things going their way, there was no team that could interfere with their plans. They always just made their way around another side or straight on wipe teams that they didn't feel like should be in their way anymore. They are a scary, scary team. And if they aren't already on everyone's kind of binoculars for this whole 2020 season, they should be, because globally as well, they're going to be up there with the best.
Martin, your thoughts regarding Northern Lights?
I obviously think it's amazing to see them up there. I've known Battlins and the guys for a very long time, and I'm happy to see them be able to perform at this level. And I'm actually curious to see how far they're going to be able to bring this. It's amazing to see the performance throughout the finals here, obviously also the group stage, but I can't wait to get them started in the PCS Season 1 here for Europe.
I'm going to say, you know, just like off the record here for a moment, Martin, you chose the right decision in not wearing your dressing gown, because we've been on longer than I thought we were going to be, and it's bloody hot right now, but that's fine. We're doing it in honor of Northern Light. We're doing it in honor of Bestoloch for the amazing effort that they were able to put up here. And it's been a hell of a tournament, boys. It has been a great tournament. We've seen ups, downs, we've seen crazy circles, ridiculous bridge camps, be they successful, unsuccessful, Northern Lights fragging on out, Toby. It's been a great tournament, hasn't it?
It has been absolutely amazing. We've had everything in terms of rough circles, interesting circles, fair circles, root circles, and we've had teams that have been forced to fight their way through all of it in their own respectable way. I think this tournament is going to go down as for being online and for being with such a high caliber of play, one of the best online tournaments has been in, at least in terms of European PUBG.
Definitely so, and we hope we've entertained you as well here during the breaks between the games. It's been a lot of fun. Martin, how about yourself? It's been great, right?
It's been a great tournament. It's so honored to be part of it. Obviously, it's first of all, it's a great tournament, but also for charity to stand up against this. It's a global pandemic going on right now, and it's affecting all of us. We would probably have been outside around in the world. We would have been in Berlin, but it's amazing to see both PUBG Corp and Starlight to be able to put on a show like this. It's been a pleasure to be part of. It's been a pleasure to work with you guys, and it's been a pleasure to see all these teams duke it out versus each other.
Yeah, definitely has. And I think, unless something else is to be done, that might be that. It's been a great time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, tuning in around the world. Once again, a huge congratulations to Northern Lights. They are your champions here. It's been a pleasure. We've heard from Batulins about 6 times because they just kept winning, and that was great in itself. So thank you very much for tuning in around the world. We shall see you next time for PCS Europe, when the 12 teams even, I should say, already announced are going to be playing for all the money. Qualifiers are going to be happening very soon as well. Tune into those, and we'll see you for that more PUBG tournaments very soon.